The Newcastle team, well, that's strong. One change from their last league game when they were narrowly beaten by Manchester City. Jacob Murphy is back after his shoulder injury. Dubravka, the goalkeeper. Trippier, Scher, Botman and Byrne are the back four. Miley, Bruno Guimaraes and Sean Longstaff the midfield. And Murphy, along with Gordon and Alexander Isak, complete the attack for the visitors. The referee is Jared Gillett. Newcastle are wearing their change kit, the green shirts. White shorts, white socks, underway. Newcastle starting the match, defending the end away to our left-hand side, which is where the travelling Newcastle fans are housed. And immediately, Fabian Schär sends it long, searching towards the edge of the Fulham penalty area. And Alexander Isak was actually unfortunate there. It hit him on the back. And Fulham, when they tried to clear, give it away to Sean Longstaff here, as Newcastle tried to set the early agenda. Reed battles for it just outside the edge of his own penalty area, and that's going to be a free kick to Fulham.
Well, Newcastle already have set the tone in the opening minute of the game, or half a minute of the game. I've seen Fulham quite a few times this season, Connor, and I've seen them at their very best when they beat Nottingham Forest 5, they beat West Ham, they beat Arsenal, and I've also seen them at their worst when they lost 3-0 against Bournemouth. Willian didn't play in that game, and I'm stunned that he's not playing tonight.
It was 3-0 when Newcastle beat Fulham in the Premier League at St James's Park. That wasn't too long ago, early December. Miley, Almiron and Byrne scored the goals. Fulham crucially played most of that game with 10 men. You might remember Raul Jimenez was sent off midway through the first half. So Marcus Silva, first and foremost, will hope to keep a full complement of 11 players on the pitch for the full game tonight. Long ball forward towards Muñoz, beaten in the air by Schär. Ball goes out for a throw into Fulham, which Anthony Robinson, the United States international, takes back to his international colleague Tim Ream. And then Issa Diop sends it long and searching, looking for Harry Wilson down the right-hand side, and wants to get infield at Dan Byrne here, and he's done it. Into the penalty area, Wilson has to run back outside the box to hold on to possession. He's got Lukic with him. Reed now wide on the right-hand side with a host of patient Fulham players waiting in the middle. They haven't been able to deliver it into the box, and it's back towards the halfway line once again.
Too patient, because Harry Wilson got himself in a brilliant position in behind Dan Byrne, and once he got in behind, he should have put the ball in. But the patient approach allowed Newcastle to get all their bodies back behind the ball.
That's the voice of Don Hutchison watching this game with us here on 5 Live. This is the FA Cup 4th round. The draw for the 5th round will take place tomorrow. Sasa Lukic tries to control the ball in the midfield, and one player that Fulham will miss in that area is João Palhinha, who's been one of their best players for the past couple of seasons. He's on the bench tonight.
Yeah, you look at the 4 potential big players, I think, for Fulham, and Raul Jimenez, João Palhinha, Willian and Tom Kearney, they're all on the bench, so that's going to take some big shoes to try and replicate the performances that those 4 have put in this season.
Here come Fulham again, down the right-hand side, low ball towards the edge of the area, is controlled by Muñoz, right-footed shot, it may have bobbled just as he hit it because it sails over the top. He went for power, and it sails into the Newcastle fans. Still Fulham 0, Newcastle 0.
Yeah, maybe Muniz there could take a little bit off the shot. He went for pure power on the angle. I understand why he went for power, because it was probably unlikely that he was going to score from there.
Earlier on today, big win from Maidstone United away at Ipswich, winning by 2-1 at Portman Road. That's been the FA Cup story of the weekend so far. Everton are outbeaten at home by Luton at Goodison Park. There'll be a replay between Leeds and Plymouth. Leicester are through, going great guns in the Championship and into the 5th round of the FA Cup. They beat Birmingham 3-0. Brighton put 5 away from home at Sheffield United. And here, in this 7 o'clock kickoff, it is 0-0 between Fulham and Newcastle. We've played 3 and a bit minutes, and Andreas Pereira's done well to get possession in the final third. Bruno Guimaraes, always strong though, takes it away from him. Robinson will get it back for Fulham. There's been a tasty zip to this game. Feels like a proper cup tie in the early stages.
I totally agree. The ball's zipping off the turf and 1 or 2 meaty challenges going in. Good tempo to the game.
Eddie Howe has never won an FA Cup match against a Premier League opponent, which surprised me when I read that this week.
Big for Eddie Howe this game, isn't it? In terms of, I think they've had a good season, but you know, last season maybe Newcastle massively overachieved. As I said before, played a lot of emotional games. So to try and go deep into an FA Cup, I think it's important.
Oh, Bruno Guimaraes mistake on the edge of the penalty area. Andreas Pereira takes it away from him, rolls it for Wilson, goes down inside the penalty area. I think any contact would have been outside the box, and a chance of a counter-attack here for Newcastle. Anthony Gordon involved for the first time, pushes it into the penalty area. Isak, left-hand side, close to the byline. Lewis Miley screaming for it on the edge, but it's not spotted by Isak, and Fulham get enough bodies back there, disrupting by Diop. And Fulham should be able to clear it away, but they've made a mess. Chance from Murphy, shoots straight at the goalkeeper, and Marek Rodak makes the save. So the first time Newcastle have come forward in a proper attack, and they've had 2 chances there. And Murphy, who has every right to be rusty, he's had a couple of months out, but he should have scored.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It's just a little bit of rust there from Jacob Murphy, but Newcastle have started well. Anthony Gordon on that left-hand side, when he drives forward with pace, and the run in behind from Alexander Isak. But that was a massive chance, and really he should have scored, but I'll give him the out. As you said, a long way back from injury.
Down goes Gordon on the far side. Referee was close to it and gives the free kick in Newcastle's favour. This is midway into Fulham territory on the left-hand side. Good noise, most of it coming from the travelling Newcastle fans away to our left. Craven Cottage, which still isn't fully open. They've got the new stand built on the far side from us, up against the banks of the river, but many of the seats in that stand still not occupied as they try to get it all finished. Newcastle take the free kick back to Botman on the halfway line, and he'll roll it to his right-hand side into Fabian Schär. Now Murphy tries to send it first time, intercepted by Robinson. Fulham get it back on the halfway line. Muniz, very robust and strong, shoves Trippier away, gives it short to Andreas Pereira. Pivots inside the centre circle, looks up and spots Robinson's made a run, and it's just too far ahead of him. It goes out of play, and a goal kick to Newcastle, 0-0 here.
Good idea from Pereira there. He spotted the run of Anthony Robinson down the left-hand side, who was super quick trying to get in behind Kieran Trippier. But looking back at the Jacob Murphy chance, if he had it back again, I think he takes it closer to goal. I think he rushed it a little bit.
Jacob Murphy, who has scored 1 Premier League goal this season, that came against Crystal Palace in October. Trippier's clearance goes off De Cordova-Reid. Throw into Newcastle, right full-back position for them. You mentioned, Donald, it's a big game for Eddie Howe. Such high achievements last season, really propelling Newcastle into the big time. But this is the problem now. The expectations is for them to stay there.
Yeah, but I think Newcastle, they've got a manager where the Newcastle fans, I don't think they want to see a change, and I hope it doesn't happen. I think they've got the right man at the job in Eddie Howe. I think the football's been sensational since he took over.
Well, he's worked absolute wonders so far, and I think crucially what must impress the owners is how wisely they've spent the money. We have seen clubs buy players and waste funds, and really the recruitment's been top. Everyone who's come in for Newcastle since the new owners arrived, they've all been effective pretty much.
And also the players that were there already, I think he's improved the majority of them. I think he's done a brilliant job.
The rumour mill will be in overdrive with the absence of Miguel Almiron, not just for the team but the matchday squad tonight. He's been one who's been mentioned about a possible move this month. Eddie Howe was very careful to play down suggestions of big name departures in his press conference lately. His team give a ball away on the edge of the penalty area, but Harrison Reid can't pick out a teammate. It's going to go for a corner to Fulham on the right hand side. Callum Wilson's been linked with a move. We know that Bayern Munich have been sniffing around Kieran Trippier. Feels like certainly Trippier is now going to be staying put, but
they couldn't
Miguel
afford to lose him. You can't lose Kieran Trippier for your 12-15 million pound. Where are you going to buy a player like him for that sort of money?
He's been the foundation stone of the new regime, hasn't he? One of the first signings they made, and really laid down a marker that Newcastle now mean business. Corner's taken short, 0-0. Craven Cottage, 5 live for the BBC in the FA Cup. This is Andreas Pereira crossing from the right-hand side, but too close to Alexander Isak, who's back helping out the Newcastle defence. And then as Bruno Guimaraes tries to complete the clearance, it flicks off a defender. And that will be a throw-in to Newcastle for Dan Burn at left back.
On the Kieran Trippier one, what I liked about when he signed on day one, he didn't ask for any sort of release clause when Newcastle were in the bottom 3. There was no suggestion that if we go down, I'll move on to another club. No, he was there for the long haul, even if Newcastle had went down. What an attitude that is. That sets the tone.
You see the latest whispers today saying that Bayern have turned their attention to Galatasaray's French right back Sacha Boey.
Good player.
Which he is a good player, but which might be indicating that they realise, despite a couple of bids, that the Trippier deal isn't going to work. I'm sure Harry Kane was looking forward to linking up with another of his former colleagues after Eric Dyer has already gone to Munich.
Well, that's, I think, promising for the Newcastle fans to hear either from Amanda Staveley or the owners. He's not for sale. Simple. That's good. That's encouraging.
Fulham 0, Newcastle 0. Best chance of the game so far falling to Jacob Murphy, who was unable to take it. Rodak making the save, but it was pretty much straight at him. This is Robinson, left back for Fulham. Rolls it back to Tim Ream. Isak up, breathing down his neck. Ream picks a careful pass to De Cordova-Reid on the halfway line. He'll give it back to Sasa Lukic. Lukic has only made 4 starts in the Premier League this season. He has the understudy to João Paulinho usually. Plays a short pass to Issa Diop, who scored against Liverpool here on Wednesday in the League Cup. That was his first goal in well over a year.
We are right in line with Newcastle's back four, Connor, aren't we? And they are, apart from Trippier, giants.
Yes.
So you're going to have to make sure, if you're passing the balls into Maniz or Bobby D Cordova-Reid, you're going to have to be precise.
So Dan Burn, Sven Botman and Fabian Schär. You don't want to be sitting behind any of those in the cinema. As Kenny Tete prepares to take the throw in on the far side from us for Fulham.
Stag do they be good though?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Here is Miley on the halfway line. Gives it to Trippier on the right-hand side. Back in field to Murphy. Safe passage back to Fabian Schär on the edge of his own penalty area. Fulham as one all launched their way forward to press to try and suffocate space, and it nearly works. Bruno Guimaraes passing across his own goal, and Muniz was within a whisker of making an interception.
That was confidence at the highest level, that from Bruno Guimaraes.
He's got that swagger about him though,
Beautiful.
doesn't he? Yeah.
Arrogance, which I love.
Doesn't perspire, Bruno Guimaraes, at times like that. He's cool as. This is Botman just outside his own penalty area, giving it short to Dan Burn. And here is Anthony Gordon, who's come deep inside his own half. He's been involved in that one breakaway counter-attack, Anthony Gordon, but otherwise Newcastle haven't had him in the game in these opening 10 minutes. This is Longstaff on the far side, gives it up towards Gordon. Again, he's well inside his own half. Legs taken out from under him by Harrison Reed. Free kick to Newcastle inside their own half.
Yeah, that was a green light, I think, for Harrison Reed. He thought he could take the ball on the man.
So 5 points, just the 3 league places between them. Placed in the last 16 at stake here. Ream with the interception in ahead of Jacob Murphy on the edge of the Fulham penalty area. Schär gets it back for Newcastle. 0-0 here on 5 Live. Newcastle playing their first game in 2 weeks. Eddie Howe said it hasn't felt like a 2-week break. He said he's had to juggle a lot of balls in the air. If any of the big names do leave, they'd have to bring in contingency replacements. But he has had a chance to get his players on the training pitch quite a lot in those intervening 2 weeks since their last game against Manchester City. Reed's delivery from wide on the right-hand side for Fulham is too far in front of Cordova-Reid, but he sprints out to the sideline on the left-hand side to keep it in play. Robinson has come in support. This is just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Sasa Lukic now more centrally, but a wasted ball floated into the arms of Dubravka. It remains 0-0.
Yeah, going back to, I think, Eddie Howe and the time that he's had on the training ground, don't underestimate how important that is for a manager. You know, in a busy schedule of Carabao Cup games and Champions League games, Premier League games, he hardly had any time in the depleted squad to try and work on systems and patterns of play. And as you said, the last 2 weeks he's had them on the grass.
Tomorrow morning we'll have live coverage of the men's singles final at the Australian Open. Yannick Sinner playing Danny Medvedev. I know you've been enjoying the tennis the last few days, Dan. Yeah?
Oh, I've absolutely loved it. The quarters and the semis of the men's and the women's has been absolutely phenomenal standard.
So commentary on 5 Live tomorrow morning from early. 4 more FA Cup 4th round ties tomorrow. Particularly early start to the Hawthorns. 11:45 for John Murray and Chris Waddle. West Brom against Wolves. You can listen to it here on 5 Live. If the tennis was to run over, we'll start that game on Sports Extra tomorrow, but you can listen to it on BBC Radio. Here is Sean Longstaff midway inside his own half. Referee indicating there was a foul on Bruno Guimaraes there, but he's happy for play to continue because Newcastle still have possession. Longstaff on the halfway line. Dan Burn has set off on a run ahead of him and screaming for it, arms outstretched, begging for the ball to be played to him, but it's through the middle to Isak instead. Isak turns well. Now he gives it to Burn to the byline. Good lunge by Kenny Tete, and Fulham put it out for a Newcastle United corner. Still 0-0 at Craven Cottage.
They are looking to threat Newcastle when they go forward. Interesting that Kieran Trippier's position, even though he wasn't involved in that build-up, was playing really high up in behind Anthony Robinson, Fulham's left back, who's gone really narrow.
In the Women's Super League, it's Brighton 0, Chelsea 3. 2 goals for Lauren James. 5 minutes or so to go in that game in the WSL. Corner for Newcastle.
This is where they could be a threat with their height.
And it's played in very low. It nearly beat Rodak at the near post. I don't think that was intended to be a cross from... Was it Gordon who played it in? And he'll get another chance here. Appeals for a handball from Fulham. Gordon shoots and hits the advertising boards and then hits the rear of the net from the outside.
Well, Rodak was in a world of trouble from the ball in. And on the edge of the box, Anthony Gordon got a lucky break, and once it fell to him from that distance, he hit a fantastic shot, pulled it slightly, but the ball in was a wicked ball in. A couple of players in front of Rodak, which I think took his eye line away from the ball. and he really struggled, but he got a vital left arm to it. Otherwise, that was in the back of the net.
It's an excellent save. We've just seen the replay. Fabian Schär, maybe 3 yards in front of the goalkeeper, gets the tiniest nick on it. Little deflection that changes the trajectory of the ball, and still Rodak was able to make that minor adjustment and make the save. Down the other end comes Fulham. Harrison Reid stopped by a well-timed tackle from Sven Botman, and the ball goes out right down by the corner flag, and I think it's going to be, is it a throw or a corner? I'm not sure, but either way Fulham are going to remain on the attack.
Inspector Gadget legs he had there.
Yeah, indeed, extending all the way from the giant that is Sven Botman. Newcastle fans have a very close-up view of this. Throw in for Kenny Tete for Fulham, near the corner flag on the right-hand side. Comes back to him, then Wilson just nudges it into the penalty area. Muniz is hungry, but outstretches the go-go gadget leg again of Sven Botman, and he prods it away, but only as far as Tete, who'll deliver into the box, and they need a tall player now. Newcastle, Lewis Miley clears away, nearly an opportunity for Dikot over Reid.
Newcastle got very lucky there, because the ball was flighted towards Kieran Trippier. I think he got a call from Dubravka and left it, and Newcastle got lucky.
This is the 4th round of the FA Cup. 0-0 at Craven Cottage on this Saturday evening. And a long crossfield ball by Sasa Lukic goes straight out of play and out for a throw-in to Newcastle on the far side.
Got the feel of a really entertaining game this. Only 15 minutes in, but good tempo to the game. It's lively.
Marcus Silva making 7 changes in the League Cup semi-final defeat, but there has been a hunger about those who've come in, maybe a little bitter that they didn't start in that high-profile game on Wednesday. Dan Burn back to Sven Botman from a left full-back position. He clears it up high towards the halfway line. Issa Diop has got a few inches on Alexander Isak, and he comfortably wins the header, but then it's won back by Bruno Guimaraes in the midfield. Reid relinquishes possession away from him once again. Now Wilson steps into the penalty area. Muniz, shot on target, great save to Dubravka, stretching out his right arm. He seemed to get down a little slow, but he pushed it out for a corner. Fulham's best chance of the game so far.
It's a world-class save, because Muniz, once he takes the shot on, he thinks he scored. He guides it into the bottom left-hand corner, and Dubravka, full stretch, gets fingertip save. That is a world-class save.
Martin Dubravka stepping up to the plate in the absence of Nick Pope in recent times. That was a wonderful reaction, because it wasn't a bad hit at all by Muniz. Here's the corner, played in by Pereira. Diop got up, hung in the air, but the last touch came off a defender, and that's going to be take 2 for Andreas Pereira. It's another Fulham corner on the left-hand side. 0-0 if you're just joining us here on 5 Live.
Yeah, what I've seen with Fulham, I think over the years, they've been really good at set plays. Today they're putting it straight in the box.
Here comes the latest delivery towards that front post area once again, and same outcome as it's headed out for a 3rd corner in immediate succession.
Yeah, they've had great imagination from wide free kicks or corners. The first 2 or 3 tonight, they're putting them straight inside the 6-yard box.
Fulham have already shown this season what a good cup team they are, getting to that League Cup semi-final. How far can they go in the FA Cup? Andreas Pereira towards the front post. Isak again winning the header unopposed, but it'll come back out to Andreas Pereira on the left-hand side. That's a much better delivery this time. Ream got up, but Dan Burn was ahead of him. Now, this is where Newcastle can be dangerous on the counter. Fulham had committed a lot of bodies forward. Isak forced to retreat, though, and you can hear the roar in the background for the Craven Cottage supporters, who for a moment there were worried that Fulham were going to be caught cold. But Lukic did well, and now they've regained possession again.
Not like Alexander Isak, that.
Ball towards Dikot over Reid, who'd made a darting run into the box, but it was millimetres ahead of him, and out it goes for the goal kick.
Yeah, both teams seem really good in transition. I mean, as soon as Fulham give the ball away, Newcastle with their speed, with Isak and Gordon, Murphy on the right-hand side look very dangerous. And I think likewise with Fulham, I think Marco Silva, 18 minutes in, I think we'll be happy.
A reminder, with the Rugby Union Six Nations starting soon, the Rugby Union Weekly podcast becomes daily again from Monday morning. All the build-up with Chris Jones and company, and all the big-name interviews in the build-up to this year's Six Nations, which kicks off next Friday in Marseille. This is Issa Diop, all on his own, midway inside the Fulham half. Longstaff comes charging forward to put a pressure on him, and he turned like an ocean liner there, Diop. A big wide arc of a turn, but he did keep safe possession and plays it back to the goalkeeper, Rodak. This is Miley to Murphy, and now Bruno Guimaraes for Newcastle. Good ball in front of Lewis Miley, and he gets to it ahead of the byline, and he delivers across into the centre, but Harrison Reid was back defending, and that will go out for Newcastle. Throw on the right hand side. Still 0-0.
Went for the wrong option there, Lewis Miley. Tried to clipped the ball towards the near post. All the Newcastle players went far post.
20 minutes in, good competitive cup ties so far. Throw-in is taken by Trippier to Lewis Miley. Murphy lost his footing as he tried to turn. Andreas Pereira will pick it up for Fulham, and he goes long, and Nunez trying to get in around the back of Scher. Great determination. How did Scher bring him down? It's a free kick to Fulham, and the referee is reaching for his pocket, and I think this is the right decision. I think Fabian Scher will say it's a natural coming together. It's an accidental collision, but I think he knew what he was doing there, because Nunez was about to go past him, and he's the one who forces the collision. What do you think, Don Hutchison?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think in real time I thought it was a ball over the top, and I thought it was a collision, but seeing the replay and seeing the facial expressions of Fabian Scher, he knew he was never getting there. He was in a foot race with Manise, and he was never getting there.
Good decision from Jared Gillett. Fabian Scher's got to be careful now on the yellow card for the remainder of this cup tie this evening at Craven Cottage. Free kick to Fulham. It's not a shooting position. It's a crossing location wide on the left-hand side, but it's certainly an opportunity to send the bodies forward, and for Andreas Pereira or Harry Wilson, both of them very dangerous in dead ball situations, to try and provide something here. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 0.
Well, if it is Pereira, what you're taught in this situation, being a right-footed player, you're taught to aim for the far post, and then you're hoping it might get a Newcastle deflection or a Fulham player getting in behind. The trickier one is if Wilson takes it being a lefty.
So Andreas Pereira leaves it for Harry Wilson, and it's a swinger in towards the far post, and it flashed through everyone. Tim Ream has kept it in play. Harrison Reed scoops it back into the centre. Diop got a touch, but not goal bound. And with some relief, Newcastle hammer it away into the crowd.
Super delivery that from Harry Wilson. On his left foot, he had a corridor from the 18-yard box towards the 6-yard box, and it was a brilliant delivery. It had Newcastle defenders scrambling massively.
It's the sort of delivery that Fulham need to create with a little bit more regularity now. They've been in attacking positions regularly. They've had one excellent chance from Nunez, which was saved by the goalkeeper Dubravka. Harrison Reed was in an offside position here as the ball is played to him, and that is going to be a free kick to Newcastle midway inside their own half. FA Cup highlights this evening, by the way, on BBC One at 10:30, same tomorrow night. And if 10:30 tonight's a bit late for you on this Saturday evening, it is repeated at 7:30 in the morning. This is Fabian Scher, right full-back position for Newcastle. Nunez comes forward to try and put pressure on him. Scher has played a rather wayward pass, and he's given it away inside his own half. Harry Wilson turns midway inside Newcastle territory, gives it short to Sasa Lukic, the Serb. Back to Wilson again, to the edge of the area to Nunez. This is good stuff from Fulham. Tete, chance to cross on the right-hand side, not a good delivery, straight at Miley. And Newcastle clear away, but a terrible clearance, and straight to Diop. Here come Fulham. Robinson down the left-hand side, hangs one into Dubravka, decided early he was coming. Good goalkeeping, grabs it high above his head. Don Hutchison.
Just miscommunication there. Gimenez tried to play a ball into Isak's feet, who wanted it in behind. If he had played it in behind, Isak was in.
Newcastle have come here this evening, high work rate as always, extra battery power in the banks, having had the 2 weeks off since their last fixture. But Fulham, energised with the 7 inclusions into their team from their last fixture, are matching Newcastle in terms of work rate so far. And apart from one really good counter-attack, Eddie Howe's team have not been able to get in behind the Fulham defence at all tonight.
I think that's absolutely fair, but I think at the same time, I think if they tighten up their passing, I think there's been a few occasions where if the final ball had been better, there's encouraging signs.
Scher gives it forward to Isak, controls in his chest. Tim Ream bearing down upon him at the back, and the Swedish international spins away, finds a bit of space, and gives it back to Longstaff first, who's in turn given it out to Gordon on the far side. Newcastle in possession, halfway line, 0-0 at Craven Cottage, and now Trippier will bring it forward down the right-hand side. He's right-footed delivery into the penalty area, is too close to the goalkeeper, and Rodak can make the save. All over the Women's Super League, Brighton against Chelsea. Here's Flo Pollock.
Chelsea beat Brighton 3-0 to extend their lead at the top of the WSL to 6 points. 2 sublime first-time finishes from Lauren James, Frank Kirby with the other, a debut too for Chelsea's new striker Myra Ramirez. Full-time Brighton 0, Chelsea 3.
Thanks very much, Flo. By the way, the draw for the FA Cup 5th round takes place tomorrow afternoon. You can listen to it live here on 5 Live at around about 2:10. Tim Ream has possession for Fulham, just inside his own half. Fulham in the white shirts, black shorts, black socks, playing right to left as we look down. Robinson, 10 yards into Newcastle territory. There's a press put upon him by Jacob Murphy. Back to Tim Ream again, who looks up, and then he sends an expansive crossfield ball, good idea, out to Harry Wilson wide on the right wing. He'll bring it forward towards the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, plays a 1-2 with Kenny Tete, down goes Wilson in the penalty area, but to his credit, he doesn't make a big song and dance about it. He realises that there wasn't a foul there, and no penalty to Fulham as the ball goes out of play for a Fulham throw.
Yeah, I think he knew it wasn't a foul. I think he just lost his foot, and I think it was there wasn't even a nudge from Anthony Gordon. I thought there was. There was never a penalty.
At this stage on Wednesday, Fulham were 1-0 down to Liverpool. 0-0 for the moment. 25 minutes on the clock. We wait for the corner kick delivery right hand side. Newcastle have brought all 11 players back into the penalty area to defend it. There's a huddle of Fulham players around about the penalty spot. It's Andreas Pereira to take, short run up, place it to the edge of the box. So he was trying to pick out Bobby De Cordova-Reid, but Fabian Schär was all over that, makes the interception, and there's a chance of a counter-attack. But talk about shutting it down. Anthony Robinson slides in, perfect sliding tackle to stop Fabian Schär.
Please never take that away from the game. That was a proper old-school 50-50.
It was at Chelsea last night when Emi Martinez, the Aston Villa goalkeeper, had to come out of his box, the sort of sweeper-keeper role, and make a slide tackle just like that. And I interviewed him after the game, and he said I was worried coming out because if I get this wrong, it's a red card. But as you say, when it's executed well, it's a crucial part of the game. Rodek steps out of his penalty area to launch it forward for Fulham here. Muniz doesn't even challenge Fabian Schär as the ball comes down inside the Newcastle half. But Andreas Pereira gets it back here, near the centre circle, veering across the pitch from left to right. Then he cuts back, gives it short to Sasa Lukic. Robinson always a willing recipient of possession wide on the left for Fulham. Back into Lukic once again. They try this crossfield ball again that has been used regularly in the first half, but Dan Burn rises and makes the interception. And the ball goes out of play on the far side, and that is a throw into Fulham.
They've grown into the game well, haven't they, Fulham? And they looked a little bit nervy, a little bit edgy. Some of their big players sitting on the bench for I think the last 10-15 minutes. They've been a better side.
Rodek has possession. Bernd Leno, of course, the regular first choice goalkeeper for Fulham. Malak Rodek, the Slovakian. Fulham trying to play their way out from deep inside their own half. Tete has been able eventually to give the slip to Longstaff, and then Longstaff battles back and briefly wins possession for Newcastle, but Reid was in support and Fulham hold on to the ball. And this is Wilson infield to Andreas Pereira, midway into Newcastle territory, but he's passed wide out to the right hand side, is pushed too far in front of Harrison Reid, and that gives possession back to the visitors. Still 0-0.
Shame that, because that should have been an easy ball for Pereira, just a 10-15 yard ball into Harrison Reid's feet.
And so the FA Cup games tomorrow: West Brom Wolves, the early kick-off 11:45. At 2 o'clock, Watford take on Southampton. 2:30, Liverpool against Norwich. Steve Crossman will be presenting 5 Live Sport from Anfield tomorrow. Liverpool's first game since Jurgen Klopp's announcement that he's leaving at the end of the season. And then at 4:30, Newport against Manchester United, which is a game you can watch on BBC television. That's on BBC One tomorrow at 4:30. Tomorrow evening, for both NFL fans and I guess Swifties, we've got live commentary of Kansas City Chiefs against Baltimore Ravens. 0-0 here at Craven Cottage. Good pressure, good tracking back by Harry Wilson to put the ball out for a throw-in. Dan Burn will take it for Newcastle in front of the dugouts. So with a flurry of early chances in the game done, but this has now become a game that could really do with a goal to liven things up.
Yeah, I think Newcastle, being the away side, though, realise that they're in a proper game, so they're digging in. They're away from home in an FA Cup game, so they're doing the right thing. They're not just committing lots of bodies forward. But I think Fulham have got a grasp on the game, but still I think Newcastle, with their talent, if they can get them final balls correct into Isak's feet, they can be a danger. It's a good game to watch, though, tactically.
Dan Burn has it on the halfway line. Newcastle in the change trip this evening, the green shirts. Bruno Guimaraes looks up, tries to send a crossfield ball. It's too high for Jacob Murphy. Robinson is back covering, and the American fullback will just shield and shepherd, and the ball eventually trickles out by the corner flag and out for a goal kick to Fulham.
Two very difficult players to try and get in behind in Kenny Tete, Anthony Robinson, both unbelievably quick.
Eddie Howe gets out his little notebook and makes a few scribbles. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 0. I mentioned that there's some good news about players on the verge of returning. One of those is Harvey Barnes, so I think that's the kind of energy that Newcastle will be delighted to get back in the team. He was flying in the early weeks of his Newcastle career before injury. Isak tries to get in around the back of Sasa Lukic, and Tim Ream dramatically flies through the air, ponytail bellowing in the breeze behind him as he clears it away. But here come Newcastle again. Gordon tries to break into the penalty area, runs into the brick wall that is Issa Diop. Fulham missing a few players away at the Africa Cup of Nations. Alex Iwobi's with Nigeria. Calvin Bassey's with the Nigerians as well. Fodo Ballo-Touré with Senegal. Both Nigeria and Senegal have progressed to the last 16 stage of the Africa Cup of Nations. Forwards Canada play again for another possession for Newcastle in their defence, and it's rolled back to Dubravka.
He'd love some of them bodies back, wouldn't he? The legs, the likes of Harvey Barnes and young players like Joe Willock, Callum Wilson. You need these guys fit, available.
I know all teams suffer injuries, but I think Newcastle and Tottenham have been the two that you just feel you'd love to see how good they would be if they had the full squad available.
Yeah, I think, but to be fair to Eddie Howe, I think there was a spate of games, felt like a couple of months where he was playing his strongest 11, but there was no depth on the bench because they were all injured, so the same 11 had to go game after game after game, and that is taxing. It's hard work.
I mentioned the Africa Cup of Nations. Angola beat Namibia by 3-0 to get into the quarterfinals earlier on today. Nigeria against Cameroon kicks off in about half an hour's time. You can watch that game on BBC 3, I believe. So half an hour played at Craven Cottage. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 0. Tim Ream has given the ball away here. Straight to Sean Longstaff, chance for Newcastle, but Jacob Murphy has given it away. He tried a cut ball low into the box looking for Alexander Isak, and Ream was able to intercept for Fulham.
That's the final ball. That's the final ball when you put a little bit of pressure on Fulham and you win the ball back high up the pitch. That's where you have to make that pass stick.
Another chance for Isak, taking on Ream, goes straight through him into the penalty area. Isak around the goalkeeper, but too tight to the byline, and out it goes for a goal kick. That was an energetic burst into the penalty area, and he just took it too tight to the byline.
Why is he not shot? Once he gets inside the 18-yard box, he went for the harder skill. The shot was to dink it over the goalkeeper, and on the angle he's went for a couple of more touches, took it wide of the goal, and then the finish was never on. He was bearing down on Rodak through his legs, or a little dink. That was the finish. I think he overcomplicated that.
5 goals in his last 4 games in all competitions for Alexander Isak, who is Newcastle's top scorer in all competitions. Here is Rodrigo Muniz down the other end for Fulham, but good marking by Scher. Kicked his iron in, went across to the left-back position for Newcastle and put the ball out of play for a Fulham throw.
He's been a willing runner, and I have to say he's ran the channels well.
Throw in for Fulham. This is level with the edge of the penalty area that they attack. Kenny Tete, Dutch international defender, takes his time over it and then throws it into the box looking for Muniz, and it's intercepted by Longstaff and out for another Fulham throw. Wins today in Scotland for Rangers, Celtic, Hearts, Dundee. Kilmarnock and Hibs drew 2-2. There was a 1-1 draw between St Johnstone and Motherwell. Here is Harry Wilson, midway inside Newcastle territory, central position, gives it out to Robinson, who's got room on the left. Trippier's quick to come across to him. Now Diko Dover-Reid to the byline, sends it across with interest. Muniz swivels, shoots, great effort, and deflected away for a corner. That's proper number 9 centre forward play from Rodrigo Muniz there. He had to swivel 360 degrees, and he very nearly got the shot in on target.
Oh, massive block from Sven Botman, though, putting him under pressure, but you're right, it was great centre forward play. Back towards goal, take one touch, swivel. You know the goals are not going to move. Try and bury it in one of the corners. So super block from Botman.
33 minutes played. Corner to Fulham. Right hand side as they come forward. Andreas Pereira. Right footed delivery. One at the front post by Trippier. And they want a corner, but sure that was won by Trippier. The referee says goal kick.
I agree. I thought it was a corner. Not easy for the referee to try and spot though. So if you're joining our coverage late here, there's been good chances at both ends, but 0-0 it remains between Fulham and Newcastle to see who goes into the 5th round of the FA Cup. There would be a replay back up at St James's Park if this game was to finish all square. Bruno Guimaraes rolls it back to Dubravka, who's wearing a sort of teal blue away to our left hand side. He gives it short to Fabian Scher. Long delivery up towards the halfway line is straight to Issa Diop. Bruno Guimaraes though will win it back near the centre circle for Newcastle. Lewis Miley back to Dan Burn. Great energy about Harrison Reed as he sprints forward to put pressure on Newcastle, and he's supported by Wilson, and Wilson's fouled by Burn, and free kick to Fulham.
they have regained possession thanks to sheer willpower there as much as anything else.
Well, that was just brilliant work in closing down. They put Bruno Guimaraes under a little bit of pressure, and he tried a little flick ball to the side, and the Fulham players read it.
Most of the action in this first half, the greater majority of it, has been in the end of the field that Newcastle are defending. And Wilson, who was the player fouled for the free kick, is slow to get up. He's holding his shoulder. He's got his right hand draped across his body, and he's nursing his left shoulder ahead of this free kick on the edge of the Newcastle penalty area.
It sort of depends how you see this. If you're Eddie Howe, you're obviously worried because the state of the game, you're 0-0 away from home 10 minutes before kick-off, but they've not really played. So he might go into the dressing room at half-time thinking, we've not played here, we've not played anywhere near our best. So they need improvement. That's encouraging. At the same time, you don't want to fall behind.
It is 20 minutes since Newcastle last had a shot. Anthony Gordon's effort was in the 14th minute. We're now at 34. And the free kick with Wilson back up on his feet and able to continue. Looks like it's going to be taken by Pereira on the far side. And Newcastle are holding a line along the edge of the penalty area. So there's a gap between that defensive line and the goalkeeper Dubravka.
Yeah, Issa Diop is just standing in an awkward area, nowhere near the giants of Newcastle. So I've got a feeling he might try and peel around the far post.
Here it comes from Pereira, right-footed delivery. Jumping was Dan Burn, flashed through a few bodies at the back post who weren't ready for it. And Trippier doesn't take any chances, puts it out for a Fulham throw. It's Issa Diop, who's by far the tallest member of the Fulham playing staff, but he enters the land of the giants when he goes forward into the Newcastle penalty area with the opponent's defenders. Robinson's throw back to Tim Ream. Inside the Newcastle half. Lukic back to Ream again. Good energy by Jacob Murphy, and Ream is forced to retreat. And back he goes to the goalkeeper Rodak away to our right-hand side. 10 minutes to go to half-time. Diop, right full-back position for Fulham, gives it to Kenny Tete. Both teams who have pressed high, that neither side has allowed the other at any time in this game to just gently advance up to the halfway line. It is hounding every occasion.
Yeah, I think Harry Wilson's struggling now. I think he's struggling with that shoulder. Must have took an awkward one when he hit the turf.
Well, you mentioned right at the very start tonight, Don, that Fulham's team always looks better with Willian in the side. It'll be interesting this early in proceedings if Harry Wilson does have to depart. Would Willian be the player introduced as his replacement?
I honestly think Fulham are a different side when Willian plays. As I said, I've seen them so many times this season. I've seen them at their best. The worst game I've seen them play was when they lost 3-0 against Bournemouth, and it could have been 5 or 6. And Willian wasn't available that day. I think he makes the difference. I think he's got quality, he's got experience, he's got a swagger about him where he can handle the ball. And I think the other Fulham players, I think they've got total confidence when Willian's on the pitch.
So treatment being continued on Harry Wilson. They've not made a change yet. There is activity in the technical area, but it appears Marco Silva is hoping that Harry Wilson's going to be okay to continue. Because he's had treatment, he's got to stay off the field. Fulham temporarily down to 10 men. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 0 in the FA Cup 4th round.
Could be like a power move, that, couldn't it? Managers get wind of a player going off the pitch, he has to stay off for 30 seconds. I wonder if in the future you might see managers commit more bodies forward in that 30 seconds.
Do you know what? It's funny you say that. Something like that happened at Stamford Bridge last night. I thought exactly that Villa had the ball and they didn't do anything greatly energetic with it. I thought, hang on, this is a chance. You're playing against 10 men for the next.
I mean, you could put Sven Botman up there for 30 seconds, or Fabian Schär, just do something a little bit off the cuff, something different.
Absolutely. Right, Newcastle have won a corner down the other end. Jacob Murphy will take it. And Newcastle send their tall, burly defenders forward. Murphy rolls it short to Sean Longstaff, who made himself available. Back to Murphy again. Back deeper to Trippier. This is a rehearsed move. Trippier hangs it in towards the far post. Dan Burn heads it down. A lot of Fulham defenders back there, but they can't get it away. And a shot into the back of the net is scored by Sean Longstaff. That was a sweet connection. There wasn't a defender guarding the post, and it drills low into the back of the net. Newcastle with 7 minutes to go to half-time score. Fulham's complaints are long and loud. Their players are swarming around the referee, but it's Fulham 0, Newcastle 1.
Well, listen to the noise away to our left-hand side from the Newcastle fans. That was drilled into the bottom corner. I think the Fulham players are asking the question if the referee with potential handball. It did strike a hand, but I've got to say I didn't think it was intentional. I'd be stunned if this goal gets disallowed. It's a brilliant strike from Longstaff.
Right, we're getting to see a replay of it. It is Bruno Guimaraes. There is no doubt the ball hits his hand. Now, if this is a defender, we say, well, is it a natural position and all that? It certainly is.
Close proximity.
Because he's an attacker, the rules are slightly different here. And the VAR, who is Tony Harrington tonight, they have VAR, assistant VAR and support VAR. So multiple eyeballs perusing this to see if the goal will be decided. I think it'll be given, but I think I'm with you, Dan.
I totally agree. I think the ball was smashed off Bruno Guimaraes' arm from probably half a yard away. It wasn't Bruno that scored. That would have been a different story. That's a different conversation. The goal would have been disallowed. But the fact that it then felt the Longstaff and he buries it, I think they'll check it. I think they'll take their time, and the goal's been given.
It is Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1. Bruno Guimaraes was not the goal scorer, so despite it quite clearly hitting his arm, it is not handball, and it is a goal to Newcastle. All the little nuances, every different occasion it's slightly different, but that I feel was the right decision.
100% it was the right decision. I've seen this movie before, and I thought Fulham were by far the better side for about 15-20 minutes, but I always thought Newcastle on the counter have got the quality at the top end of the pitch. I didn't see it coming from a set play, but I felt as though Newcastle weren't really playing that well, but they still offered a threat.
Good time to score for Newcastle, 5 minutes to go to half-time. How deflating will this be for Fulham after the disappointment of losing their League Cup semi-final on Wednesday? How will they react to this? We will monitor their progress over the next few minutes to half-time. Rodek's delivery is very weak. That was so easy for Longstaff to intercept it. And he's headed the ball to Jacob Murphy, who tried a backheel, but the impressive Robinson intercepted that. Then Bruno Guimaraes commits a foul, free kick to Fulham outside their penalty area.
I'll tell you what I didn't notice, Connor, unless you did. I wasn't sure if Harry Wilson was back on the pitch. The corner from the right-hand side for Newcastle. I couldn't quite see it.
Good point. I do not know.
I'm having a little look at the replay. Yeah, he is. He's on the edge of the box.
Okay, yeah. So there won't be a complaint about that. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1, and all the talk about whether it was going to be handball or not, just a word of appreciation for such a lovely strike from Sean Longstaff on his left pen.
Yeah, great strike. He struck it really true, which gave Rodak absolutely no chance. But that goal should give Newcastle now confidence. Great time to score.
Sean Longstaff, who scored against Fulham here last season at Craven Cottage, a game that Newcastle won by 4-1. It's his 4th goal of this campaign in all competitions. Bruno Guimaraes rolls the ball to Fabian Schär, back into the Brazilian, onto Isak.
Oh, now they're flowing. Now Newcastle are flowing.
You can see it. Visible body language improvement from Newcastle, having taken the lead. Gordon sprints and he's unable to keep the ball in play on the far side. Tonight's attendance 18,960 inside Craven Cottage. Reduced capacity because of the building works on the stand on the far side, but even so it's not a full house. Otherwise there are a smattering of empty seats. I know that Fulham were trying to bolster the attendance in the week. They offered heavily discounted tickets for kids and the like, but the ball does go out of play for a match, of course, that is on television as well, so some fans may have opted for the comfort of their sofa and living room this evening instead.
What do you think Newcastle have bought there behind the goal?
Well, do you want to know the official is 4, and there's no way it's 4, is it?
No chance. I'm thinking 9. I could be way off, but it's definitely not 4.
There's been a few Geordie accents who've been very posh on the phone saying, hello, resident of Hammersmith here. I would like to inquire of some of your tickets. Here comes Tete down the right-hand side, rolls the ball in front of Wilson into the penalty area. And Lewis Miley is back to help, and then Bruno Guimaraes puts it one side of Lukic and runs around the other, and then his ball was the right idea, but you're right, Don, he rushed it.
He had options. If he had took his time there, he had Jacob Murphy to the right-hand side and Isak right through the middle, and he rushed it.
Anthony Robinson will play it back to Rodek. That is normally the position where Bruno Guimaraes does take his time, does make the right call. If he gets another opportunity, I'm sure he will. Tim Ream here rolls it back to Rodek once again.
Joe, it might be the conversation, I think, for Eddie Howe to say to his players at half-time, just take that extra touch. Be assured, because there's going to be more chances for Newcastle. I see it.
Dan Burn at left back, under pressure from the Welsh international Harry Wilson, has got to retreat, and he's nearly at the byline now. But he kept his nerve, eventually turned 180 degrees and was able to clear the ball away. Fulham get it back on the halfway line. Issa Diop, great energy from Gordon to try and close him down. Muniz though, with a lovely flick of a layoff, and Reid will give it to Wilson on the right hand side. 4 white shirts in the penalty area. Back to Kenny Tete. Here comes the delivery. This needs to be good. Muniz gets up, but he was slightly leaning backwards and he couldn't get any propulsion on the header, and it's an easy save for Dubravka.
Yeah, good move. I think Willian's going to come on, so he's obviously struggling, Harry Wilson. They've got the option of leaving it a minute or two just to see if they can assess him before half time.
Yes, you'd imagine it will be quite cut and dry if they make the change now in the 45th minute. There'll be a little bit added on for stoppages, but you would imagine if there was any chance of Harry Wilson continuing, they would just give it those extra few minutes. Trippier forward to Alexander Isak. Great turn on Ream, and he's played it in ahead of Jacob Murphy. Is he onside? Into the penalty area. Murphy to the bottom corner, but now the flag rises. And we did think, just as it happened in real time, that looked to be offside. The officials who are under instruction to play on if they think there's any doubt. Brilliant finish from Murphy, but it is offside by quite some distance.
Yeah, he went early. Well, that is case in point. If you get a ball into Alexander Isak and his first touch is on, all the Newcastle players then ran off him because they had total trust he's going to take care of the ball. So that's another positive.
3 minutes being added on for stoppages at the end of the first half. Second goal for Newcastle there, and it could have been done and dusted for Fulham tonight. Harry Wilson will not see it through to half-time. On comes Willian, winner of 5 major trophies in his Chelsea career. Can he help get Fulham back into this cup game, trailing as they do by 1-0? And Fulham will hope that that isn't anything too serious for Harry Wilson. They're in the middle of a run of 3 home games in a row this week. They have another one on Tuesday with a visit of Everton.
He's a game changer, Willian. I think he's quality. So he'll be looking to try and get on the ball as much as possible.
So Sasa Lukic in the midfield. Reminder, if you missed the team news earlier on, that a lot of the mainstays of the Fulham side, like João Palhinha and Raul Jimenez and Tom Kearney, they're on the bench tonight. Gordon with a little flick looking for Miley. Didn't have enough conviction on it, and Fulham get it back. Nice touch, Bobby Dicko over Reid to Kenny Tete. Low ball into the area. Willian could have scored with his first touch, but Trippier got there first and put it out for a corner. Well, this is good body language from Fulham. They haven't dropped the head since going behind, and that was a decent opportunity.
It was a great ball in from Kenny Tete, but again, Newcastle, Anthony Gordon rushing the pass, who give it away, but a brilliant ball across the 6-yard box. Well dealt with from Kieran Trippier, far post.
Willian will take the corner, too low towards the front post. Murphy's header. Bruno Guimaraes tried to continue the clearance, but Robinson gets it back and sends it to the Fulham goalkeeper Rodek, away to our right hand side. We've played almost 2 of the 3 minutes that are being added on. Sean Longstaff's goal, which has come late in this first half, separating the teams as things stand. Newcastle going through to the 5th round of the FA Cup, but there is a long time to go. Heavy fall here for Dan Burn, is it, on the far side?
Yeah.
And they'll just make sure, Newcastle, that he's okay.
He just went over the top. He was winning the header all day long, but he just went over the top of Kenny Tete, landed awkwardly on his back. I think he'll be okay, but it might have shook him slightly.
Yeah, it's a big thud to the ground to Dan Burn, who has had back injuries. This is Tim Ream inside his own centre. Oh, penalty area. He's played a brave and ultimately accurate, but boy, was it high risk pass to Andreas Pereira. Anyway, let's see if Fulham can benefit. It's a great one from Pereira to the edge of the area, and then maybe caught it about 3 minds there. He sends a shot wide of the target. He had options left, right. He decided to shoot, but not with conviction.
Well, Newcastle went all in there with a very, very high aggressive press, and Fabian Schär was completely out of position. Once Pereira got away from him, Schär was never catching him.
So it's Pereira, whose 1 goal this season came in August against Arsenal. Scored very early in that game.
We're seeing a couple of Newcastle youngsters that have been taught well. No tops on.
You see, you wonder why sane adults who support Newcastle go bare-chested, but it's been drilled into them from an early age.
Great parenting in my book.
There is kids who are, 8 or 9 years of age.
Tops off.
Who've been told, get that top off for you. Who do you think you are? Bare-chested in January. Chance for Bobby Dicko over Reid, and he won the slide tackle against Dan Burn, but the ball eventually guided too close to Dubravka, who's able to clear it away. That's the final action of the first half at Craven Cottage. High octane, high energy, end-to-end stuff for most of that. Fulham, who had a lot of chances but couldn't score. However, Newcastle took the big chance when it came their way. Sean Longstaff, neat left-footed finish into the bottom corner. It had glanced the arm of Bruno Guimaraes in the build-up, but the VAR was satisfied that it was not a foul, and Eddie Howe's team have the lead at the break. Don Hutchison.
It's been a fantastic game. Newcastle, I think, even though they've got the scoreline, I think Marco Silva will be quite happy the way they've played and contributed to the game. I think Eddie Howe going in at half-time, I think he'll say to his players, he'll try to give them a little bit of confidence because of the scoreline, but Newcastle can improve so much, I think. I think they've competed well. I think the final ball at times has just been off. But I see if Newcastle make it stick and get that ball into Isak, they'll get more chances in this game.
Yeah, Fulham, who were 1-0 down at half-time on Wednesday against Liverpool, and they did come back for 1-1 in the second half. That's what they've got to try and do again. Willian has come on just ahead of the break, and it'll be interesting to see, Don, how ambitious Marco Silva is in introducing a few of the other frontline players in the second period. How much does he really want this?
Well, exactly, that's the question. Great question that is, and if you asked him, I think he'll leave it for probably the next 15 minutes of the game when they come out and see how the team reacts after one or two pointers, I think, in his team talk. I think the personnel's there for him. I think in terms of their attitude and their ability, I think Fulham have played quite well. They just haven't got that goal. They don't really look like scoring, I think, as much as Newcastle do. But I think being the home side, I think in the FA Cup, 4th round, 45 minutes to go, you've got to go for it.
All right, half-time at Craven Cottage. It is Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1. And here on 5 Live is Mike McCarthy.
Connor, thank you. Back with Conor McNamara and Don Hutchison for the second half at Craven Cottage. In a moment, we're going to take you through all the reaction as Maidstone caused one of the great FA Cup shocks this afternoon. England have hope in the first test in India, and Arina Sabalenka defends her Australian Open singles title as well. But first, let's get the latest news with Stuart Clarkson.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Mike, thank you. Good evening. Israel's foreign minister has called on more countries to suspend funding for the United Nations agency that assists Palestinian refugees in Gaza. The UK has followed the US in pausing support for UNRWA after allegations emerged that some of its staff were involved in the 7th of October attacks on Israel. Chris Guinness is a former spokesman for the agency.
The donors have said repeatedly that UNRWA's work is life-saving. It has said that UNRWA contributes through its human development and humanitarian work to the stability of the Middle East. So it's very sad to be seeing those same donors withdrawing their funds to these life-saving and regionally stabilising services.
The Post Office says its chairman was asked to stand down by the Business Secretary, Kemi Badenoch, appearing to contradict an earlier statement by the government that said the two had reached a mutual agreement. Henry Staunton has been leading the state-owned business as it came under criticism over the Horizon IT scandal, which saw branch managers wrongly convicted of fraud and theft. Firefighters in Liverpool have been tackling a huge fire in a building close to the city centre. Large plumes of smoke dominated the skyline for much of the afternoon. Merseyside Fire and Rescue say it's been brought under control now. Candles are being lit and displayed in windows across the country to mark Holocaust Memorial Day. Several landmarks, including the London Eye and Cardiff Castle, have been lit up in purple tonight on the 79th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz in the Second World War. John Lewis and Partners says it's coming up with plans to cut a large amount of its workforce as it tries to return to profit. Reports suggest up to 11,000 jobs are at risk at John Lewis and Waitrose. Here's our business correspondent Mark Ashdown.
The darling of the high street, isn't it? But even John Lewis not immune to these gloomy financial pressures. It's been hit by high inflation, soaring freight, energy, staffing costs. It posted just its second ever full year loss back in March, £230 million. Now more pain, it seems.
And the world's largest cruise ship is due to set off from Florida on its maiden voyage. The Icon of the Seas has room for almost 8,000 passengers and features a 16-metre waterfall and 6 water slides. Environmental groups have criticised the vessel because it runs on liquefied natural gas, which emits methane into the atmosphere.
This remains one of the toughest processes around.
On BBC iPlayer,
I need you to create a virtual escape room.
The Apprentice is back.
So excited to be here in Budapest.
I want you to launch a new Formula E team.
Every second counts!
You lost me money.
Sorry, guys, shush. Just tell the truth.
You've been using crumble. The fish cake.
You kidding?
The Apprentice.
You're fired.
Starts Thursday on BBC iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
So Sean Longstaff with the only goal as Newcastle lead Fulham at half-time in the FA Cup fourth round. Second half commentary to come. For now, though, let's take you through the reaction of what's been an incredible day so far in the fourth round. The biggest shock came at Portman Road, where Championship promotion hopefuls Ipswich defeated 2-1 by Maidstone United of the National League South. Maidstone manager George Elokobi masterminded the win.
We knew we wouldn't create too many chances, but it was about when you have half a chance, can we take it? And I thought today, both finishes were just out of this world. Lemas one, sublime, the calmness, the composure, the pass itself through the defensive line, and the run itself to stay onside, and then that composure and the execution was just, sublime. And Sam Corn is Mr. Cool when he's in and around that 18-yard, 6-yard box. He picks his spot, and more often, he buries them.
How long did that clock seem to take to go down in the last 10 minutes? How long did that feel, that second half?
The second half, to be honest, went too quick for me. When the 8 minutes went up, I was pumped. I wanted us to carry on going. I wanted us to keep fighting, to keep making that one more run, one more tackle. Each and every player today on that pitch in the squad, the boys that are injured, this is for them, for their families. And I want them to enjoy this moment and keep this moment with them for the rest of their lives.
Maidstone manager George Elokobi. You can see highlights of that one and indeed all the fourth round ties so far on the BBC Sport website, including this one where Luton scored late on, winning 2-1 at Everton. Here's the winning goal scorer, Cauley Woodrow.
Obviously, big result for us. Lovely to get through to the next round, and Everton a good side as well. Obviously, we're competing against them in the league at the minute, and so for us to come out on top today is really pleasing.
And can I just ask, in terms of a good FA Cup run, is that something you look at and think, yes, it's exactly what we want, particularly when we prove to ourselves we can come and win here again at the likes of Everton? Or do you think actually it might be a distraction from the league this season?
No, definitely not. I think you look at the team that the gaffer put out today, it's a strong side, and we sort of treated it like a league game really, because we wanted to come here and show Everton what we're about, because we're competing against them at the minute in the league. We're very tight with them, and we wanted to come here and win, and that's what we've done, and it's definitely not a distraction. I think over the years, I speak for probably all the lads, the FA Cup's amazing. It's a great competition and something that we want to go far in, so really happy to win.
Cauley Woodrow, who told us before he broke his hand before scoring that winner for Luton today at Goodison Park. João Pedro scoring a hat-trick as Brighton won 5-2 at Sheffield United, much to the delight of his manager Roberto De Zerbi.
João Pedro is a very important player for us. I think he can play better, he can improve, he has a step more to improve. He has to be happy for this moment, but he has to know he can play better, he can push more, he can become a great player.
Well, the day's other FA Cup results: Leicester beating Birmingham by 3-0. Leeds and Plymouth will need a replay. 1-1 it finished at Ellen Road. The fifth round draw, by the way, ahead of Liverpool-Norwich tomorrow. That's a 2:30 kick-off, which you can hear here on 5 Live Sport. In the Scottish Premiership, it's as you were at the top. Rangers won 1-0 at St Mirren. Celtic responded with a 1-0 win over Ross County, so they've restored their 5-point advantage. Meanwhile, in the Championship, Sunderland midfielder Alex Pritchard refused to play in their 3-1 victory over Stoke, taking attention really away from a much-needed win for Sunderland boss Michael Beale. Chelsea 6 points clear at the top of the Women's Super League as well after a 3-0 win at Brighton. Manchester City in second. They go to Spurs tomorrow. Cricket now, a brilliant century from Ollie Pope's giving England hope after day 3 of the first test against India. Pope hit 148 not out to give England a lead of 126 runs going into day 4. Here's Joe Root reflecting on a remarkable day.
Had a bit of everything, didn't it? I think from our perspective, from England perspective, coming into the day, to be as clinical as we were in the morning and to have that same approach, it'd be easy to sort of sit back and wait for something to happen. I don't think we did that. I think we managed to get the job done pretty quickly, and then right from the off, that opening partnership, they've been so good for us at the top of the order for a good while now. To set the tone as they always do was a really important phase of the game, and then some of the partnership that followed as well were just incredible. Popey in particular, obviously to score a score like that in India anyway is always an extremely brilliant achievement, but on that surface, in the situation of the game, I think from all of the tours and times that I've played at, I've not seen anything like that. That was an absolute masterclass on how to play in these conditions, and from what he's been through, a serious injury, missing out on half the Ashes series, to have all that time away from the game, to then come back straight away as vice-captain in a pressure moment, stand up and deliver like that, I think shows a huge amount of his character and obviously his ability and skill as a player. But I think the nous and the mindset that he had throughout that whole innings was exceptional, really, to be able to manoeuvre the field the way he did, manipulate the ball into the gaps, find ways of scoring all around the wicket, made it very difficult for one to then bowl 6 balls at him and build any sort of pressure on him, but also for them to keep the board quiet, and then that's what we're about as a team in general, as a philosophy batting wise. But for him to do that so clinically and ruthlessly it was an absolute masterclass. I'm so pleased for him. He deserves it. He works really hard and deserves everything that comes his way, and the fact that he's not out as well means, you know, there's more of it to come tomorrow. Look forward to everyone to tune in, listen in and watch hopefully some more of the same.
Joe Root there. There's more reaction and analysis from Jonathan Agnew, Phil Tufnell and Deepdust Gupta on the TMS podcast on BBC Sounds. Elsewhere, Australia need another 156 runs to win the second test against West Indies in Brisbane. The hosts closed day 3 on 60 for 2. Steve Smith, he's not out on 33. Australia already 1-0 up in the 2-match series. From Brisbane to Melbourne next, where Arina Sabalenka has won the women's singles title at the Australian Open for the second year running. A victory watched by correspondent Russell Fuller.
It was a very accomplished win, Mark, and looking back at the fortnight as a whole, a fuss-free defence of her title by Arina Sabalenka. 6-3, 6-2 in the final in an hour and 16 minutes. In all honesty, the result was never in doubt. And I think what makes it more impressive is that a lot of players have struggled when defending a Grand Slam title for the first time. But Sabalenka has managed to win the title again without dropping a set. And she has not just the power, but also the control these days. She very much believes in herself. What a contrast since she's had that nasty dose of the serving yips a couple of years ago. She is the first player since her compatriot Victoria Azarenka 11 years ago to successfully defend the title here in Melbourne.
It's been an amazing couple of weeks, and I couldn't imagine myself lifting this trophy one more time, and it's an unbelievable feeling right now, and I'm really speechless, and as always my speech going to be weird, so it's not my superpower, but I'll try my best. Team, thank you so much for being by my side no matter what. I think I have everything. I forgot what I wanted to say, but without you I wouldn't be able to to achieve so much in this sport. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for me. I'll just keep repeating the same that I'm saying on each speech, so thank you so much for everything you've done for me. I mean, without me you wouldn't be that good as well, you know, like, let's accept that fact. And actually I never speak about my family on the winning speeches before, but I actually have to say thank you so much for everything they've done to me. Should I keep speaking English because they're not gonna understand me? But I hope that they'll translate. So I love you so much, and you're my biggest motivation, and everything I'm doing for you. So I'm sending love, and I really miss you so much.
Talking about a family is always very poignant because Sabalenka lost her dad at the age of just 43 in 2019. And he'd always said his dream was for his daughter to win 2 Grand Slams by the age of 25. So technically, it might have taken her 1 year longer, but the future is very bright. It seems that only now she's coming into her prime.
Our tennis correspondent Russell Fuller on Arina Sabalenka's win at the Australian Open singles. You can listen to commentary the men's singles final between Daniil Medvedev and Yannick Sinner tomorrow. That's live from 8:30 on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. A few other headlines. Angola have reached the quarterfinals of the Africa Cup of Nations despite having their goalkeeper sent off in the 17th minute against Namibia. Both sides reduced to 10 men in the first half. Angola won it 3-0. They'll meet the winners of Nigeria and Cameroon, who are just about getting underway. Manchester United goalkeeper Andre Onana once again on the bench for Cameroon. Northampton Saints have strengthened their grip at the top of Rugby Union's Premiership, a 38-13 win over Newcastle. Saracens moving back into the top 4 at Exeter's expense, beating the visitors 40-22. And there were 14 tries from 14 different scorers as Bristol overcame Bath 57-44, and England beat New Zealand 58-57 to reach the final of netball's Nations Cup. They'll meet the world number ones Australia tomorrow. So Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1. Marco Silva saying Fulham's EFL Cup semi-final exit took a lot out of them. How much have they got left for the second half? Commentary from Craven Cottage, Don Hutchinson and Conor McNamara.
Thanks very much, Mike. So we're just about to get back underway. Doesn't appear to be any changes in personnel over the break. Fulham, who were forced into a substitution just before half-time when Willian came on for the injured Harry Wilson, and it will be Fulham to get us started again. Newcastle leading by Sean Longstaff's goal to 0. Nice left-footed strike from the edge of the penalty area. Can Fulham get back into this one, or will it be Newcastle United who are going through to the 5th round of the FA Cup? We'll give you a full rundown of the teams in just a moment as Willian plays the ball back to the halfway line, and it'll be Newcastle wearing a change strip of green shirts, white shorts and white socks. He'll have a throw-in on the far side. Feels like Fulham need a good start to the second period, Don.
Yeah, I think that would have been the message for Marco Silva at half-time, to try and start fast, because they were pretty good in the first half. I think Eddie Howe's team talk is a slightly easier one, where I think he'll tell his players to calm down a little bit and take the extra touch, because if they do that, when you play against the top sides, you play against City, you have to be sharp, you have to get your passing off. Fulham give you a chance to play.
Harrison Reed to cross from the right-hand side for Fulham, and comes back to a very graceful Dan Burn, who just sort of did a little jump in the air to allow the ball roll into the perfect position for him to clear away, and back it goes to the halfway line. So the teams then: Marek Rodak is the Fulham goalkeeper. 7 changes from the side that started in midweek against Liverpool. A back four of Kenny Tete, Tim Ream, Issa Diop and Anthony Robinson. Sasa Lukic alongside Harrison Reed in the middle of the midfield. Diko Dovereed and Willian out wide. Andreas Pereira in the number 10 role. Diko Dovereed tries to cross into the penalty area, hits the back of Dan Burn. Newcastle haven't fully cleared though. Diko Dovereed to the byline, and his attempted cross goes off Gordon for a Fulham corner. That's just the start they would have wanted. Rodrigo Muniz completes their lineup. The Newcastle team: Dubravka the goalkeeper, Trippier, Scher, Botman, Byrne at the back, Miley, Guimaraes and Longstaff in midfield, Murphy, Isak and Gordon up front. Andreas Pereira to take the corner for Fulham. Plenty supporters still making their way back to their seats after the half-time break. Here comes the delivery, right-footed into the centre. Bruno Guimaraes wins the header, falls down for Reed on the right-hand side. He'll give it back out to Andreas Pereira, who had taken the corner. Murphy challenges him. Fulham hold on to possession, but they've got to retreat back further towards the centre circle. And here is Diko Dovereed with the short sleeves and the gloves and the white boots, and he gives it back to Harrison Reed and back into the centre once again to Diop.
Yeah, the angle's gone against Fulham now. They put a dangerous delivery in that was defended well from Bruno Guimaraes, who got height and distance on his clearance, and now it's forced Fulham all the way back, and they've lost their shape slightly.
Muniz had 5 attempts at goal in the first half. Can they create more opportunities for the Brazilian? And crucially, can he take an opportunity for his team? Robinson brings it up to the halfway line. Socks very low down his ankles. Blasts the ball out to the right-hand side. Diko Dovereed found it difficult to control it, and when it came back to him the second time, he said, offside position. Oh, what a shame, because the ball was blasted into the back of the net, and Fulham thought they had an equaliser. However, the whistle had been blown for offside, and what would have been a quite sensational equaliser will not stand. It was Willian.
That's what he's got in his locker, Willian. I mean, it was a mile offside, so it was flagged well before he took the shot on.
So just a little reminder to Newcastle of what Fulham have in their locker. Muniz tries to shift it on with his chest on the edge of the D. He was trying to play in Andreas Pereira. Newcastle able to get it away, but they can't hold on to possession. Tim Ream at the back for Fulham. The American, very experienced, with a bit of a point to prove at the moment. He's been certainly not first choice in recent weeks. Out of favour. Here comes Bruno Guimaraes for Newcastle up towards the halfway line. Manages to shrug off Reed. Passes it to the right-hand side to Jacob Murphy. Back to Kieran Trippier again. Newcastle looking to calm things down. You mentioned that done in the closing stages of the first half. Now they've got the lead, Newcastle can afford just to control things a bit more.
Do you know, it's a funny dynamic. When you play against teams like Man City, you have to be on it and you have to be sharp and you have to make sure your decision making is super sharp. When you play teams against like Fulham, with no disrespect, you can take the extra touch.
This is Botman up to Lewis Miley. Lukic pressuring him. Newcastle holding on to it. Bruno Guimaraes. Miley again. They're going to lose it here, are they? Yes. Kenny Tete slides in for Fulham. That's high-risk stuff from Newcastle inside their own half. Slow to get back up to his feet. There is Sasa Lukic. He's got a problem. He's staying down. Here is Andreas Pereira, 10 yards outside the penalty area. To the left to Robinson. Low ball in, looking for Willian. Good defending. I think it was Longstaff back there to make the interception. And Newcastle clear away, and Lukic still has a problem. He's still down on one knee.
Yeah, well, I think Marco Silva, I wouldn't imagine now, but the hour mark, unless Lukic is injured, he'll be looking at Raul Jimenez, he'll looking at João Palhinha, Tom Kearney maybe. So he's still got a lot of quality and options on the bench if he needs to make a change.
Just a bit of a delay in play here while Lukic gets some treatment. Reminder that later on tonight from 11:30 p.m. you can listen to Australia against New Zealand, the second women's T20 from Cranborough. Tomorrow morning, live coverage of the men's singles final at the Australian Open Tennis, and 4 more FA Cup round ties tomorrow. We'll be across them all on BBC Sport, particularly the early start at the Hawthorns, 11:45. West Brom against Wolves for that local derby. Commentary from John Murray and Chris Wattle here on 5 Live. Watford play Southampton at 2 o'clock. Liverpool against Norwich at 2:30. And Newport against Manchester United, available to watch live on BBC Television. That's at 4:30 on BBC One. You can listen to the draw for the 5th round here on 5 Live at 2:10 tomorrow. So Lukic, who fouled himself attempting to make a tackle on Lewis Miley. The Fulham medical staff are still working on getting him back up on his feet.
Yeah, Palhinha's going through an extensive warm-up over on the far side. He is quality.
Seems to be a gash on his knee. He's got a visible cut, which they're looking at, and probably more than any abrasion of the skin, he'll be worried about if anything's hurt below the surface there, as Lukic has been slow to get back up to his
I don't mean
feet.
to sound like an oldie, but it's just a cut.
Yeah.
Come on. The 4th round of the FA Cup. This.
Not in my day, says Don Hutchison. Yes. No, I mean, I can't imagine you'd have been down this long.
No.
For
Well, sometimes you might need a stitch or two, or a little bit of super glue, as they do use.
Yes.
But come on, you've got to be brave.
Yes, it's the technique of in the boxer's ring, isn't it? Stop the flow of blood, get your man back in the battle. Sasa Lukic is going to hobble off the pitch here, and we'll wait to see if he is going to be okay to continue. So Fulham temporarily down to 10 men. They trail by a 1-0 here at home to Newcastle. Early stages of the second half on 5 Live. Play will resume with a throw into Fulham, which is far side of the field from us. It's the left as the home side come forward. Robinson awaits the instruction from the referee. All this time is going to be added on at the end of the 90 minutes. So Robinson takes the throw. We're back underway. Back to Tim Ream.
Down to 10 men.
Yep. This is Diop sending it right-footed up towards Sekou Touré, who's cleverly left it, and Kenny Tete will pounce in around the back. Now, can he make this count? Pulls it back. Dan Burn sliding, got a touch, and out it goes. Throw into Fulham on the right-hand side. Lukic still receiving treatment. Fulham still down to 10.
Connor, I'm looking at the reaction of Marco Silva on the other side of the pitch, and he's absolutely fuming. I think it's Fulham's final ball. I think they've got in some fantastic positions, but again, that final ball there was just off from Kenny Tete.
I always think from a coaching point of view, you go through routines in training, you set up formations and tactics. It's all about creating opportunities to score. But if you don't take them, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink.
Exactly that. You can put all the patterns of play and you can get your players in fantastic positions. Then it's about the quality of the delivery.
Chelsea, who had 6 attempts at goal in their League Cup semi-final in midweek and scored 6 goals, and then last night they couldn't score any, despite arguably more chances, as Kenny Tete executes a well-worked nutmeg there and manages to win a corner for his team. Corner to Fulham on the right-hand side. There's still a long way to go in this FA Cup 4th round game at Craven Cottage, but Fulham do need a goal.
They've got to make sure Pereira taking this corner, he misses the front screen of Murphy and Isak. Got to clear those 2 players.
Andreas Pereira takes the corner, and Dan Burn uses his height to create the fact to head it away. Pereira's kept the ball in play here on the right-hand side. Tete is with him. Now, that's a much better ball into the centre, but Fabian Schär rises and heads the ball away. Anthony Robinson, brave, 10 yards outside the Newcastle penalty area. Then Gordon gets it down on the deck. His pass is in front of Jacob Murphy. That was a chance of a counter-attack.
Rushed it again, though. Anthony Gordon that time. Alexander Isak putting away on the halfway line. Take your time, take the extra touch, find a green shirt. Got to say, when Fulham have put some fantastic deliveries in the box, that Newcastle back line with Schär and Botman, they are so hungry to win their headers.
Highlights of all of today's and indeed last night's FA Cup games available tonight, 10:30 on BBC One. FA Cup match of the day. Tete's delivery, this is what you're talking about, Don. Wasted Way over the top from Tete, sails over all his teammates and gives possession back to Newcastle.
Yeah, it's almost like you get into that area and you think of David Beckham, who used to put so much whip on every single free kick or delivery from wide areas into the box. Sometimes you've got to take a little bit of pace off and give your centre forward a chance to get the flight of the ball, and to make a second run he might go near post and go far, or vice versa.
Fulham still dominating the possession, but it's Newcastle who lead. Header won by Tim Ream. Bruno Guimaraes hustling for it. Comes to Sasalukic, who has been able to continue after treatment. Cordova-Reid, first time to Muniz, and same old story. Poor ball on the edge of the penalty area. Out of play for a Newcastle
Got to
throw.
make it stick. The most important thing from a number 9, if you're Isak or Manish, you have to make sure when the ball comes into you, it sticks, because being a midfield player, you want to gamble off your front man, but you've got to make sure, or you've got to hope that he's secure in possession. Otherwise, you're going to vacate your position.
Five-line sport from the BBC. FA Cup 4th round at Craven Cottage. Murphy receives the ball but can't make it stick himself on the halfway line. Lukic will give it to the right-hand side for Fulham, and here is Kenny Tete. Fulham playing from left to right as we look down. Gordon sprints back to get goal side of the Dutchman. Fulham hold on to possession. Sasalukic 15 yards outside the Newcastle penalty area, maybe a bit more. Gives it to Andreas Pereira, cuts back at himself, looking for colleagues in space. Gives it back to Tim Ream, now to Robinson on the left-hand side. Muniz waiting for it to come into the penalty area. Again, the delivery is not good. Fulham hold on to possession, but they are back near the centre circle again. Here comes Cordova-Reid to Reid on the right-hand side. Tete's on the overlap outside him, to the byline. Can he pull it back? They're appealing for a handball. It's into the arms of Dubravka. It struck a defender on the way through. It was Dan Burn, and the Fulham fans, who were much closer to that than we were, are up in arms saying that was a handball. You've just seen the replay, Don.
Yeah, it struck his elbow and his arms were quite close to his chest.
Here comes Isak down the other end, and Willian is able to nudge it back to Diop, and there was a certain desperation about that scream and howl for a penalty from Fulham fans. The drowning man will cling to grass. They'll take anything they can get now. Cordova-Reid disappointing again, too far in front of Tete, and out it goes for a goal kick to Newcastle. And Fulham just need a bit of composure here, or this cup tie is going to drift away from them. There's still just one goal in it.
Yeah, I get the feeling, looking at Marco Silva's body language, he's not a happy man, so I think he'll be having a conversation with his backroom staff. Do I make a change, and do I make it quickly?
Fulham have possession inside their opponent's half. Robinson on the far side. Sasalukic with the sky blue boots rolls it to the feet of Bobby Cordova-Reid, and now Issa Diop comes forward, and he'll extend possession out to the right hand side into Kenny Tete. Newcastle sitting deep, they're absorbing this. There's no real high press from Eddie Howe's team. They're happy for Fulham to have the ball, particularly with the lack of quality that Fulham have used in how they deploy it.
Yeah, well, normally in this situation, with no disrespect, you say to Alexander Isak, if you're going to allow anyone to have it, let the centre-halves have it.
Here's Cordova-Reid cutting in off the wing on the right-hand side for Fulham, drifting across the edge of the penalty area. There's a flick by Pereira. Muniz again unable to make it stick, and this is a counter-attacking opportunity. Murphy under pressure with the defender leading into him, but he's got it through to Isak, who's got Gordon outside him. Isak to the edge of the area, right-footed shot, saved by the goalkeeper Rodak. Newcastle's best chance of the second half.
What a chance. Great movement that. I mean, Jacob Murphy done unbelievably well to protect the ball. Then he found Isak. He got so much power on his shot. He hit it from distance. Rodak seen it.
Very direct from Isak there. The pass wasn't properly into his path, but he made the most of the situation, and he got the shot away, and it was saved by Marek Rodak in the Fulham goal. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1 on 5 Live. This is Willian midway inside his own half, up to the halfway line to Kenny Tete. On to Bobby Cordova-Reid. Newcastle sprinting to get back into position. Cordova-Reid for Harrison Reid. Oh, he should have taken it on first time. Tries to deliver in across instead, and that wasn't the right decision. Newcastle clear away, and Gordon's on his bike here, but a heavy touch presents it to Diop, and it's end to end of the moment. Don Hutchison.
He just can't get in the game. This is a good spell list for Fulham, but Gordon can't get in the game. Now they're going to make sure they put the delivery in the box.
Robinson cutting in off the sideline on the left flank. Does a little drag back of the ball under his studs to try and get away from Kieran Trippier. Now Willian, back to Robinson again. That's a clever ball. Here comes the delivery. Harrison Reid to the far post from where it came. Tees up Kenny Tete. He shoots, but it's too high. Bending into the Fulham fans behind the goal.
You know, even though this will be a little bit of a contradiction for myself, I think Fulham have got to keep in wide areas, keep putting balls in that Newcastle 18-yard box, because the delivery, if you keep on putting them in there, they have to try and find a wide shirt at the same time. Where the contradiction comes from, I don't think Sven Botman, Dan Burn, Fabian Schär have lost the header. They've been superb back there.
It is quantity of delivery into that penalty area rather than quality for Fulham so far, but Marco Silva will be hoping that they can make something stick. This is Lewis Miley for Newcastle, passing it to Anthony Gordon, who's just down below us in our commentary position here. He's sitting in the wooden seats of the Craven Cottage Stadium. Crossfield ball received by Jacob Murphy on the right. Now he's got green shirts in the middle here. Longstaff's arrives with real precision there, but Tim Ream was aware of the danger and puts it out for a corner. Better from Newcastle, who've had to absorb a lot in the second half, but are beginning to bare their teeth themselves now.
Yeah, all started from a lovely little ball from Fabian Schär on the right-hand side of Newcastle, who clipped the ball into Lewis Miley, then got Anthony Gordon away.
In the last game, Newcastle conceded a late goal. Manchester City's Oscar Bobb scoring it to deny them of points in that game, and they'll be wary of any late comeback from Fulham here. Delivery into the penalty area. Free header from Botman. Must be into the back of the net from Dan Burn, and in front of the Newcastle United fans. He has doubled the lead for Eddie Howe's team from the corner. Fulham couldn't deal with it and eventually bundled over the line by big Dan Burn. It's his 4th goal of the season, and Fulham are in big trouble now. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2.
Connor, what did I say about Sven Botman? He's not lost the header all night at the back. This time he's up for a corner. He's unmarked. From there he hits the target. I've got to say, from Rodak's point of view, it's a brilliant save from him, but he can only parry it a yard in front of him, and Dan Burn from a yard away is never missing from there. But Fulham and Marco Silva will be devastated at the lack of marking on Sven Botman.
Credit to Rodak to make the save from Botman's header, but when he couldn't hold it, Dan Burn was perfectly positioned from an entire 6 inches out to slam it into the net. And it's a familiar sinking feeling for Marco Silva in what has been a tough week in cup competitions for Fulham. Knocked out at the semi-final stage, even though they took it to the last kick of the game against Liverpool here in midweek. But now 2 goals behind against a Newcastle United side who I think it's fair to say, Don Hutchison, haven't been playing at the peak of their powers tonight, and they're still 2-0 in front.
But they still look a threat because they've got the quality. But I'd love to know, I mean, we mentioned before kick-off when we were watching the warm-up about Newcastle's Giants, the 3 of them, apart from Kieran Trippier. Marco Silva will be looking at his coaching staff thinking, who was supposed to be marking Sven Botman? He must be 6'4", 6'5", completely unmarked in the 18-yard box. That's down to the detail. That's finer details of coaching.
Here is Murphy on the halfway line for Newcastle. Pocket picked by Anthony Robinson. Murphy's not giving up though, and he prowls after him. Fulham hold on to possession, but they've got to go back to Diop and eventually retreat back to the goalkeeper Marek Rodak.
I'm going to use an old school phrase, but when the flip chart gets flipped before the game, they probably don't use them anymore, but once the flip chart gets flipped at the start of the game and the coach tells you who you're supposed to be marking from wide free kicks and corners against, you've got to make sure you do your job. They didn't do it there, Fulham.
I know you play in Legends games still, Tom. Okay. You attend Legends games.
Well, I say I played. I was up against Figo last week.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah, he tore me to shreds.
Did you have a flipboard in your dressing room?
We did. We did.
Brilliant.
Of course we did.
None of your fancy touch screens. That's proper football.
Let me tell you, Gilberto Silva, Robert Pires and Figo. Oh, my word.
Oh, how did you get in this team, Don? Hang on a second. Who's your agent these days?
Centre half I played.
Here's Lukic, 10 yards outside the penalty area for Fulham, who trail by 2-0 here at Craven Cottage. Robinson's available on the outside. I bet you Figo's still got it, by the way.
Honestly, Connor, I promise you, he got it in the number 10 position, and I went tight to him. He was like an oak tree. I bounced about 5 yards off him, and I was like, wow.
Oh, what a player, Figo. Here is Kenny Tete for Fulham, and he hoists an enormous high delivery into the penalty area, just way too high for Muñez. And same old story for Fulham. They are getting into crossing positions, they are getting to the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, but they cannot be incisive from that position.
Silva's going to make a change just a little bit too late. I wonder if there's a little bit of what if, should I made the change at 1-0? Now it's 2, it's a long way back.
Right, on comes Tom Kearney. He will replace Andreas Pereira. So Andreas Pereira, who had a few decent touches but hasn't been able to provide opportunities, and it will be an opportunity now for the fresh legs of Tom Kearney to come in and play in that similar role and see if he can be any more effective, as Fulham need not 1 but 2 goals just to get this to a replay at this stage.
Plays into Newcastle's hands though, because if Fulham gamble and get more bodies forward, you can imagine Newcastle on the counter. They take their time, they might get more chances in the game.
Forward from Diop, but that's meat and drink for Dan Burn. He'll just shepherd it back to the goalkeeper Dubravka. Fulham in need of fresh ideas.
Yeah. And they need Willian on the ball, need service into the front men. But I think he pointed out rightly enough, I think when they've got in wide areas, their quality hasn't been good enough.
And Fulham have got Everton here on Tuesday. After that it's Burnley away, Bournemouth at home. Newcastle will travel to Aston Villa on Tuesday in the Premier League. Tete to the byline, and across slides Dan Burn to put it out for a throw. I find that the assistant, when they raise the flag when it's right out by the corner flag, they should be more emphatic as to whether it's a throw or a corner. On behalf of the Commentators Union, I'm putting that on the next AGM. Any other business?
Does the 2 hands above the head not give it away?
Did he do that though? No, he didn't do that, did he?
I'm teasing. He was a little bit late.
This is Kenny Tete to take what is a throw-in. Gives it back to Tete, now Diop. Patient Fulham teammates waiting in the middle, but they've got to go back into their own half.
I think Newcastle might get another, I just think they're committing bodies forward. They're lacking the confidence now.
That's better from Nunez. Bit of strength being shown. Now Reid, just outside the penalty area on the right-hand side, gives it to Tete into De Cordova-Reid. Fulham have got their Harrison Reid and Bobby De Cordova-Reid. And it's another delivery in, too high for Nunez. He sort of leaped forward like a salmon there. I think he was implying he was pushed. Robinson with a shot from the edge of the area. It lacked pace and power, and it's a comfortable save for Dubravka.
Yeah, to use a boxing analogy, it's almost like Fulham have took a couple of big punches, haven't they? Now can they recover?
Is the desire there? Is the energy there after what's been a busy week for the club? Miley has possession of the centre circle for Newcastle, plays it in front of Gordon, who's going to sprint, but Tete had a head start on him and gets there first, and then he clears it away. Good defending, plays it off the shin pads of Gordon, ensuring that it will be a Fulham throw.
I don't think you can knock the attitude, I think, of the Fulham players. I think they've given it their all. They're trying to stay in the game.
Lewis Miley, who you sort of have to remind yourself is still only 17 years of age. Just played that pass a little bit too far forward of Gordon.
I mean, when you look back at the 2 goals, 2 set plays, 2 corners, that's what Marco Silva won't be happy with. Conceding from 2 corners.
Botman, who was involved in the second goal, gives it back to Cher. And Cher rolls it back to Dubravka.
It's some signing, Sven Botman, Maldini was desperate to try and get him at AC Milan.
Is he another of your mates that you play with? You're dropping all the names tonight.
Listen, I'm a Newcastle fan, so I know the players coming in, I know the story behind them. But he was seduced.
Here's Miley outside of the right boot, and that's a better ball for Gordon. Gets to it ahead of Tete. 10 yards on the byline, stepping into the penalty area. Gordon around Tete, flashes it just too high for Trippier. Trippier, the right back, had made a brilliant burst to the far post there, and had Gordon's delivery been a few inches lower, it would have been 3-0 to Newcastle.
Brilliant skill, fantastic skill. He feinted it, put it in with his right foot, dropped on his left. I thought the goalkeeper got a touch. Maybe he didn't, but just a fraction heavy for Trippier or Isak.
Here's Harrison Reid for Fulham, who trailed by 2-0, 5 live for the BBC in the FA Cup. Highlights on BBC One tonight at 10:30 of all this weekend's games so far. Here is Sasa Lukic inside the centre circle for Fulham, and he'll give it back to Issa Diop.
Another change coming for Fulham. I think it might be Raul Jimenez.
Here comes Anthony Robinson over the halfway line, gives it back to Tom Kearney. Out to Willian, who came on just ahead of half-time. He'll scoop it into the penalty area. Controlled in the midriff by Nunez. Back to Kearney, who's inside the box. Now Willian. Little flick with the undersole of his boot there, just trying to flick it up into the penalty area. But Newcastle have been able to get it down the other end. And here comes Anthony Gordon. Isak to his right. He takes on Diop. This is Gordon. Diop lunges in well. Good defending. Puts it out for a corner. Diop knew that Gordon could do him for pace there, so he had to go early, and he puts it out for the corner.
He had to go all in, that was Newcastle 2v2 with Fulham, and Diop, he gambled, because if Anthony Gordon chops inside of him, he gives a penalty away. But on the stretch, Fantastic block, good defending.
Corner to Newcastle. Their supporters behind the goal. Their teams are attacking, know that their team have benefited from these corners as the game has progressed tonight. 2-0 if you're just joining our coverage. Longstaff in the first half, Dan Burn in the second.
Yeah, looking at the Fulham setup now, their zonal marking. So there's no player picking up Sven Botman, Dan Burn, Fabian Schär, Isak. That's dangerous in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not worked out well for them so far tonight, Fulham, this zonal.
I mean, Harrison Reed's picking up Fabian Schär, that's a mismatch.
But poor delivery by Trippier is headed away by the first defender at the near post. Anthony Gordon retreats to the halfway line to collect it. He'll send it forward, right-footed, loads of backspin on that. Met by the head on the far side of Harrison Reed. Now, can Tom Carney get Fulham moving here? He gives it out to the left wing to Willian, and immediately sliding across is Longstaff to put it out for a Fulham throw.
Just looking, apart from Diop and Tim Ream, Fulham are not a big side, are they, compared to what Newcastle are?
Double change coming for Fulham. They're going to take off Issa Diop. They're going to bring on Tosin. And they are also going to bring on Raul Jimenez. And he is going to take the place of Harrison Reed. So that is a striker coming on in place of a midfielder. And they're going to finish this game, Fulham, with... Oh, Harrison Reed, I think, is just coming across for a drink. It's Bobby Di Cordova-Reid who is actually being the player who departs. So it's not quite as dramatic a tactical swap as I thought it was. But...
change of shape, maybe. Now going with Muniz and Raul Jimenez up front.
Raul Jimenez, who got 4 goals in 4 games in December. He is yet to score in 2024. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2. A 7 o'clock kickoff on 5 Live. There's 20 minutes plus the stoppages to go. Kenny Tete trying to come in field of Dan Burn. And a chance for Lukic to cross from the right-hand side, and it's well controlled inside his own penalty area by Kieran Trippier. And we've been mentioning how Fulham have been forced to send players forward here. They've got 2 goals to make up, but it does mean there is more acreage for Newcastle to run into down the other end. Gordon holding it up here. Back to Dan Burn. Miley's got space on the left-hand side. Tete comes out to greet him. Lewis Miley back to Dan Burn once again. Fulham chasing shadows at the moment. A whirl of passes from Newcastle back into their own half to Fabian Schär. I mean, Eddie Howe will be so disappointed if they were to let this lead slip. This should be a situation that Newcastle shut the door on Fulham now.
Yeah, now with 20 minutes to go, 2-0 up away from home. You keep hold of the ball, dominate possession, take the sting out of the game, quieten the crowd, be professional.
Fulham have made another change. Joe Polina has come on in place of Harrison Reed. So something more like their first choice side now for Fulham. But has Marco Silva left it too little, too late? Free kick to the home side. Joe Polina to take it on the halfway line. Gives it back to Tim Ream. Tosin. Stepping over the halfway line. Short to Joe Polina once again, who'll instantly become the controller of possession in the middle of the park. Out to Kenny Tete, who tried to head it first time into the path of Raul Jimenez. It was a good idea, but he couldn't get it above the Newcastle defence, and it's cleared all the way back down to Rodak away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, the trouble now for Fulham, Newcastle don't mind sitting in a low block, so they're going to allow Tim Ream, Tosin, maybe Palhinha to a certain extent to have possession a mile away from their goal in their 18-yard box.
Here comes Robinson with Willian outside him. Left-hand side for Fulham. Willian to the byline. Swings it in looking for Raul Jimenez, but the tall frame of Dan Burn wins the header comfortably. The Mexican has kept the ball in play by the byline, right-hand side for Fulham. And then he gets the head up, tries to see who's with him. Tete in support. Gordon's working really hard here to unsettle, and Fulham are forced back to the halfway line once again. Still over a quarter of an hour of normal time to play.
They never look like conceding a goal, Newcastle, when Fulham are putting deliveries in the box. Not because the delivery's poor all of the time, it's because Sven Botman and Dan Burn, Fabian Schär, they're great in the air. You've got to be perfect with your crosses.
Fulham perhaps need a different ploy. Here's Tete on the right-hand side, pushes it in front of Raul Jimenez, who didn't want it there, and Burn says thank you very much and gets it back for Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes, a bit casual on the edge of his own penalty area there, gave away possession. Miley battling to try and get it back again, and out goes the ball for a throw-in to Fulham. Bruno Guimaraes, brilliant player, but that wasn't the place to do that flick.
No, at the same time, you wouldn't really want to knock it out of his game because he's super confident and he's very talented. But you're right, there's certain points in the game where you have to manage. And that's not the time to try and a fancy flick on the edge of your own 18-yard box.
But Newcastle are going to make a change here.
That's a good 75 minutes in the bank, for Jacob Murphy. Well done.
It's Jacob Murphy, who has been out with a shoulder injury. He dislocated it, you might remember, twice in 10 days, end of October into November. They perhaps brought it back a little bit too quickly the first time. But he is off, and on comes Tino Livramento, who has looked very good from what we've seen of him in a Newcastle United shirt so far.
Oh, do you know what? I was at St James's Park when they beat Man City in the Carabao Cup, and he was man of the match, Livramento. He is some player.
So a very good recruit, Tino Livramento, who looks like he is going to play in front of Dan Burn, wide on the left-hand side, and Anthony Gordon has switched across to the right. I mean, it's pretty much 4-5-1 now for Newcastle.
Connor, there's some quick players on the football pitch tonight, but I'd fancy Livramento on a foot race, I think, with anyone.
Here comes Kenny Tete down the right-hand side. Byrne reaches in, nudges the ball out of play. Throw into Fulham, who need to get their skates on. This is João Palhinha. Back to Tosin on the halfway line for Fulham. Now Tom Kearney. This is all midway inside the Newcastle United half. Robinson. Raul Jimenez. Muniz all waiting in there. Lukic has gone forward. The story of this game tonight has been Fulham's inability to get it into threatening positions. Robinson out wide by the sideline. Back to the defender Tim Ream.
Yeah, they've got to move the ball quicker now. 15 to go.
This is Robinson. Back to Ream again. Isak hovering around, but no real press, because, as we've mentioned a few times now, Newcastle realising that Fulham aren't much threat on the halfway line.
No, they're comfortable in their shape, Newcastle.
Tosin plays it out to Tete on the right-hand side. He's got both Byrne and Livramento to deal with. Lofts one into the centre. That's better. Raul Jimenez hit it just over the top. Well, finally a delivery of some quality. And the Mexican, that's the first attempt he's had since coming on, just couldn't keep it down.
Well, he should score. There's a miscommunication between Dubravka and Sven Botman, and he had the leap, he had the run, he had the jump there, Jimenez, and he probably should score inches over the crossbar.
Not too far over the top. And Raul Jimenez, who was sent off against Newcastle last month in the Premier League after only 22 minutes. Oh, we'd love to get on the score sheet against them and give us an exciting climax to this cup tie at Craven Cottage. 2-0 Newcastle lead away from home at the moment, much to the joy of their large travelling contingent away to our left-hand side. Willian, that's a good ball. Raul Jimenez into the penalty area. Dan Burn fully committed. He took off 10 yards from that and slid along the ground to launch it out for a throw.
How many of them has he done tonight, Dan Burn? It's almost like, I'm not going to bother running because I can slide 15 yards.
Did you have when you were a kid, Don, one of those sort of plastic sheets that in the summer you would get the garden hose on and you would launch yourself?
Imagine Dan Burn on one of them.
He'd better have a long garden, because he'd be flying into the neighbours. Here comes Tete down the right hand side, delivers into the middle, chance for Raul Jimenez, but he couldn't get the shot. Robinson drills it, but it hits the side netting from wide. Fulham have had their arguably two best chances of the game in the last 2 minutes.
And both felt Raul Jimenez. He's in a little bit of space in the 18-yard box. This time it's a fantastic ball into him. I don't think he expects it. I think he thinks the Newcastle defender's going to head it away. I think from a tactical point of view, I think Eddie Howe realises with 12-15 minutes to go, they're going to have to defend. So he's put Anthony Gordon on Anthony Robinson, and he's put Livramento on Kenny Tete to match them both up for speed.
2-0 Newcastle. Eddie Howe on the verge of moving into the 5th round of the FA Cup, a competition that could be Newcastle's chance of silverware this season. I think if we've learnt anything over the last 18 months, 2 years, is that Newcastle on their day are a force to be reckoned with. They can beat anyone when they're at full strength, when they're in top form. Well, who knows, there could be an exciting end to this 23-24 campaign for Eddie Howe's side. Here comes Livramento. Brilliant ball played through to him by Longstaff. Livramento into the penalty area, but his cross looking for Gordon is cut out by Robinson. Throw into Newcastle.
What a ball that was from Sean Longstaff. Livramento done well, staying on side, and he passed a little 5-yard ball into Longstaff, but the creativity and the vision from Longstaff. Lovely ball in.
Newcastle will take their time over the corner. Newcastle fans who very much enjoyed their day out, and certainly the prospect of their day out at Wembley last season for the League Cup final, and Although they were to be beaten by Manchester United, that has whetted the appetite for a return to those big stage events. Corner's going to be taken by Trippier from the left-hand side, played in low towards the front post. A few of those have been disappointing tonight by Trippier's standards, and it's Sasa Lukic who comes away with the ball, trying to run it out of defence, but held up by Lewis Miley. And then Robinson puts it out for a Newcastle throw. Mentioning that League Cup final last season, Martin Dubravka, the Newcastle goalkeeper, ended up with the League Cup winners' medal last season because he played in the competition for Manchester United during his loan spell at Old Trafford.
I was there that day. I actually thought Newcastle played really well against Man United. They just had too much know-how on the day.
Did you keep your top on? Livramento beaten in the air by Tete. Big leap from Dan Burn. Head tennis with Tosin. João Palhinha tries to flick it away. Fulham need control possession. They do not have it at the moment, and we've moved into the final 10 minutes of a game that is Newcastle's to lose now, that's for sure. 2-0 in front. Longstaff and Byrne the goal scorers. Dubravka plays it to Fabian Schär, who was booked very early in the game, but hasn't been put under any sort of pressure by Fulham forwards. That's a great ball. Look at that. Picking out Isak just outside the Fulham penalty area, and he can't control in the end. And Tosin's able to help it back to the goalkeeper, Rodek.
He was onside as well. Just couldn't take it any stride.
Cruyff turned by Tim Ream to elude Anthony Gordon. Fulham fans enjoyed that. They've not had much to be pleased about tonight. Robinson brings it into Newcastle territory once again. Here is João Palhinha trying to send it over to the near touchline to Tete. Easy pickings for Dan Burn. Lukic gets it back for Fulham. Livramento leaning into him in the bright pink boots. Lukic spins away, veers infield, and lays it back to Tom Kearney. Kearney out to Willian, who you feel Fulham have got to get in the game a bit more. The Brazilian cuts in off the sideline, gets it back again from João Palhinha, but he can't receive it properly on the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle regain possession. Bruno Guimarães up towards the halfway line to Isak. Now Lewis Miley's got a few options here. Looks up and sees that Livramento has taken up a position on the left wing. Look at Dan Burn. Where's he get the energy? Bursting his way into the penalty area, drags a few defenders away. Lewis Miley holds onto it on the left hand side for Newcastle.
So this is where Newcastle are confident now, and they're strong, because Fulham are being trying to be aggressive with their press, but Newcastle are playing through them, and every time they find a green shirt past the halfway line, if they want to get 3 they can, but they might just protect the scoreline.
So already into the FA Cup fifth round, Maidstone United, they're the big story, having beaten Ipswich at Portman Road earlier on today. Luton are into the fifth round. Leicester City and Brighton too. As things stand, Newcastle here about to join them. And last night when there were 4 games and only one team definitely went through to the fifth round, that was Manchester City, who won away at Tottenham, but there'll be replays between Sheffield Wednesday and Coventry, Chelsea and Aston Villa, and Bristol City and Nottingham Forest. That fifth round draw, which takes place about 2:10 tomorrow, and you can listen to it live right here on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Well, you wouldn't want to draw Newcastle to St James's Park, that's for sure. Atmosphere there this season.
They are... is that Shearer that they're chanting, the Newcastle fans? Surely he's not in the middle of all that, is he? There's someone in the... they seem to be cheering at someone who's in amongst the supporters. I wonder if it is Alan Shearer. That sounded like Shearer.
Might be, you know.
So that'll be a quiet end to the game for him, that he's been spotted. He was probably under the woolly hat, keeping the head down. Right in amongst the Newcastle fans, who are thoroughly enjoying themselves now. It's been a good night for Eddie Howe's team. Scoring just before half-time, scoring just after the hour mark, and 2 goals in front. This is João Palhinha. It has to be Shearer, doesn't it? They're singing his name repeatedly now.
I don't know. I'm hearing Mirandinha.
Tete to the byline right-hand side. Tries to cross it.
Who are you hearing there, Connor? Oh, we spotted him. We've spotted him with his woolly hat on. He's there. He's right in amongst it.
He's there with his daughter Chloe tonight. Alan Shearer in amongst the supporters, and he's not incognito anymore.
Have they took that long to spot him?
Here comes the ball into the penalty area from the right hand side from Willian. Dan Burn gets up and heads it away. Fulham trying desperately to rouse a comeback here, but they're making hard work of it. Willian to Tete outside the penalty area, right hand side as they come forward. Back out to Tete again from Willian, stretching at the byline. Poor, weak, tired actually cross from Kenny Tete. And he's doing no damage with that as Isak goes down, challenged by Willian midway inside the Newcastle half. Tom Kearney has the ball, gives it back to Willian. 10 yards outside the penalty area that Fulham attack. Newcastle fans are hardly watching the game now. They're just singing love ditties to Alan Shearer. Willian clips it into the box, but it bounces away from everyone. And that's been the problem tonight. They have been in around the Newcastle penalty area all evening, but they've not been able to create anywhere near enough tonight.
And that's why the Newcastle fans are singing, because they know with about 6 minutes left on the clock, they are going through, because Fulham now are losing hope. Kieran Trippier's got a little knock. That'll be a worry.
So Newcastle, it would appear, are going to be forced into a late change here. As Kieran Trippier is down on the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle, we mentioned they got Villa away on Tuesday in the Premier League. After that, Luton go to St James's Park, and that's followed by Nottingham Forest away. There'll be a fifth round tie presumably wedged in there, barring a miraculous comeback by Fulham here. Mind you, we've seen stranger things. There have been so many late twists in football games this season. Trippier walking off slowly. There's probably no point risking it at this stage. 2-0 up.
Yeah, that's exactly that. If you've got any sort of knock, it's not worth taking a chance.
So who's going to come on here now for Newcastle? The board is lifted up, and it's going to be Emil Kraft, the lesser spotted Emil Kraft, who's had a lot of injury problems in recent times, and he is going to come on. His last Premier League start was May 2022, and he has had a few cup appearances, a couple of League Cup games earlier on this campaign, but we've not seen much of Emil Kraft, and he comes on in place of Kieran Trippier here at right back. Not long to go, 4 minutes plus the stoppages. This is 5 Live on the BBC, the Emirates FA Cup 4th round. And Fulham about to cap what has been a disappointing week, having lost the League Cup semi-final against Liverpool on Wednesday, and now on their way out of the FA Cup. And again, both these cup defeats coming at home, assuming that this is how it does stay. Throw into Fulham. Kenny Tete to take. To be fair to Fulham fans, not many of them making their way towards the exits. 1 or 2 obviously, but they're hanging on to see if there could be a late twist here. Raul Jimenez put under pressure by Livramento. Ream clears it away for Fulham, but it's just a blast up the centre of the field, straight at Fabian Schär, who gets it back for Newcastle. Then there's a foul on Longstaff, and that's a free kick to the visitors, who will again take their time.
That's good central midfield play, that from Sean Longstaff. He knew that he was under pressure from Raul Jimenez, so he just protected the ball.
So Botman has possession at the back for Newcastle, gives it into the midfield to Bruno Guimaraes. All the noise at the moment coming from Newcastle fans away to our left. Ball played forward, over the top by Fabian Schär, received by Fulham's Anthony Robinson, who's still got energy in the legs this late on, but runs into an opponent, loses out, I think it's Bruno Guimaraes, and the ball goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle. Newcastle bossing it really, completely thwarting any Fulham attempt at a comeback.
I don't think they've been first class tonight, but I don't think that'll worry Eddie Howe whatsoever.
Gordon back to the halfway line. Emil Kraft closed down from short distance. The ball goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle.
You are looking at a Newcastle side that have lost 4 on the spin, so confidence is not going to be particularly high. But I think you mentioned something valuable before the game, Connor, in the 2 weeks that Eddie Howe's had to work with the players on the grass. I think that's so important for him.
And this Newcastle, whose run of games back over the 10 matches has not made very pretty reading when you look at their results on the fixture list. They had the win against Sunderland in the 3rd round of this competition. They beat Fulham here in mid-December, but that's been it in terms of victories since the 2nd of December. Here comes Livramento down the left-hand side. Newcastle fans would love a 3rd goal to really put the cherry on top. Here's Bruno Guimaraes, urged to shoot from well outside the penalty area. He turns a deaf ears to those calls, keeps it moving towards Kraft on the far side, back into Longstaff, who's already on the score sheet. Bruno Guimaraes will give it back to Botman. And this is sensible game management from a Newcastle United team who know that they've got this wrapped up now. We've got 1 minute of the 90 to go. There will be quite a few minutes, I would have thought, of stoppages. We've had injury delays, we've had VAR checks in the second half.
I'll tell you what's been quite noticeable. Like, you see it easier on a tactics board. Whenever Newcastle are in a little bit of trouble or trying to play it from the back, Cher's starting the move by playing a drop little ball from the right-hand side into the centre circle. So Isak knows exactly where to be when Fabian Cher picks up the ball. It's not like he's hoping it's going to be delivered in behind. He works his way inside the centre circle, and they're just dropping little balls into his chest.
Yes, it's been better execution of the game plan tonight from Newcastle, that's for sure. Too much hit and hope for Fulham. Miley plays a great ball in front of Isak. He's into the penalty area now. Tosin gets back goal side. Livramento's with Isak. Gives it back to the Swedish international. Does a little drag back turn, then down goes Miley. He wants a free kick. Referee was right beside that, but says no. Isak will play on. Tries to run into the penalty area. Loses it on the edge of the box, and Tosin will clear away.
Yeah, just tried a little skill on the edge of the box there, Isak. I thought it was a foul on Miley, I must say. I don't think the referee's seen it.
Into stoppages, 6 minutes been added on. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2. Robinson will battle on for Fulham. Kearney out to Willian. I think 10-15 minutes ago when Fulham got one back, it would have made it an exciting finish, but this increasingly has fallen away from them. Willian tries to rouse something here, plays a 1-2 at Muniz, but can't bring it away on the second leg. Cher dribbles the ball out of defence and has given it away. Tackled by João Palhinha, whose tackling stats are always excellent. Here is Robinson to the edge of the penalty area that Fulham attack. He's got Willian inside him. Tries to give Lewis Miley the slip, runs into Bruno Guimaraes, hits the deck, referee plays on. Fulham still have possession. Willian is giving all sorts of dirty looks to the referee. Here's Cesar Lukic into the penalty area right hand side, and story of the night for Fulham as he overcooks the delivery, and then Robinson wasted on the far side. Fulham have got into the final third hundreds of times tonight, but they cannot get a decent delivery into the penalty area as Gordon runs away in a counter-attack down the other end. Isak leaves it for Bruno Guimaraes. That was lovely. Here comes the Brazilian, shoots into Tosin, who makes the block. Tete will bring it away from the back here for Fulham with the support of Raul Jimenez. Lovely awareness there from Alexander Isak, aware that Bruno Guimaraes was behind him. He just opened the legs, allowed it run through, and Newcastle unlucky not to get a clean shot away.
So confident, isn't he, Isak? Either when the ball's coming in at his feet or the vision to allow it to go through his legs to Bruno Guimaraes.
Alexander Isak, who got the winning goal against Fulham last season at St James's Park. That was this month last year. He's not been on the score sheet tonight, but he's had a good game. The holding pattern that he's been able to be part of, as Don illustrated earlier on, such an important part of Eddie Howe's game plan. Newcastle toying with Fulham now. We have played 2 of the 6 minutes of stoppages. 2-0 in front for Eddie Howe's team. And this is a walk in the park now. Isak.
Yeah, the wind's Newcastle's now. It's just, do you want to really extend yourself and try and get the third goal, or do you take everything and keep your legs fresh for the next game and just keep possession? And I think it'll be the latter.
This is Gordon, midway inside the Fulham half. Good tackle by Cesar Lukic, it was there, winning it, and Kearney will bring it forward out to Willian on the left-hand side. Gets to within the outskirts of the Newcastle penalty area, but can't actually get into the box, and he turns and rolls it back for João Palhinha to try. Short pass to Cesar Lukic, 15 yards outside the penalty area that Fulham attack. Tom Kearney now. Newcastle keeping Fulham at bay comfortably here. This is all in the final third, but it's not threatening from Fulham. Robinson out to Willian. Quickly depleting numbers of Fulham support now. They are making to their way towards the exits in greater numbers. Delivery into the penalty area, high and hanging, and easy takings for Dan Burn. Raul Jimenez will try to keep the chance alive, turns and swivels and shoots well off target in the end. And I think João Palhinha's had a word with Jimenez there, because Jimenez turned and remonstrated with him, saying it was worth having a shot, which you can't really argue with when you're 2.5 minutes into a 6 minutes of injury time and you're 2-0 down.
No, looking at the crowd just ahead of us now, they're all starting to vacate Craven Cottage now, and they're all leaving. The Fulham fans, they know the game's gone.
So a reminder then of what's coming up tomorrow. Action-packed day of live sport on 5 Live, starting early with the live coverage of the men's single final for the Australian Open tennis. Yannick Sinner playing Danny Medvedev. Late change here with Lewis Hall coming on in place of Anthony Gordon for Newcastle. 4 more FA Cup fourth round ties being played tomorrow. You can follow them all across BBC Sport. It's an early start to the Hawthorns. 11:45 kick-off for West Brom against Wolves. Commentary with John Murray and Chris Waddle. And it is Watford against Southampton at 2. Liverpool against Norwich at 2:30. Steve Crossman will be presenting 5 Live Sport from Anfield. Liverpool's first game since Jurgen Klopp announced that he's leaving at the end of the season. And you can watch Newport against Manchester United, one of the most eye-catching games of the fourth round. That is a 4:30 kick-off on BBC One. The draw tomorrow, just after 2 o'clock. You can listen to that on 5 Live. Here is Tom Kearney for Fulham as they battle on, and a chance to come down the other end with Livramento over the halfway line. Matt Ritchie was the player who came on for Newcastle to replace Anthony Gordon.
Better ball from Livramento there, and Isak was in.
Tosin, he's relinquished his defensive duties. It's all on attack for Fulham. Now pulls it back for Kearney, who puts it wide. Now that, more than anything, sums up Fulham's evening. Tosin, who would have thought it, the big tall central defender, has produced the most creative moment for his team tonight, laying it on a plate for Tom Kearney, who from 12-13 yards out has put it wide. And you know, if you don't score a goal like that, you're never going to win a cup tie.
It's an easy skill as well. He should score there, Tom Kearney. He's allowed the ball from Tosin to come across his right side onto his strong left foot, and all you have to do is guide it into the corner. That's a bad miss.
30 seconds of these 6 minutes to go. That really just sums up the predicament that Fulham have found themselves in this evening. It kind of feels like you could play all night and they're not going to score. More threatening in the first half of this game, very little threat in the second half in terms of work for Dubravka. They've had loads of possession, they've had loads of territory, but they have not put Dubravka under any sort of pressure. Here is Miley, so composed for a 17-year-old. Lukic nearly went through him for a shortcut there. Referee brings the whistle to his mouth. It's not the full-time whistle, though. Newcastle fans for a moment thought it was. They've begun the celebrations, but it'll be joyous journeys back up to the northeast for these Newcastle fans once they've all had their selfie with Alan Shearer in there, because there is the full-time whistle. Goals from Sean Longstaff, from Dan Byrne have done the job. And truth to say, Don Hutchison, they've done it comfortably.
Do you know what? They didn't even play well. Newcastle will play better than this, but Fulham just, I think, were rocked, off the back of the League Cup semi-final against Liverpool. They come into the game, they made, I think, too many changes. They didn't play their strongest 11. Paulinho didn't play, Willian didn't play, Raul Jimenez didn't play, Tom Kearney didn't play. I understand with a high volume of games you have to make changes, but Newcastle, I think, easily deserved their win. I think Marco Silva will be devastated at the manner of the loss, because Newcastle didn't really cut them open too many times. They lost 2 bad goals from corners, and that upsets any coach.
Sticky patch of form for Fulham, really. You stretch back over the last month, just beyond that. They had a very eye-catching win against Arsenal, of course, on New Year's Eve. But apart from that, the third-round win against Rotherham's been the only win that Fulham have had, stretching back to early December. And Marco Silva is going to have a job in his hands to raise the morale and the spirits, because going out of one competition is one thing. They've had 2 cup exits now in the space of 3 days.
Yeah, he has to make sure now against his former side, Everton, at home, is their next game, Fulham. He's got to make sure that they go full strength. I think the subs that come on had a slight impact, but they'll probably start in the next game, because it's important. They've only got 1 win in 5 in the Premier League, so Fulham are not in great form themselves, but I think they can turn it around. I've seen them too many times this season, and they do play good football. Just not tonight. It wasn't happening for them.
Now the goals for Newcastle tonight. Sean Longstaff, very well taken, left-footed strike from the edge of the penalty area a few minutes before half-time. His 4th goal of the season in all competitions, and the second came after a corner, and a free header unmarked Sven Botman. It was saved by Marek Rodak, but he couldn't hold it, and it fell into the lap of Dan Byrne, who finished comfortably from close range. So Newcastle, even not firing on all cylinders, getting the job done with these. And could the FA Cup be their competition? Could this be where this long wait for silverware finally comes to an end? Are Newcastle good enough?
Absolutely, they're good enough. I think they'll get players back. I think they'll play, and they can play anyone at St James's Park. I've seen them too many times. I was there for the Man City game in the Carabao Cup. Brilliant atmosphere there. So when the draw happens tomorrow, no one wants Newcastle away. No one wants to draw Newcastle at St James's Park.
So the players are making their way towards the tunnel. Newcastle players have been applauding in front of their travelling supporters. A larger allocation for FA Cup games than your regular league games, so there's a huge Newcastle contingent, and several of the players are coming down now to present their match-worn shirts to supporters in there. And there is a bond, and sometimes this can look to be a bit artificially created. I do believe, having been to a lot of Newcastle games, there is a very good bond between the playing staff, the players, and the Newcastle fans of this club.
I just wonder, the two players that Eddie Howe sent forward there, Sven Botman and Dan Burn, I thought the two of them were absolutely terrific tonight, and I wonder if Eddie Howe is just saying to those two players, you go and give your shirts away in front of those Newcastle fans, because you two, the whole team, well, not the whole team, but the back line especially, I thought was superb tonight, and those two in particular, Dan Burn and Sven Botman, outstanding.
Well, earlier on today, the big FA Cup story was Maidstone beating Ipswich Town. Maidstone of the 6th tier going through to the 5th round of the FA Cup. Everton are out, a Mikolenko own goal, part of their demise at home to Luton Town at Goodison. Leeds United and Plymouth Argyle will do it all again after a 1-1 draw at Elland Road. Leicester City are through to the 5th round. They had a 3-0 win against Birmingham City at the King Power Stadium. And Sheffield United, rock bottom of the Premier League, are out of the FA Cup as well. Brighton winning at Bramall Lane by 5-2. More FA Cup action to come tomorrow. Will be all across it on 5 Live. Starting with that 11:45 West Brom against Wolves kickoff. If you're up early tomorrow, you can keep in touch with the Australian Open Tennis men's final as well. But from here at Craven Cottage, Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2. From myself, Conor McNamara, and from Dan Hutchison, it's a very good night. And it is time for the 5 Live News now. With the time approaching 9 o'clock, here is Stuart Clarkson.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Conor, thank you. Good evening. Israel is calling for the head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees to resign after alleging that some of its staff took part in the attacks by Hamas on the 7th of October. UNRWA has sacked several employees and begun an investigation. Countries including the UK and the US have suspended funding. Nabil Abu Radineh from the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah thinks it's the wrong decision.
It has been taken in a wrong time, and we hope that they will come back soon to understand that the need of the people in Gaza and everywhere is a necessity for continuing living on this earth.
The Defence Secretary Grant Shapps has condemned as intolerable the latest attack on shipping by Houthis in Yemen. A missile strike caused a major fire on board an oil tanker, which has now been brought under control. The chairman of the Post Office has stood down after speaking on the phone with the Business Secretary, Kemi Badenoch. Henry Staunton took up the job in December 2022 and has been leading the company's board as it deals with the fallout from the wrongful convictions of hundreds of branch managers. The government and Post Office have been giving versions of how Mr Staunton lost his job. Here's our political correspondent, Ian Watson.
I think it is interesting that the government said, and I quote, actually, they agreed to part their ways with mutual consent. That may well be mutual consent by the end of that conversation. The Post Office are telling me, actually, he was asked to stand down. I mean, it is actually rare, I think, for somebody who's chairman of an arm's-length body, although government-funded, to be called up on a Saturday afternoon and persuaded to go.
John Lewis has confirmed it's planning cuts to its workforce over the next 5 years. Reports suggest up to 11,000 jobs across John Lewis and Waitrose could be lost. The Queen has visited the King in hospital in London a day after he underwent treatment for an enlarged prostate. The King, who's in the private London clinic in Marylebone, is said to be doing well. And non-league Maidstone United are into the 5th round of the FA Cup after a 2-1 win at Ipswich earlier. Lots of reaction coming up before 10 here on 5 Live. And we've got a full roundup of the day's sport on the way with Mike at 9:30.
On BBC iPlayer.
This story that I'd never heard before.
Real people, unbelievable stories, including another body.
Deepfake videos can make someone appear as though they're saying or doing something that they're not.
There is no woman in the world who is safe from this technology.
Beyond Utopia.
There is no freedom of religion, no freedom of thought, no freedom of press in North Korea.
And Revenge, Our Dad the Nazi Killer.
They all believe Dad was responsible for taking out a Nazi fugitive living in Australia.
Storyville. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening, welcome along. Last night on the show it was all about the shock departure of Jurgen Klopp.
I will leave the club at the end of the season.
We heard from the former Premier League boss, Ian Holloway.
You feel like you know him when you see him, and that smile will always be missed, but you don't know what's happening behind the smile. My advice to him would be to just get a little breather, Jurgen. You've been absolutely wonderful in this country, and we absolutely love you.
Club says he's burnt out. Tonight we want to hear from you if you've packed in a stressful job for a new life. 08085 909 693. Later, the Post Office chairman has stepped down amid ongoing questions over the Horizon IT scandal. We'll have the award-winning journalist and author of the Great Post Office Scandal, Nick Wallace, on the programme. And first up tonight.
I think knife crime in England is an epidemic.
I personally believe that there should be a mandatory prison term for carrying a knife in public.
It's easier to get access to a knife or a kitchen knife than it is to get access to alcohol these days.
The family of Grace O'Malley Kumar, who's killed, was sentenced to indefinite detention in a high-security hospital this week, are calling for tougher knife laws, including mandatory prison for carrying a knife. Is that the solution? We'll hear from a former gang member battling knife crime. Here's how to get in touch.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live. Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Well, if you believe in omens, Newcastle have won their last 4 against Fulham in all competitions. They've kept 5 clean sheets in their last 7 against Fulham, and Fulham have lost all 4 FA Cup draws against Newcastle, last one being 1961. I know that's a long time ago, and Newcastle scored at least 4 in all of those games. Hopefully we're going to get an absolute cracker here on TalkSport. You listen to the FA Cup on TalkSport with Carlin, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Both teams out onto the pitch. For Newcastle, this seems like the final competition to save their season under Eddie Howe, while for Fulham, they'll have ambitions of going further than they did in the Carabao Cup, which they exited earlier on this week. Here's your commentary team for the FA Cup 4th round tie between Fulham and Newcastle, with former Newcastle midfielder Darren Ambrose alongside him, TalkSport's commentator Jim Proudfoot, and it's all live on TalkSport.
Adam, thank you. Good evening to you. It is the last chance for Newcastle to avoid a 55th successive season without a major trophy. The long, infamous barren run dependent on the FA Cup glory, a competition in which they've had the most miserable series in recent years. In each of Eddie Howe's seasons at the helm, they've gone out to lead one opposition. They haven't beaten a top-flight team in the FA Cup for more than a decade. Tonight, remarkably, they aim to reach round 5 for only the second time in 18 years. But if happy cup memories have been isolated at best, their Wearside waltz to success 3 weeks ago is the most notable of exceptions. A victory that breeds hope for the Toon that the tide has turned. Well, tonight's opponents have had one near miss in the Cups already this season. Fulham trying to lift themselves from the frustrations of their League Cup semi-final to exit to Liverpool on Wednesday, where an excellent second-half performance couldn't quite get them to extra time. And as such, 72 hours on, Marco Silva's made 7 changes as the Whites try to go again. Pereira, Robinson, Decordova-Reid and Diop, the players retain. It's Rodak in goal, Tete, Diop, Riemann, Robinson, Reid and Lukic, Wilson, Pereira and Decordova-Reid, and Rodrigo Muniz up front. The bench, Tosin, Jimenez, Kearney, Willian, Castagna, Palhinha, finishers Francois and Bender. Newcastle's one change in force. Almiron is ill. He's replaced by Jacob Murphy, who's back from a shoulder injury. No Jamal Lascelles in the matchday 20. He's got a calf problem. The fact that Eddie Howe's named the strongest possible side underlines the significance of this competition this season. It's the Bravka in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne, Lewis Miley, Guimaraes and Longstaff, Jacob Murphy, Isak and Gordon. And on the bench, Dummett, Richie Kraft, Paul Livramento, Alex Murphy, Parkinson, Hernes, the young midfielder signed from Shrewsbury back on deadline day, and Loris Karius is the substitute goalkeeper. Referee tonight, Jared Gillett, who officiated Newcastle's League Cup exit at Chelsea, and the twin VARs are Rob Jones and Tony Harrington. Fulham white shirts with black trim, and they will defend the Hammersmith end of the ground in this first half, kicking from right to left. Newcastle in their change kit of green shirts and white shorts. Well, Newcastle have lost their last 7 FA Cup ties against top-flight opposition. Another defeat tonight spells unwanted history. Arguably, it brings the curtain down on their season. Fulham, 72 hours after one cup exit, desperately hoping to avoid another. A day that has produced the shock of shocks in the FA Cup, one of the biggest of our lifetimes. What will happen here tonight? Newcastle pumping a long ball forward to the edge of the Fulham penalty area, where Tim Ream is able to mop up. Harrison Reed's ball out from the back, not the best. And the Geordies are able to pick it up with Longstaff, who goes to the ground. No foul. Lewis Miley trying to get involved. Longstaff in there strongly. And it will be a free kick that will be taken by Fulham just outside their penalty area. 30 seconds in. It's live on TalkSport. And alongside me here at Craven Cottage, I'm delighted to say it's a very good evening to Darren Ambrose.
Good evening, Jim. It's a good start by Newcastle. Fabian Schär played a lovely ball over the top, and Isak up top didn't quite read the flight of the ball. If he'd have read that, he was in on goal, but it just hit the back of his heel and ended up being cleared by Fulham. But you can see the intent already. Get the ball over the back line of Fulham, and they've certainly done that.
Already through Bournemouth, Manchester City, Maidstone, Luton, Leicester and Brighton. Plenty of replays in 10 and 11 days' time. Will these two be able to avoid that extra shift and be able to get the job done at the first attempt tonight? A long ball fall from Diop out towards the Fulham right-hand side. Chased after, brilliantly brought down by Wilson, who will come back outside the penalty area. Referee just gets in the way of Lukic for a moment. Harrison Reed, wearing 6 for Fulham, flame-haired midfielder over on the far side with a chance to try and deliver. He's worked it back in through the midfield instead to Wilson. He goes back inside his own half. Ream will just sweep up under pressure from Jacob Murphy and get it back to his goalkeeper. And it's Marek Rodak who will clear. Rare appearance for him. Very much second choice behind Bernd Leno here. It's only his 4th game of the season for Fulham. We were in possession inside their own half. Isak again putting the pressure on. The ball is laid back for Rodak, who controls it neatly. Plays it out for the blonde-haired American Tim Ream. Fulham just able to get a touch of the ball really in the midfield, just trying to ease them away into the game with this much changed side, although it is the same front 6 that played against Rotherham here in the last round. Ball inside the area for Rodrigo Muniz, who cut across it as he got a right-footed shot in, and it sails into the thousands of Newcastle fans at the Putney end of the ground away to our left-hand side. 3 gone, 0-0.
Fantastic play there by Fulham. Harrison Reed in particular found himself in a lovely bit of space down the right-hand side, fed a lovely ball into Muniz, and I spoke about that before the game. Rodrigo Muniz said he wants to improve. That was his words in the match day programme. He's trying every day to get on the score sheet, and he took it well, just went over the bar. Good start by both sides.
They scored at Ipswich in the League Cup, which is an impressive victory for a much changed Fulham side that night. It remains his only goal of the season so far, the Brazilian striker. Pereira trying to bring the ball forward down the left, loses out and then wins it back straight away. Couldn't find a way past Miley. And Bruno Guimaraes was in there trying to make life difficult. Anthony Robinson picking it up, finds Harrison Reed, who's lost his place to Tom Kearney in the last few months in the heart of the midfield as Palhinha's first choice partner. Wilson caught the eye in a cameo roll off the bench the other night. Now Tim Ream down for Robinson right in front of us. His ball behind Bobby Deckled over Reed is easily mopped up by Bruno Guimaraes. Schär brings it under easy control and finds Trippier, staying put on Tyneside after those links with a move to Bayern Munich. Guimaraes just stubs his toe as he tries to play the ball forward. Slid in towards Muniz on the edge of the penalty area. The Fulham player is Wilson, went down on the edge of the box, no penalty. And Newcastle break quickly with Gordon slipping in forward down the left-hand side of the penalty area for Isak. He checks on the dead ball line, tries to work himself into a shooting position, takes a deflection, poked away from Miley, and Deckled over Reed should be able to clear his lines. Oh, he's given it away. It's a right-footed effort, saved by Rodak. And somehow Fulham have got away with it. Looks so easy to be able to play the way out from the back, Fulham. They presented the ball straight to Jacob Murphy. who had time for 2 or 3 touches, but fires it straight at the Fulham keeper.
Yeah, poor effort from Jacob Murphy. Decordova-Reid got caught out with a sidewards across field pass, cut out by Jacob Murphy. And he was in 2 minds whether to play it in the near post or reverse it to the far post. In the end, did neither, and it was a comfortable save by Rodak. That's a big chance by Newcastle, and disappointing by Jacob Murphy.
Well, the kind of opportunity that you don't want to come your way that early in the game, I guess, when you've been out for the thick end of 3 months as he has. He would much rather that on 24 minutes than 4 minutes, I think, but what a gilt-edged chance.
I mean, on the flip side, why not have it when you've only just come back, build your confidence up immediately. Whether you've been out for 3 months, a year, a week, you've got to do better in that position. He was, 15 yards out on a little bit of an angle, just hit it straight at Rodak.
Yeah, didn't work him at all. Fulham with an opportunity to bring it forward. And Nunez has done well. Good strength from him as he works it through the midfield for Pereira. 0-0 here on TalkSport. Newcastle spurning a really good early opportunity. Fulham's crossfield ball runs away from Robinson and goes out for a goal kick that'll be taken by Martin Dubravka for Newcastle away to our left-hand side. And Murphy's been struggling with a shoulder problem for a lot of this season. It's only actually his 4th start today in all competitions. And it's 8 years since his only ever FA Cup goal that came back in his Coventry City days. Should have rectified that there. Newcastle get a throw on this near touchline there, right-hand side. Coming into this on the back of no kind of domestic form. 4 defeats in a row in the Premier League. They've lost their last 5 away games in the Premier League. And in fact, they've only taken points from one of the last 7 league games they've played. That, though, a comprehensive win on Tyneside against Fulham. Beaten 3-0. Jimenez sent off early in that game, which changed the flow of it, but it was a very easy, routine win for Newcastle that day. They're hoping that again against the same opposition will play him back into form today. Now dallying on the edge of his own penalty area, Guy Moraes, grateful to have the time to take a second touch and get it back to his goalkeeper. And the intensity of the press from both sides is causing massive problems now.
It certainly is the high press, and it's a game of high press and a game of sloppiness. Guimaraes has been guilty of it a couple of times. Decordova-Reid obviously caused the mistake and caused the chance for Jacob Murphy, but Guimaraes caught in possession, almost once again allowed Fulham in on goal. It's the high press that's causing all the problems from both sides.
And Newcastle trying to play through it here, which it seems ill-advised. They end up conceding a corner. It's Dubravka and Botman who were the two involved. And he played it down towards the corner flag, Martin Dubravka. The outball then hit a player and found Harrison Reed. And Fulham very quickly get a corner out of that, which is the first of the game. We're taking on the Fulham right-hand side in the 8th minute. And Diop's made his way forward. And Ream is there. It's Pereira that's going to take it. Looks as though it's going to be a right-footed away swinger. Actually just worked short. Tickled in towards the right-hand edge of the box, then laid back for Reed, and towards Pereira again. Will take on Gordon. He can work it inside the penalty area, but it's easily fielded at the near post by Isak. And then it will be cleared and takes a touch off a Fulham player and goes out for a throw to be taken on the Newcastle left.
What was interesting there, Jim, I was looking at the marking. They've got Kieran Trippier marking Rodrigo Muniz, and it's a mismatch to say the least. So if they can get to grips with that, if Muniz says to them, look, I'm being marked by Kieran Trippier, there's a massive size difference, there's a chance to be had there.
Tete will play it forward. Fulham still in Newcastle's half. Now the space on the left-hand side for Robinson. Pereira will turn the other way, though. Just comes out of the centre circle and goes back towards Diop. Diop taking a touch, finds the Dutchman Kenny Tete. Comes back in to replace Castagna at right back today. Now he goes back towards Marek Rodak. And Rodak will just loft it forward into the centre circle where Pereira's beaten to it by Miley. And it goes out of play for a throw. Luis Miley, just the one senior goal so far in his career, which came against Fulham 6 weeks ago. What a season he's had. His first as a Newcastle first team regular. It plays with such a maturity. It's hard to think that he's only a 17-year-old with only 17 games behind him before tonight. Sasha Lukic in the midfield for Fulham. Back towards Diop. Diop, the goal scorer of the other night, controlling the ball, exchanging passes with Lukic again, who just drops deep in between the two Fulham centre-halves, as Polina loves to do. Now forward towards Reed, and he was very quickly closed down. And the ball goes out of play for a throw to be taken over on the Fulham right-hand side. 10 gone, and both sides are speeding each other out in the early stages, really. Both sides have had a nice moment or two.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Jim. They've had a couple of good moments in the attacking thirds, but in and around the midfield, a little bit of sloppiness. No one can really get a feel. No one can really get some pressure. Someone's just got to take this game 10 minutes in, as you said, by the scruff of the neck, get some control of the game. Whoever gains control in this midfield is going to have a chance to win this match.
Murphy plays it back for Cher. Guimaraes receiving the ball. Able to turn under pressure, only just able to get it back for Muniz. So he looked for Botman, he rolled it diagonally back into his own penalty area. And the Fulham number 19, and he had size 12 boots on rather than size 10, might just have been able to bring that under control. It was a really close run thing. You oohs and ahs around us. 10 goalless minutes behind us. On the day that National League South Maidstone have won at Championship High Flyers Ipswich. And they're the first sixth-tier side through to the FA Cup fifth round since Blythe Spartans back in 1978. We'll find out together who they get tomorrow. The draw is being made. We'll bring it to you tomorrow afternoon as part of our coverage of the FA Cup. We've got 3 live games for you tomorrow. First of all, the Black Country Derby, West Brom against Wolves. That's followed by the first game of Jurgen Klopp's long farewell, Liverpool against Norwich, and then Manchester United go to Newport County. And Stuart Pearce, part of the commentary team in South Wales tomorrow, where Adrian Durham will be hosting at Rodney Parade. And that game live for you and exclusive to National Radio. It's a 4:30 kickoff tomorrow. The draw as well. We've got it all covered for you tomorrow. Here's Dan Burn for Newcastle. Played for the blonde-haired Anthony Gordon. Coming in off the left flank, but there's an excellent challenge on him from Tete, who followed him every step of the way. Reed has taken up some really good advanced positions. Wilson trying to find him. Reed does get in there, rifles in a first-time cross. The Bobby Deckled over Reed will chase after and bring under control down by the left-hand corner flag. Skylit it short, outside the box for Robinson. Lukic now coming forward. Lukic with an angle ball, but easily claimed by Dubravka. It was way overhit. And we're 12 minutes in at 0-0 here at Craven Cottage. Here's Darren Ambrose.
Yeah, I mean, Harrison Reed, there was a strange, unique cross. It was more of a tackle, and it ended up being an almost perfect cross to Decordova Reed at the back post. I think Fulham has started a little bit better than Newcastle. That you were seeing more of the attack towards the Newcastle end. I think Anthony Robinson down the left-hand side doing his usual marauding runs, and Kieran Trippier, perhaps that's why Jacob Murphy's in front of Trippier to help him, because he gets forward really well, Anthony Robinson. But yeah, I think Fulham have started a little bit better.
Yeah, in terms of the stats, that would bear it out. And Fulham marginally ahead in terms of possession. I think that where they've had the ball, though, has been slightly better. The territorial advantage has been with them. There's an excellent ball forward here from Rodak that is brought down by Rodrigo Muniz, who then makes his way forward. Decordova Reed can't supply him with an optimistic return ball. Guimaraes and Harrison Reed getting involved in the midfield. It's a foul by Reed. Referee plays the advantage with Gordon in possession for Newcastle. He's played it to his left for Longstaff. He just slows things down in the midfield for a moment. Now he'll play it forward towards Isak. Isak's got Dan Burn making a run outside him. He's got goal side of Tete, who's forced to slide in and concede the first corner that Newcastle have won tonight.
Come from a bit of sloppy play from Decordova Reed down the other end. Harrison Reed made a fantastic run forward. If he got his head up, he detracted Dan Burn inside, and Harry Wilson was open on the right hand side, but he didn't. He tried to feed the forward Muniz, but it got cut out, ended up on the counter attack. And great feet from Isak. He's fantastic with his feet, and now it's a corner.
There's a corner that Kieran Trippier has worked short to Gordon, then gets it back in. Oh, in towards the near post. It deceived Rodak, who scrambled down to his near post, and in the nick of time got his body behind it and bundled it away. Now from distance, it's fired just wide from Gordon. Well worth a pot shot from 25 yards out. It's been a nervy start for Marek Rodak, and he's just got away with one there, very nearly deceived at the near post.
Yeah, he was, and it started with a corner. I think it's a short corner, and it got back to Trippier, and where he's hit it, I think Fabian Schär has just let it go, and it almost caught Rodak off guard, but it ended up being quite a good save. Come out, and Anthony Gordon recycled play, good strike, just went wide of the post. But it's end-to-end stuff. It's been a good match so far.
Yeah. FA Cup ties between these two have been drenched in goals, albeit that they're all very historical these days. I think the last time they met was back in the early 1960s. There's a fixture that, as Adam was saying before the game, it's certainly been in Newcastle's behest in the recent past. They've had much the better of it. Have won the last 4 meetings. They've scored 10 in their last 3 games here, and they're unbeaten in 7 against the Cottagers. Through the opening 15 minutes, you'll be a brave man that would predict with any certainty which way this one is likely to go. Still 0-0. Fulham throw in an attacking position on their right. Mooney's trying to make something happen inside the penalty area. Botman forced to stretch and get the ball half clear. Byrne can poke it further away. Tete with a delivery now. 2 Newcastle players went for the same ball, and it almost hit one of them and bounced for Decordova-Reid. But they were able to clear, and Tim Reid mops up in the back for Fulham.
Yeah, it was Kieran Trippier at the back, just got caught off guard again. He's done this before recently. Does he head it? Does he flick it on? In the end, it just hit him in the chest and almost landed at Decordova-Reid's foot, and he would have smashed that in the goal, but they cleared it in the end. But a bit of confusion in both boxes. In the middle, a little bit sloppy. It's a sloppy start, which is making it a good viewing.
Well, it's been quite a cohesive performance in some ways from Fulham, when you bear in mind how many changes that they've made, and that whilst Newcastle are at full strength, as we were saying, such is the importance of the FA Cup for them this season.
Yeah.
That Fulham have just named a mix and match side, but they've been every bit Newcastle's equal so far.
Yeah, you can see everyone wants to impress. Rodrigo Muniz up top is playing really well. Harrison Reed's having some lovely touches. Harry Wilson, of course, the cameo on Wednesday, he done well. He started well as well. He's on the ball now. Can he create something?
He's inside the penalty area. It's Muniz! And it's an outstanding save. Dubravka diving to his right, and he got a right hand to it, took the pace out of it, and just angled it past the post. But it was an excellent piece of play by Harry Wilson, turning inside the penalty area, and Rodrigo Muniz inches away from giving Fulham the lead.
Oh, it's good play. It's good play from Harry Wilson. I said, could he create something? He did create something, and it's a great effort from Rodrigo Muniz. But an unbelievable save. Outstretched right hand by Dubravka.
So another Fulham corner. In from Pereira. Attacked by Diop. It's in a Newcastle player last and goes out for another corner. There's a really good tantalising delivery from Pereira. Plenty of right-footed in-swing on it. I saw the goal that Manchester City scored against Spurs yesterday in a congested 6-yard box of pressure on the goalkeeper. Fulham trying to replicate that. Decordova-Reid getting in at the near post for this latest corner, and that again is turned behind. So Fulham with a third corner in quick succession, and their fourth of the opening 17 minutes of this encounter. And again, it's going to be Pereira to take it. Walks back towards the little hoarding behind the black corner flag. Right-footed in-swing and delivery, the worst of the 4 so far. It's easily headed away by Isak, only as far as Reid. Back in from Pereira again, much better shape on that one as he looked for Ream. But Newcastle will clear and try and bring it forward now with Isak. Struggling to get the ball out from underneath his feet for a moment. Couldn't get it into his stride. Poked it back towards Guimaraes but missed him. Fulham bring it forward again, winning it up in the midfield. And Guimaraes can only poke it so far clear. Wilson forward and Decordova-Reid on the stretch. Couldn't stretch far enough. Out of play for a goal kick, but Fulham have had a good last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they have. It's the pressure in the midfield. It was Decordova-Reid that time. It was Pereira as well, shutting down. So every time someone gets the ball, Isak it was for Newcastle, there's 2 or 3 Fulham players. They're playing a real high intensity. Can they keep that up? It will remain to be seen with the lack of game time that they've had. But yeah, I think Fulham are controlling this game for the moment.
Home form's been pretty decent. They've won twice as many as they've lost on home soil in the Premier League this season. Newcastle's away form has been talked about at length. They had that extraordinary win at Sheffield United, but they only picked up 2 points from the other 9 away games that they played so far this season. So only 3 Premier League sides have more home points than the Geordies, but only the Blades have fewer on the road. Newcastle bring it forward again. It's a really good run by Miley down the right-hand side of the penalty area. First time ball, headed away by Reid. down towards the corner flag, but it will go out for a throw, which will be taken on the Newcastle right, and a lot of space there for Miley.
Yeah, good play by Guimaraes, feeding him in between the fullback and the centre half. Miley with a good run in between those. Good ball into the box. Couldn't find a Newcastle head though.
And Jacob Murphy, who squandered that really good early chance for Newcastle, thought that he was brought down there by Robinson. The referee said, no, that was cynical. That share on Rodrigo Muniz. It will be a yellow card. A few Fulham fans wanted a red. The reason that it is only a yellow, he was probably just about the last man, but the ball was overhit and was going down towards the left-hand touchline. There were going to be covering defenders. Cher just sticks out a hand, pushes the arm of Rodrigo Muniz, who was travelling at pace. Cher saying it was just a genuine coming together, a collision. That wasn't how Jared Gillett saw it.
No, it was a yellow card. It was a cynical foul. And not only did he use his arm, he got his thigh and it kind of tripped him over as well. Looked a sore one for Rodrigo Muniz. Great run in behind. I've been impressed with him so far, this opening 21 minutes. Really showing some strength, some pace up front, and he's had a few chances. But yeah, that was a cynical foul, Jim. Definite yellow card. Not a red. Sven Botman was behind him covering, but definite yellow.
So that's the 6th yellow card of the season for Cher. Newcastle, incidentally, have got a couple of players who are a yellow card away from an FA Cup suspension if they're booked today. That's Guimaraes and Gordon. Guimaraes, who has been booked in each of his last 6 games in all competitions. Free kick then to Fulham. It's left for Wilson to take. It's travelled a long way, and nobody could get a touch until Tim Ream down by the dead ball line recycles it. Then it's knocked in towards Diop. His header boomed clear by Dan Burn and out of play for a throw. But it was a good variety on the set piece. It wasn't the right-footed in-swinging delivery that everyone anticipated. It was a left-footed away swinger, and that change of angle meant that it was difficult for Newcastle to clear.
If you're Harry Wilson there, you've got to be moaning at your forward players or the defensive players that are attacking it. Unbelievable delivery. We're right behind that. Perfect delivery in behind the defenders. Dubravka didn't. It was too quick for Dubravka to come and collect it. No one seemed to want to attack it. Great delivery into the box, Harry Wilson.
Harrison Reed offside. It was such a good ball in that the Newcastle defenders knew they had to play it. Cher stuck out a right leg and was lucky that he didn't make contact, because he could have steered it past Dubravka and in for an own goal. Midway through the first half, you're with TalkSport. Jim Pravill and Darren Ambrose, the former Ipswich and Newcastle midfielder, talking through the action here at Craven Cottage tonight. And it's 0-0. Pereira, Muniz, out to the Fulham right-hand side for Kenny Tete. Slightly misdirected ball. Down across the edge of the penalty area rather than into the heart of the box. Miley half clears it. Diop, forward for Robinson. High ball in from the Fulham left-back. That's well played by Dubravka. He's had a good start to the game, and Newcastle have needed him to have a good start at the game.
They certainly are defending for their lives at the moment. It's all Fulham. It's all in the Newcastle penalty area on the final third. And it's sloppiness. So Guimaraes this time got the ball in the middle of the park. Isak made a run in behind. He thought he was coming feet. They lost it again, and the pressure just keeps coming. And Dubravka needs to be on his toes because it's coming and coming.
And Newcastle have to do something to stem the tide here. What changes there?
Yeah, they just need to get hold of the ball, have a few passes. They're looking to do that now, and this is exactly what they need to do. Just give them something to think about. Frustrate them a little bit. You don't always have to be direct. Have 5, 6, 7 passes in the defence and then go forward when it creates an opportunity.
Now they can play it in towards Alexander Isak, but he's got his back to the direction of play. And he just drops back into the midfield for a moment before popping the ball off to his right-hand side. And it's quickly out towards Anthony Gordon. Back from him to Guimaraes. Cher inside his own half and down towards Kieran Trippier. This is much better approach play here from Newcastle. Trippier hoisting it high. Gordon making the run, but it was always likely to be Rodak who could jump the higher and claim that comfortably. And we've played 23 minutes, it's still 0-0.
It's much better, that though. It's much better. They had 6, 7 passes in their back line. Ended up Trippier getting out on the right hand side. It's poor delivery into the box. I think he sliced it looking for Anthony Gordon, but it created that space for him to get the ball, which also drew the fullback the other side in, which created an opportunity for Anthony Gordon. Just didn't get the cross right.
Here's Tim Ream venturing slowly forward towards halfway. Now playing it down towards Robinson. Back again for Ream. More than 300 Fulham games behind him, not too far short of 500 club games in his career now. It's a milestone that he's likely to get to next month. Wilson, Tete trying to play it back to him. Gordon watching every step of the way. There's a collision between the pair of them. A few muted appeals that should be a penalty, not from the player himself. But Fulham do end up with the corner as Tete just nutmegged Dan Burn, who's played forward. Gordon just leaning into Wilson. Felt the faintest of contacts and went aground. The referee has given a corner which will be taken over on the right-hand side. Pereira thought it was a free kick and just spotted the ball down near the corner flag, but he's been told that he has to retreat and put it down on the quadrant. Well, Newcastle have struggled to deal with a few of these. Miley has got arms round Tete. At the far post, Ream is lurking with a little bit of intent. It's played towards De Cordova-Reid, but headed away from him. Cher's going to chase after it. Oh, it's an excellent challenge from Robinson. Cher saw him coming and knew that Robinson was going to be able to take the ball and the man and everything.
Yeah,
Cher braced himself and Robinson got it clear.
That's one of those that Cher would have loved to have had the opportunity on the other side of things. But yeah, Anthony Robinson knew exactly what he was doing, timed it perfectly, fully committed. And you're right, I was looking at Cher's eyes. He knew it was coming and he kind of protected himself as well. Good tackle.
It was almost like sort of a second and a half before he got there. You saw just an elongated blink and oh, here we go.
Yeah.
But he was fine. He's got it again now. He's poked it forward. Lukic wins it straight back for Fulham. And here's Andreas Pereira. Still Fulham having a slight majority of possession, but much more of their possession has been in Newcastle's territory than the other way round. Lukic near the centre circle, long diagonal out towards the far side. Dan Burn can head that one away. And he comes off Harrison Reed and then takes another deflection off a Newcastle player and goes out of play for a throw. Luis Boa-Morte just acting as the ball boy for a moment. Throw taken quickly by Fulham. Diop's got it. He's 15 yards inside his own half and lays it back to his goalkeeper Rodak. Had a couple of nervy moments. The player has only seen League Cup action this season. Diop getting it away out towards Tete, the Fulham right back. Great strength from him to get the better of the retreating Longstaff. Now it's Harrison Reed who will make his way forward through the midfield, and he can find Wilson. Wilson's coming to a slightly more central area, finding a pocket of space. Pereira out past Reed. He's missed him from close range. And it's a throw that will be taken on the Newcastle left-hand side. You're listening to Fulham against Newcastle United in the FA Cup. It's live on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. It's 0-0.
See, what they've done, Fulham, with their start to this game is they've quietened down the Geordie support, and you don't often say that. You don't often say that they're quiet, but they're a bit anxious. You can tell they know this is their only opportunity this season of a trophy, and they want to go far. And Fulham have started well. I thought Newcastle will have too much, but they're proving me wrong at the moment. Still 0-0 though, a long way to go in this match, but I've been impressed with Fulham.
Yeah, Newcastle have brought nearly 4,000 down from the northeast for this game. A fixture being played at such a time that it's going to be very difficult for many of them to get home, certainly by train. 28 minutes in, it's still 0-0. Fulham runners up in this competition back in 1975, the only final that they've ever reached. I've got a lousy record in this round of the competition in recent times, eliminated at the fourth round stage in 7 of their last 9 attempts. The exceptions, one of them being at Sunderland last season in a replay en route to the quarterfinals, and against Hull back in the 16-17 season. That's still a better record than Newcastle have had in the FA Cup in recent years. So someone's going to buck the trend tonight. Guy Moraes with a long ball forward. Murphy chases after it. Robinson's there first and will cleverly use his body to shepherd the ball out of play over the line. Just kissed the corner flag on its way out. It's a goal kick which will be taken by Marek Rodak.
He's got the better of Jacob Murphy at the moment, Anthony Robinson. Apart from that early opportunity that Jacob Murphy had, we've not really seen much of him in terms of Newcastle. Not really seen much of any of the forward players, Anthony Gordon, Isak, because it's all down the other end. Like we said, Fulham are on top, not dominating massively, but in terms of where the play is being played, it's mainly in the Newcastle half. Need to do something to change that.
Cher heading it forward, bounces inside the penalty area, but it's hooked away by Ream, whose name is charted by way of appreciation. Excellent through ball for Newcastle though. Byrne for Gordon, good strong challenge on him on the edge of the penalty area. Then Wilson hooking it into space. Harrison Reed, always a midfield dynamo, but boys, he covered a lot of ground in the early stages. He's just given a free kick away on this occasion though, as he lent into, it was Dan Byrne over on that far side. Botman it was, I beg your pardon. It's a free kick which will be taken by Newcastle. Reed is here, there and everywhere, but tends to gravitate out towards that right, allowing Wilson to come inside.
I mean, he's so sharp as well. Over that first 10 yards, he looks so sharp. I don't know if because he's small, he's got a low sense of gravity, but he looks so sharp when he's running across that first 10 yards.
It's been around a bit. Harrison Reed now, it's his 29th birthday today. A player that was at Southampton for many years without really making the grade, but he's found a home here. Challenges flying in with some real rumbustious tackles there. I think Gordon was the perpetrator of the worst of them. Foul on Lukic, and it's a free kick that'll be taken by Fulham. We're half an hour in, it's 0-0. One really good chance at either end. Murphy shooting straight at Rodak inside the opening 4 or 5 minutes, and then Dubravka making an outstanding save, diving away to his right to tip a Rodrigo Muniz effort round the post. Now it's Fulham playing out from the back and getting it all wrong. Murphy, little reverse after Ream's initial error. Ream can get it away. Muniz holding it up, he slipped, but still able to play down towards Pereira. And then Robinson dancing on the spot for a moment, but able to work it back towards Pereira. Giberation really strongly. Here's Isak cutting inside the penalty area. It's Isak! Got to the byline. Rodak committed himself. But I think the offside flag was up anyway. But that was much better from Newcastle, incisive around the edge of the Fulham penalty area.
Yeah, it's just decisions, Jim. Longstaff won the ball high up the field, and Isak was in on goal, but he decided to play Jacob Murphy, and then Jacob Murphy could have shot. He didn't. He tried to play Isak, and then just there, Isak could have shot as he got in front of Anthony Robinson. He didn't add an extra touch, took it off for a goal kick. It's just those decisions that Newcastle are getting wrong up top of the field.
Yeah, would have counted the flag coming up to indicate that the ball had just gone over the line and had to play for a goal kick. Isak, I think, caught him too much. He saw that Rodak was coming out. Rodak then very cleverly withdrew his hands to make sure there was no contact. Isak was waiting for any contact to make sure that if some was forthcoming, the referee knew that it had happened. In the end, the ball beat the pair of them over the line and had to play for a goal kick. Fulham now have a throw, and then midway inside the Newcastle half. Already a day of extraordinary FA Cup action. Maidstone taking the headlines, of course, after their win at Ipswich, but Luton with a 96-minute winner at Everton thanks to Cauley Woodrow. They've won at Goodison for the second time this season. Leicester through after surviving a nervy first half against Birmingham. Brighton winning a 7-goal thriller at Sheffield United. Here's Bobby De Cordova-Reid getting inside the box. Muniz on the turn, and that's deflected wide. Really good defending from Botman, but Muniz has been lively. Big chance for him tonight. A player that has only started 8 games all season, but he's had some moments here.
Brilliant forward play, brilliant centre forward play in the box. Good play down the wing. De Cordova-Reid found him. He backed to goal. First thought, get a turn off, get a shot. Deflected wide by Botman. I mean, I've been impressed with Muniz this game.
So 6 corners to 1 for Fulham. Here comes the latest. Muniz was the target, and they got a 7th corner now. It's a goal kick. Well, how some of the Fulham players saw it. Diop and De Cordova-Reid making their views very clearly felt.
That's how I saw it, I think. Looked like a corner to me from here.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I'm just abdicating all responsibility, to be honest. It wouldn't have surprised me. Yeah. Judging by the players' reactions rather than anything else from both sides, I was expecting it to be another corner, but it is a goal kick. And it's taken short, now towards Dan Byrne. And this time Newcastle briskly work it back towards Dubravka. And he'll come out of the penalty area to the right-hand side this time for Fabian Cher, the only player booked so far. Long right-footed ball forward from him was hit and hope, brought down by Diop. But Miley can now bring it away for Newcastle. He finds Byrne. Byrne to Botman, and very quickly back out towards Byrne again, who just didn't see Harry Wilson coming in. Byrne trying to play the ball has ended up playing an awful lot of Wilson. and it's going to be a free kick, and I think a lecture rather than a yellow card. Wilson still writhing in pain, hasn't got up yet. Newcastle with another set piece to defend. It's all Fulham with 10 minutes to go to half time here on TalkSport.
I think he's being very lenient if he doesn't book Dan Burn there. He did, he caught him off guard. He blindsided him, he didn't know he was coming, and he got the touch, and Dan Burn just brought him down in a dangerous position. Normally that's a yellow card, so if he doesn't, which it doesn't look like he's going to, he did get away pretty quickly though, Jim, just to make sure he doesn't, but Jarrod Gillett just seems to have let this one go.
Marco Silva's making that very point to the fourth official, Oliver Langford, over on the far touchline. Still the pair of them in discussion. Silva clearly felt that should have been a yellow card. One Newcastle defender already on a yellow, and another lucky to have escaped one. Well, Fulham have shown a really good array of set pieces already in this game, and they've got another chance here for a free kick that is 12 yards outside the penalty area, almost level with the right hand edge of the box, but slightly further out towards the touchline than that. Muniz is the deepest of a contingent that is 5 strong for Fulham, 6 strong now as Decordova-Reid makes his way in as well. Good header by Byrne, got enough on it, just a glancing header, but that got it half clear, and there will be put out of play for a throw, which Bobby Decordova-Reid is going to leave for Anthony Robinson on this left-hand touchline. And he'll make his way forward very deliberately down the touchline, Decordova-Reid, before handing the ball to Robinson. Make sure that the throw is taken from the right place so that they don't lose any territorial advantage. Fulham work it back to Riemann. He's got all the way back to his goalkeeper. And Rodak will be able to pick it up and then work it out towards Diop. We've got 9 minutes to go to half-time. 3 live FA Cup ties for you tomorrow, starting with the Black Country Derby, 11:45. That kicks off. A Black Country breakfast on TalkSport tomorrow. It's followed by Liverpool Norwich at 2:30 and Newport Manchester United at 4:30. And Wilson's got a problem. It was his left shoulder that got hurt in that challenge with Dan Burn. Darren, he received some treatment for it, and he's now gone down again over on the far touchline. Burn sportingly going over there to see if he's okay, but Wilson has got a problem. I don't know whether he's just angered his rotator cuffs or something in the way that he fell there.
Yeah, I've done that before, and that is a sore one. It doesn't go fully, you don't dissipate it fully, but yeah, it was a nasty challenge from Dan Burn. I don't think he was over there seeing if he's all right. I think that's just where he's playing, to be honest, just standing next to him, but he does look in a bit of pain. I was watching him since that foul took place, and he does look in pain. Even now he's hunched over holding that shoulder, and if it is the AC joint, which I've done many times, it is a sore one, and it starts to really stiffen up. We may see a sub being made here.
Willian would be the natural replacement for him coming on, a player who has won the FA Cup in the past, back in 2018. Here's Jacob Murphy, back inside his own half here. Cher flighting it forward, and it's knocked away before it gets to Gordon. One back by Lukic. Robinson's clearance hitting a Newcastle player, and that Ream eventually will come across the cover and puts it out of play for a corner which will be taken on the Newcastle right by Murphy. It's only their second of the game.
They cause their own problems, Fulham, especially when it's in their defensive third. They do give it away quite often, and with Longstaff and Gimrice playing a real high press, that's the only time that Newcastle have had opportunities.
And this corner's worked short for Longstaff by Murphy. Murphy gets the return ball. Trippier sends it in, a real high up and under, which is headed down at the far post. Miley near the penalty spot, and then a left-footed effort is rifled in. It's a quite brilliant strike from Sean Longstaff. And against a run of plays, Newcastle United the lead. Fulham have caused problems from set pieces. Newcastle caused mayhem from one of their own. It's beautifully struck by Longstaff, who scored here last season and scores here this to give Newcastle a 1-0 advantage.
It's a short corner routine, and it finds its way to Kieran Trippier, plays the ball down across into the box. Dan Burn heads it back. There's question marks over this. They're surrounding the referee, saying there's a hand direct in the box, and it was Gimrice, and looking at it, does hit his hand. I don't know if it's outside the silhouette. It does hit his hand certainly, and it's directly involved in the goal, but great finish by Sean Longstaff. Left foot, half volley on the side, hits it into the bottom corner. Rodak stands no chance, but they're still surrounding him, Jim.
Well, it's still being looked at. The VARs are Rob Jones and Tony Harrington. Now, if it hits the arm of Longstaff, it has to be disallowed. But if it hits the arm of one of his teammates, and it is entirely accidental, then you would imagine that it may well count.
It's got to count then. It's hit Guimaraes. It hasn't touched alongside. It's hit Guimaraes. It's not deliberate, so it should count.
Well, it was a beautifully struck goal, and it has given Newcastle United the advantage. His 4th of the season. And Newcastle, who've been under the cosh for swathes of this game, have their noses in front 5 minutes before half-time. Fulham 0, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport.
Has to be said against run of play, Jim. Has to be said. Fulham have been the better side, and they've gone down the other end, got a corner. It's their second corner of the match. You said that. Found its way to Trippier. You can't take nothing away from the finish from Longstaff. Brilliant left foot half volley into the bottom corner. It did hit Guimaraes' hand. Accidental, can't be helped, and yeah, the goal was rightly given.
Well, it's been well documented this week. Newcastle have lost their last 7 FA Cup ties against Premier League opposition. They've lost the last 6 of those without even scoring. So that's the first goal that they have scored against the Premier League side in the FA Cup since Papis Cisse netted against Cardiff 10 years ago.
Wow.
It's given them the lead. I know, I can see your eyes lighting up there. You thought that you might have been the last player to score a goal for Newcastle against top-flight opposition.
Oh, certainly not. Did I ever?
I'm saying nothing. I mean, the ball did clearly hit the arm of Guimaraes. It's fired into him, though, from such close range. The arm was in a natural position, and it was Longstaff that put it in. The goal stands, and it's 1-0 to the Geordies in a fixture in which they've had an excellent record in recent times. Won 4-1 here last season, with Miggy Almiron getting a couple that day. 3-0 victory for Newcastle when the two sides met 6 weeks ago, and a 1-0 lead here. Albeit, as Darren was saying, against the run of play in front of a crowd of just a shade under 19,000 here at Craven Cottage today. But the vociferous Geordie support away to our left-hand side, loving the scoreline. Here's Isak, and the ball will be played out towards the Newcastle left. And with the other results as they are, I know there are still some replays, it feels as though it's opened right up already, the FA Cup this season, and that if you're a side that hasn't had any great success in the competition for a generation or two, you could be tempted to think that, you know, this might just be your year this time.
Yeah, of course. Look, while Manchester City is still in it, they're going to be the natural favourites, of course. But like you said, you can go far, and there's real opportunities. You never know. We've seen with Maidstone and Ipswich today, you never know in the FA Cup what can happen. Maybe Maidstone, Jim.
Maybe Maidstone. Maybe not Maidstone.
Yeah.
But it is extraordinary. I was talking about it earlier. If a Premier League side wins the FA Cup, they get through 6 ties, all against sides who are guaranteed to be at their level or lower. Yeah. Maidstone have got through 7 so far, and 3 of those have been against teams that have been 2, 3 and 4 divisions higher. Newcastle trying to break quickly here, but it was a really poor ball. And an attempt to find Isak, delivered from the heart of the midfield, and Fulham will be able to survive and get it away. But that just underlines the level of Maidstone's achievement.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. Barrow, Stevenage, and today Ipswich, as you said, and today was the toughest test of them all. Ipswich high flying in the Championship. George Elokobi navigated them through the match unbelievably. 2 shots on goal, 2 goals. That's the romance of the FA Cup right there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you face 38 attempts if the opposition score 1 fewer than you do. Here's Byrne, who's taking it down towards his own corner flag here, as if the sat-nav has gone. But he is able to turn and get the ball away. Ream will pick it up. A minute to go in this first half, but first half's going to be elongated because of the injuries to Wilson and the VAR check for the goal. Harry Wilson has got it, plays it back for Tete, high ball in from him, Muniz with a header, it's going wide, and almost inexplicably, I don't know whether Botman didn't get a shot, but it looked as though he was going to play that. It was always going to be Dubravka's ball or a goal kick, and then Botman waved the left leg at it and almost caused real problems inside his own penalty area.
Yeah, strange decision there by Botman, because there was no Fulham player anywhere near it. Tete delivered it. Muniz with an average header tried to go back towards the back post, got it all wrong. I mean, Dubravka was just going to pick it up, and almost a bit of confusion by Botman. In the end, he did see him and he pulled out.
Isak getting it forward here now. The flag has stayed down for now against Murphy, but he's through right-hand side of the area. And he's offside. Fired it into the bottom left-hand corner, but the flag was up. I think he immediately sensed that was the correct decision. As the ball was initially played forward, it looked, Darren, as though he was offside. And the replay confirms that there's about 1.5 yards in it.
I mean, the assistant referee has got to put his flag up there. We could see it from here. It's not even close. It's 1.5 yards, it's 2 yards. He knows it's offside. He's just waiting for it to go in the back of net before he puts his flag up. The Geordies only just realised it's offside because they were diving around everywhere. But I can't understand. I don't understand why they don't put their flags up when it's that obvious.
Well, the worry, of course, is that somebody might get injured. We've seen that a couple of times in 2024 already. Talking of injuries, Harry Wilson has succumbed to that shoulder problem, so Willian has come on to replace him as we go into 3 added minutes at the end of the first half. Willian, who's got a good FA Cup record, 11 goals in this competition at a rate of 1 every 3. Played in the 2017 final and lost it. Played in the 2018 final as a substitute and won it. But sent off against Manchester United in an absorbing quarter-final between United and Fulham at Old Trafford last season that we brought you live on TalkSport, where Fulham had 3 red cards in 50 seconds. Here's Declan Overeem. Kenny Tete, right-hand side of the box. They're looking for an equaliser. And Willian almost in a position to side-foot it in with his first touch. Trippier just steered it away from in front of him and out for a corner.
Yeah, fantastic defending by Trippier. Made a couple of mistakes of recent, Trippier, but knew Willian was right behind him to just tap that in. Didn't take no chances and just knocked it out for what seems like the 20th corner for Fulham.
Yeah, it's number 18. Willian in towards the near post. It's headed away. And the second defensive header gets it outside the penalty area. It's Guimaraes. Robinson there first. It steers it all the way back for Marek Rodak. A reminder, tomorrow, day 4 of the first test of the 5-test series between India and England. What a recovery from England today. And masterminded by Ollie Pope's 148 not out. And England, from being in a dire position, find themselves now 126 runs ahead and still with 4 wickets in hand in their second innings. And the TalkSport cricket team with the likes of Harmy and Darren Gough and Bumble and Kevin Peterson talking through the action tomorrow. It begins at 3:30 on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 tomorrow morning. Here's Tim Ream inside his own penalty area. He's able to get it away from Cher, who looks like he's struggling to get back. He's been outpaced by Pereira. Pereira drags it way wide. Really good run. 55 yards. Got it onto his left foot and hit the tamest of efforts straight at the Newcastle supporters.
Yeah, fantastic run going forward, but just didn't set himself properly. Couldn't quite get it onto his left foot properly. Didn't give him the angle to hit the strike, and he was kind of coming face on, straight on at it, and just dragged it wide.
Well, he's due a goal. He hasn't lived in 24 games now, Andres Pereira, since he scored at Arsenal early season in a 2-2 draw. Clearance from Dubravka, who made one really top quality save at 0-0 to deny Rodrigo Muniz. Ream getting it forward, and Botman having to speed up, go through the gears. His clearance hit Declan Overeem, who's gone out to the right now that Williams come on for Wilson. Now Williams come on the left. It just didn't quite break Fulham's way, and that's been the story of the first half, really, where they've had the majority of possession, they've had the territorial advantage, they've had a couple of really nice moments in front of goal, but it's Sean Longstaff who's the only man that's got his name on the score sheet so far. A really well taken left-footed shot on the turn, Controversial goal because the ball hit the arm of Bruno Guimaraes on the way through. We think the decision's correct, and Newcastle have a 1-0 half-time lead. Adam?
Jim, top man, thank you very much, mate. Darren, they're going to be kicking themselves, Fulham, aren't they? They seem to have won the battle of that midfield. They seem to have had the possession in there. It's just in that final third they haven't showed that quality.
Yeah, I mean, 7 shots on goal, only 1 on target, and that was the unbelievable save that Dubravka made off of Rodrigo Muniz. They've not really made, as you said, the attacking possession count, and Newcastle have gone down the upper end, 4 shots and 3 on target, and including the goal, which was rightly given, I think. There's a little bit of controversy with the handball with Guimaraes, but against the run of play, in my opinion, Newcastle are 1-0 up.
From a Fulham point of view, that goal's sloppy, isn't it, defensively?
Yeah, I mean, it was the second corner, I believe, for Newcastle, and it was a short corner routine, found its way to Trippier. Big Dan Burn at the back post, just had to nod it back. It did come off the hand, but as the laws state, as Jim was saying, that it was accidental. It wasn't outside a silhouette, and unmarked, Longstaff just half volleyed it into the corner. If you're Fulham, if you're Marco Silva, you will be disappointed to concede from a set play, particularly after you've dominated in terms of the forward possession.
I know that Newcastle have maybe found themselves quite fortunate to be 1-0 up, but from a Jacob Murphy point of view, I know that Jim pointed this out right at the start. He's been out for a period of time. He had a wonderful chance in the first 5 minutes to take the lead. He fluffed that. And then at the end, he scores a goal where he's offside, and there's no need for him to be offside in that moment. There's nobody marking him. Stay onside, son. You put your team 2-0 up.
I know the first one's almost unforgivable, really. He's won the ball back. I think as Deco Reed gave a sloppy pass away, and he's 15 yards out of goal, and he does neither puts it to the far post or the near post. In the end, just does nothing and doesn't test Rodak at all, just comfortably, tentatively hits it at him. And like you said, the one at the end, I don't know why the assistant referee doesn't flag him. He's 2 yards at least offside, but he doesn't have to go that early. If he just holds the line, bends his run a little bit, he gets exactly the same opportunity, exactly the same chance. It's a good finish, has to be said, but yeah, he's been out for a little while, so we can excuse the first chance, okay, but the second one, you've got to hold your run.
You'd have held your run, wouldn't you, mate? You'd have held it.
I'd have had to. Well, I'd have had to go early, to be honest, because I wouldn't have caught it.
Fair enough. Listen, I'll let you go and get a cup of tea, mate. You crack on.
Top man.
Don't forget, we've got a load of football coming your way over the weekend. This is not the end of the FA Cup action. 11:45 tomorrow morning, West Brom taking on Wolves in the FA Cup 4th round. Make sure you come and join us for that. At 2:30, Liverpool taking on Norwich. That's going to be, obviously, us heading to Anfield. First game since manager Jurgen Klopp announced his decision to leave at the end of the season. I'm sure it's going to be some atmosphere. Make sure you listen to TalkSport for that. And then straight after it, at 4:30, is it a banana skin for Manchester United? They're taking on Newport away from home. FA Cup 4th round. Commentary, Jim Proudfoot's going to be on that one as well, alongside Stuart Pearce. Make sure you come and join us for it. And as I just mentioned there, with us going to Anfield tomorrow at 2:30, we've got a special show on Monday night, 7 o'clock. Make sure you come and join us for a Jurgen Klopp kick-off special. It's called Auf Wiedersehen Klopp, Monday night on TalkSport, looking at the future of the of Liverpool Football Club and what is next for the Reds and Jurgen Klopp. Danny Kelly is going to be joined by Anfield favourite Danny Murphy, and guests include the former Liverpool CEO Peter Moore. That's Auf Wiedersehen Klopp on TalkSport on Monday evening from 7 o'clock on the kick-off programme. Do stick with us. You're listening to TalkSport. The second half of Fulham versus Newcastle is coming up shortly.
The Emirates FA Cup live on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
You may not know that you have the power to compare great credit card deals with Compare the Market.
You also may not know that a banana is technically a berry, but a strawberry isn't.
What's that got to do with credit cards?
I thought we were just saying stuff you might not know.
Meerkat your credit card with the power to compare a range of great deals and providers. We'll check your eligibility without it affecting your credit score. From 0% interest purchase offers to balance transfers. Find the credit card that's right for you.
Strawberry. Crazy.
Compare the Market Limited acts as a credit broker, not a lender. Credit is subject to status, UK residents and 18 plus only.
At 3 Business, we think you should get more for less. With our boundless business offer, the whole team gets unlimited calls, data, and texts. And the more SIMs you buy, the more you'll save. All on the UK's fastest 5G network. That's what we call big value. Search 3 Business or visit us in store.
Unlimited in the UK, based on Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data H1 2023. C3.co.uk.
Home workouts becoming a bit of a stretch? Get way more classes for your cash at Pure Gym with unlimited sessions at no extra cost. Hold up.
What if I need to cancel?
There's no contract, just way more flex for your fee. And for all you night owls, enjoy way more midnight runs for your money too, with 24/7 access. All from just $17.99 a month, with 50% off your first month and no joining fee for a limited time only. Pure Gym, way more than you pay for. Terms and conditions apply.
Stop smoking this new year and good things start to happen. You'll feel healthier and be taking the stairs 2 at a time before you know it. You no longer need 12 air fresheners hanging in your car. You'll have more money in your pocket. Your hands get kept busy in other ways, like throwing a frisbee in the park for your kids or someone else's dog. Stopping smoking is the best thing you can do for your health. There's still time to make 2024 the year you quit. For free support, search Smoke Free.
Everyone knows that saving energy saves money. But you don't have to go hardcore to beat the meter. Here's a tip. Every time you load up the washing machine, turn the temperature down to 30 degrees. It'll clean your clothes and could save you up to £20 a year in energy bills. Wash, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
The Steakhouse Stack, with 2 beef patties, crispy onions and peppercorn sauce, is the kind of McDonald's you take photos of to put pride of place on the mantelpiece. Sure, you'll need to make room, but you remember what your wedding day looked like. The Steakhouse Stack. It's McDonald's, and then some. Available until the 6th of Feb, served from 11 a.m, subject to availability. Participating restaurants only.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts.
Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
Cut. Tesco baked beans. Cut. Tesco squeezy clear honey. Cut, cut, cut. All to help you with your everyday essentials. Tesco. Every little helps. Strawberries 227 grams, baked beans 420 grams, majority of larger stores.
The McDonald's Saver Meal Deals have it all, like the classic cheeseburger Saver Meal Deal, including medium fries and a drink for just $3.99, or the delicious double cheeseburger meal deal, which is twice as nice for just $4.79. But there's more. For $3.99, you can get the mouth-watering mayo chicken meal deal, all in a delicious bun. Phew, I'm talking so fast because we all like getting our money's worth, and that's why I've only got 20 seconds to tell you about the McDonald's Saver Meal Deals. From 11 a.m, not available on delivery.
Welcome to 32 Red Online Casino! Incredible! Play over 500 games, including exclusive slots, the Cube, Tipping Point, and I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here! Join 32 Red and get a bang tiny welcome bonus up to 150 quid. 150 quid? That's incredible! Visit 32red.com to claim. 18 plus begambleaware.org. New accounts only. Minimum £10 deposit. Up to 50 times wagering. Max stakes apply. Visit 32red.com for full terms.
As a wise man once nearly said, there are only 2 certainties in life: football and taxes.
It is game on!
That's why this self-assessment tax deadline day, TalkSport has teamed up with Intuit QuickBooks to mix business with the beautiful game.
And it's a goal!
You finish your self-assessment, we'll cover all the speculation, spending and signings as the January transfer window comes to a close.
The final whistle has blown.
Deadlines day. Throughout the day, next Wednesday on TalkSport with Intuit QuickBooks. That's how you business differently.
Monday night, the FA Cup live on TalkSport 2.
Oh, it's in!
100% super real commentary.
Blackburn versus Wrexham.
What a turn, what a goal!
Coverage from 7, kick-off 7:30. Monday night on TalkSport 2.
The Emirates FA Cup halftime highlights on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
It's Fulham 0, Newcastle 1 at half-time at Craven Cottage. Let's look ahead. Let's look back at the half-time highlights in partnership with Carling.
It is the last chance for Newcastle to avoid a 55th successive season without a major trophy. The long, infamous barren run dependent on FA Cup glory, a competition in which they've had the most miserable series in recent years. Deckled overreach should be able to clear his lines, always giving it away. It's a right-footed effort, saved by Rodak. And somehow Fulham have got away with it. He's inside the penalty area. It's Muniz! And it's an outstanding save. And he got a right hand to it and just angled put it past the post. Miley near the penalty spot, and then a left-footed effort is rifled in. It's a quite brilliant strike from Sean Longstaff, and against a run of play, Newcastle United the lead.
That was all thanks to Colin, the half-time highlights in partnership with them.
The Emirates FA Cup halftime highlights on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Before the teams come out for the second half, let's get quickly back over to Craven Cottage, shall we, and have a quick catch-up with Darren Ambrose. Darren, obviously, Fulham disappointed going in at the break by trailing by a goal. Now that Willian is on the pitch, are you anticipating the quality in the final third to increase?
It should do. It should do. The quality that Willian has. We see immediately when he came on, he almost nipped in at the back post where I think it was Decord Overreed. That was Tete played the cross, and Kieran Trippier almost got caught out with him behind. But yeah, I think if we're looking at Willian, we're looking at players on the bench that can come on and change it. I think you have to look at Fulham could change a little bit more. Raul Jimenez on the bench, Pellegrini, Carlos Vinicius, Tom Kearney of course can come on and change the game. So I'd expect to see some kind of changes, maybe not immediately, but if they want an opportunity to get back in the game, I'd expect to see Marco Silva make those changes.
Are you expecting more this second half from the Newcastle midfield?
I'm expecting more. I think Eddie Howe will have had some words. I mean, you can take some... Fulham, in terms of Fulham, they can take some confidence. They've gone behind. The last two times they've gone behind here, they got a draw against Liverpool in the EFL Cup, and they beat Arsenal 2-1 in the League Cup, and they went behind both times. So I think Eddie Howe needs to be aware of a quick start to the second half by Fulham, but I expect better from New, because they never really got going, and I think they're lucky to be 1-0 up.
Having had a look at their bench, are you anticipating Eddie Howe to make any half-time substitutions?
No, I think he'll give them another 10-15 minutes not to rectify their mistakes, because they're in the lead, but I think if they can get through to an hour, 70 minutes, I think we may be seeing some players to come on and shore it up. Livramento maybe down the right hand side. Once Jacob Murphy, he'll get a little bit tired. Maybe him and Kieran Trippier can get down there. Look, there's not as much on the Newcastle bench as there is on the Fulham bench to change it, but the Newcastle bench can shore it up if needed.
Those Newcastle fans might need to raise the decibels. It was quite evident after about 20 minutes of that first half that they knew how their side was performing against Fulham. Fulham absolutely shut them up, didn't they, early doors?
That was down to the way Fulham started, the way Fulham played, particularly in the first half an hour. And I said this with Jim in commentary, that it quietened the Geordies, and you don't often say that, but once that goal went in, they did find their voice again, and a couple of them lost their shirts, which I did notice, and fair play to them, because there's no way I would in this weather.
So, half-time wise, from a Fulham point of view, would you bring on Raul Jimenez now?
No, I'd give it 10 minutes. I think managers like to do that. They like to give the players that started 10 minutes. They've done well. They've just not really taken their opportunities, and that's certainly something that Raul Jimenez will do. So 10-15 minutes you normally get. They'll say, right, go out, try and improve on the forward, the attacking style, and then I've got these changes to make. And I'm sure we'll be seeing Raul Jimenez in around an hour, 70 minutes into the game.
Listen, if my charity bet's going to come in, hopefully we need to see some goals in this second half, buddy, let me tell you. Just a quick reminder, if you are listening to us, wherever you are in the world, we've got more games coming throughout the course of the next 24 hours, all connected to the FA Cup fourth round. 11:45, it's West Brom versus Wolves. Make sure you tune in for that tomorrow. At 2:30, it's Liverpool versus Norwich. First one back at Anfield since Jurgen Klopp announced that he's calling time at Anfield at the end of the season. Newport versus Manchester United. Is there going to be a banana skin in that one? That's at 4:30. Already today, we've had some fantastic results. A wonderful away performance from Brighton at Sheffield United. Hat-tricks in that one. I won't give away too much, just in case you want to catch up with it a little later on. But Maidstone are the story of the day without any shadow of a doubt, as the boys have been alluding to in commentary. A history-making performance from them, getting the job done away at your old boys, Darren. How will the Ipswich boys be feeling, obviously?
Extremely disappointed. I always think, and whether I'm affiliated with clubs or not, you play your best side in the FA Cup. I always think that. And if they'd have done that, given it an hour, then it'd have been 3 or 4-0 potentially, then to make changes. But to make 10 changes, it's come back to bite Kieran McKenna, unfortunately, today. They'll be very disappointed. No one wants to be part of a one of the biggest cup upsets in history. But if anyone that I would like to see have beaten Ipswich, it was George Elokobi. He was my former teammate at Colchester. Unbelievable human being, first and foremost. And I've just seen a clip of him speaking to the supporters before the game even started outside Portman Road. If anyone deserves that, he does. So, although I'm disappointed for Ipswich, I'm delighted for George Elokobi.
Absolutely, mate. Listen, the discipline that team showed today and the legs that they put into that, absolutely well deserved. Took the goals well as well. Right, you're listening to TalkSport. It's time to get stuck into the second half. It is currently Fulham 0, Newcastle 1. Can Fulham overturn that deficit in the second phase? Let's get back to Craven Cottage. You just heard the dulcet tones of Darren Ambrose there, but leading us in commentary this evening, Jim Proudfoot.
Adam, thanks. No further changes being made at this juncture. Fulham made one right at the end of the first half because Wilson had a shoulder injury and he's been replaced by Willian. So Fulham lining up: Rodak in goal, Teddy, Diop, Riemann, Robinson, Reid and Lukic, Decordova, Reid, Pereira, Willian and Rodrigo Muniz up front. Newcastle, Dubravka, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne, Lewis, Miley, Guimaraes and Longstaff, Jacob Murphy, Isak and Gordon. Jared Gillett's the referee. Cher's been booked. Byrne's been really lucky not to have been. And Sean Longstaff's goal is the difference between the two teams. No Premier League team has ever lost 8 in a row against fellow top-flight sides. So a little bit of history that Newcastle had tried to avoid tonight in the FA Cup. But so far, so good as far as they're concerned. It hasn't been a vintage performance from the Toon, but they have the lead. And this competition, that's all that matters. Ball out of play for a throw that'll be taken over on the Fulham left-hand side. They're kicking from left to right in their white shirts and black shorts. Newcastle in their change kit of green shirts and white shorts. Fulham in possession. Teddy and Decordova-Reid almost tackling each other. Comes down to the dreadlock winger who chips it forward. Teddy winning the second ball, trying to get himself into a shooting position. Harrison Reid will deliver, and his cross is cleared out towards the corner flag. Byrne from down in that vicinity can clear. Isak will try and come to meet it. Tim Reid mops up at the back for Fulham, who've been on the front foot in the early exchanges, the first minute of the second half, Darren.
Yeah, exactly the same as the first part of the first half as well. Fulham starting very fast, very strong, trying to play a high press, getting in behind Dan Byrne as Decordova-Reid is now. Newcastle have to change something.
Decordova-Reid's cross blocked. And they get a second bite of the cherry, and that one is blocked and put out of play off Gordon for another Fulham corner. They had 7 in the first half. What will they be able to do with this, their first of this second period?
Has to be said, the delivery's been poor though for nearly every corner. I think it's Pereira over there at the moment. I think he took a few of them as well. I'm surprised not to see Willian on them. Maybe if it was the other side you'd see Willian on it.
So it's on the Fulham right, and it's going to be a Pereira away swinger, 2-pace run-up and easily headed clear. Just in keeping with many of the previous 7. Guimaraes, you said, only fell for Reid though. Back out towards Pereira. He's gone deep for the bleached-haired Robinson. Now Decordova-Reid. Down to Reid. Harrison Reid through the midfield. Diop will control it. Laid to his left-hand side for the veteran American international Tim Reid. And a very warm welcome to you if you're joining us in North America. You're listening on Sirius XM FC. Jim Proudfoot and Darren Ambrose, the former Newcastle midfielder, talking you through the action here in West London on a mildish night. Here's Robinson. Decordova-Reid with a little cushion header, and Harrison Reid has done well. Back for Decordova-Reid, but he's offside. William with a good finish, don't count. But he's rifled that in from the edge of the penalty area with a very crisp right-footed shot, but the flag was long since up against Bobby Decordova-Reid.
What a finish, by the way. I mean, he's clearly offside, and the assistant referee actually flagged early this time, but he cuts it back. Willian is about 17 yards out, smashes it into the top corner. Fantastic finish, but the flag had already gone up.
Newcastle playing out from the back again. Botman back to his goalkeeper. Long clearance from Dubravka, volley back. Rodrigo Muniz trying to chest it into the path of Pereira. Didn't quite come off. Robinson has it now. The other United States international in the Fulham side. 139 appearances for the USA. Here's Shad, Swiss international, turning it through the midfield. Newcastle an opportunity to break. Harrison Reed against Bruno Guimaraes, one of the more intriguing battles on the field. And neither won that latest instalment of it. Guimaraes keeping possession, but Reed forcing him way back. Newcastle working back for Dubravka again. There he goes out towards the right-hand side of the penalty area for Cher. Through the middle for the retreating Isak, who scored in each of his last 4 games. 5 goals in those 4 games, but hasn't had a chance worthy of the name so far tonight. And he has Black and White Army. Rings out from our left-hand side at the Putney end of the ground, where the visitors are delighted with what they've seen so far. Certainly in terms of the scoreline, they'll be hoping that the performance is a little bit better in the second half. Pereira back for Diop. Diop on halfway. Forward towards Reed. Reed turning it lately to his left-hand side for Pereira. Coming forward on the overlap is Robinson. First time ball in from him. Willian couldn't quite get himself into a shooting position. And Newcastle, with some more last-ditch defending, get it away in the form of Longstaff. It's another quickly taken throw that comes in towards Willian, but the referee has just said, wait a moment, because Lukic went down injured in that last phase of attacking play. And Jared Giller wants to see if he needs any treatment. He's already waved the Fulham medical staff on.
Yeah, he looks to be struggling. He looks to be pointing at his left knee as well. He was down for quite a while as the game was going on, as the attack was going on. And in terms of the attack, you can see the difference that Willian's brought to the left-hand side. He likes to come in, drift in a lot more, which is allowing Anthony Robinson to make those marauding runs down the left-hand side. It almost created an opportunity for Willian, who was in the box, as we see in Lukic. I think they're doing all the tests on his knee, any ligament, joint damage. It will remain to be seen. If there's any damage, he's going to have to come off.
Not a lot's change in the opening 5 minutes of the second half, though, Daz, and that will be a concern for Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall.
I think so, yeah. As I was saying at half-time, I'd expect Eddie Howe to get into them a little bit in terms of tell them that they're not doing particularly well, but install some positivity into them, that you're not playing well and you're winning 1-0. But they've come out second half. They've started the second half exactly the same way they've started the first half, a little bit sloppy. Fulham on the front foot. It's all down the Newcastle end once again. I know we're only 5 minutes, 6 minutes into the second half, but Eddie Howe will be disappointed once again with the start, because they're not putting much pressure onto Fulham at all. Not really seen Isak at all in this whole match, to be honest. He had that one run where he overrun it and he took it off for a goal kick, but he's isolated up front on his own.
Well, in the second half so far, they've had more possession than they did in the first. 64% in these very early stages. Let me remind you what's coming up tomorrow as Lukic gets back to his feet. We've got 3 live FA Cup ties for you. West Brom Wolves at 11:45. Liverpool Norwich at 2:30. First game of Jurgen Klopp's long goodbye. And then Newport against Manchester United. 76 places between those two teams. We saw a 98-place deficit overcome earlier today with Maidstone's win at Ipswich. All 3 of those games live for you, back to back to back here on TalkSport tomorrow. And then Monday night, it's Blackburn Wrexham. Here's Kenny Tete, right-hand side of the Newcastle penalty area. But in keeping with so many previous passages of play, the quality of the final ball has left an awful lot to be desired.
Yeah, it's brilliant play by Fulham once again. Diop plays the ball, which is essentially going to Decord over Reed, but Tete's made a fantastic overlapping run. Decord over Reed spots it, just lets it go, dummies it, and he's in on goal. But yeah, the lack of quality in the final third, the delivery, it's causing Fulham some problems.
It is a magnificent, idiosyncratic arena, Craven Cottage. You sit here, and if you've ever been here, you know exactly where you are. You couldn't confuse it with anywhere else. But it's got pretty tight confines. And the referees had to stop play there, because Lukic was receiving treatment right on the right-hand touchline, literally on the touchline, that he could have been involved in play and could have clattered into it. He is okay, he's back on his feet. Play continues, and Fulham win a corner, which will be taken again on the Pereira right-hand side. So this is corner number 9. And it's going to be a right-footed away swinger. Better delivery this time, but still not good enough. It's Dan Burn that got there ahead of Diop. Pereira playing it down the right-hand touchline for Kenny Tete. Tete's ball inside the penalty area towards the penalty spot. And that one was headed away by Cher. Back from Robinson, climbing above Murphy. Isak wins the loose ball. Gordon turning it forward. Murphy, who will chase pigeons, but stood no chance of getting on the end of that. And Fulham can mop up at the back. And Newcastle, as an attacking entity in this second half, have offered nothing.
They've been poor. I mean, they was poor in the first half, to be honest, as an attacking entity. They had a couple of opportunities, more so from Fulham's mistakes, and they didn't capitalise on them. But they're winning 1-0. That's the crazy thing about football. They're winning 1-0 at the moment.
Teddy with a long deep ball in there, and Willian just waved it goodbye. He made a good long early run, and he knew as soon as the ball left Teddy's foot that he had no chance of getting on it. And it's a throw to Newcastle.
I don't know what you think, Jim. I think they need to change. They need to change their corner routine. Fulham. They're doing exactly the same thing every corner. Pereira is getting the ball. He's putting it in the box. You've got Dan Burns, Sven Botman, Fabian Cher, who's just going to clear the ball. They can't get on the end. You look how Newcastle's goal come about. They changed the angle. They played a short corner. They moved the defenders around. Fulham are not doing enough on set plays.
And now they've given it away with a loose touch from Rodrigo Muniz down and straight out of play for a throw that will be taken by Dan Burn on the Newcastle left. I told you the game's coming up tomorrow. Between games 1 and 2, so that's between the Black Country Derby and the Liverpool-Norwich game, we'll have the draw for the 5th round, 2:10. That's also here on TalkSport. As Cher finds Trippier. Good turn by Murphy, but his touch was a little bit heavy. Certainly wasn't as good as the turn. Lukic, who seems all right, having received 3 or 4 minutes of treatment for that knee problem, can spin it down to the touchline for Tete. Played 10 minutes of the second half here on TalkSport and on Sirius XM FC across North America. It's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1. Tim Reed out to the Fulham left-hand side for Robinson. Takes a touch. Next touch is to fire the ball in, and it's easily cleared again. Fulham bringing it forward. Lukic, the deckled over Reed. Harrison Reed, good strong run outside him from Kenny Tete. Wraps his right foot around, takes a deflection. Did it hit an arm? That was the claim. The deflection took the ball into the midriff of Martin Dubravka. The VAR will be having a look at this. It did hit Dan Burns' arm, looking at a replay, Darren, but he's moved his arm right across his body. It's as part of the natural silhouette as it ever could be.
Yeah, there's no way a penalty. It was desperate cries from the Fulham supporters and a couple of the players. It wasn't too much of an appeal by the players. He's turned his back, Dan Burn. His arms are in close, and it's just clipped off his elbow, but right decision, no penalty for me.
Desperate cries from the Fulham supporters, including the man who's right behind you. Don't turn round, but he's bigger than us. I reckon that he says it's a penalty.
All right, it's a penalty then.
Get the VAR involved. It's all right, he can't hear us. We're facing the wrong way. 12 minutes gone in the second half. Fulham 0, Newcastle 1. Robinson just poking it down the left-hand touchline. It's all Fulham in this second period, but they're not working Dubravka. Did make one outstanding save in the first half, as we mentioned a couple of occasions, but that's really all he's had to do. Fulham hitting their heads against brick walls at the moment. Green coming out of the centre circle, played down to the left back Robinson. Newcastle have won all 4 previous FA Cup ties against Fulham, and they've scored a 4, 2 5s and a 6 in doing so. 1 might be enough tonight, the way things are going. Deckled over Reed, can't pick up second ball on the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle bring it away with Murphy. Down towards Isak on the left-hand side. He's got Gordon in support for him. Isak's used him as the decoy, cuts inside. A vicious right-footed swerving shot. Rodak got down to his right and made a relatively comfortable save, although it was doing plenty in the air. And with Gordon lurking, you had to make sure that his handling was good.
Oh, it's the first real opportunity we've seen Isak get the ball, able to face the defence and attack them. And he'd certainly done that, and he cut inside it, a vicious shot, but it was straight at Rodak, which he would have been pleased with, because it had had the pace to beat him, but just didn't have the angles.
Shot of a man in good goal-scoring form. He's got 14 this season, and it has been a slightly injury-interrupted campaign as well. 14 and 23, pretty tidy. It's deckled over Reed. Side-footing it in to the area for Harrison Reed, who tried to cross it across the edge of the 6-yard box. Had he run onto that and hit it first time, it might have been a different story. But as soon as he took a touch, he was getting forced away from goal. Newcastle try and break with Gordon. Fulham win it back immediately and work it out towards Robinson, who's level with the edge of the Geordies penalty area. Getting towards the byline, he checks and turns it back for Willian. Willian slowing it down to walking pace. Back it goes for Robinson. First time ball in, very deep. Harrison Reed controls it. Pull back for Tete. Edge of the area. Right footed shot goes over the bar.
He has to hit it first time, Harrison Reed, as Tete gets down the outside, plays it across, and he takes a touch and he takes it too wide. The angle is too tight. He tries to cross it. He hits that first time, he's got an opportunity. But I'm loving the tactics that Fulham are playing this second half. You've got Decordova-Reid and Willian, who are playing narrow, which is allowing Tete and Anthony Robinson down the other side to be the outlet. And Newcastle can't get to grips with that at the moment. And all the best opportunities are coming from probably Tete down this side and maybe one or two from Robinson.
They can't get to grips with it. I'll get your thoughts in a moment on what they should be doing to try. Here's Bruno Guimaraes inside the centre circle. There's an excellent aerial pass out towards Murphy. That was a peach. Rolled inside the penalty area. Pegged back towards Gordon. And it's deflected away and out for a corner. Newcastle's first of this second half.
Yeah, and it's Sean Longstaff again with that run into the box. Great timing of the run. Arriving late. Picks the ball up and tries to drive in behind the Fulham defenders. Couldn't quite get there, but they look dangerous when they put one or two passes together, which is not very often at the moment.
1-0 Newcastle, we've played an hour. Kieran Trippier to take the corner, right-footed, fired in with pace. Bowman's initial effort was saved, and it's bundled over the line from close range for two. Dan Burn inflicting the damage. It's another sucker punch against the run of play. A set piece in the first half, a set piece in the second. Fulham with all the possession. Newcastle with a 2-0 lead. And they're heading through to round 5.
Look what happens, Jim, when you have good delivery. We've seen Pereira on the other side, numerous amounts of corners, not with the right delivery. This time, Kieran Trippier for Newcastle plays a fantastic ball. I think it was Fabian Schär who was... No, it was Sven Botman above Fabian Schär who attacked the ball. Couldn't quite get hold of it, Rodak, who's had a good game today, but couldn't quite get hold of it. There was Dan Burn, right place, right time to blast it home from a yard. And has to be said, once again, against the run of play, Newcastle score.
Scored against Fulham 6 weeks ago. He's done it again, Dan Burn, who did make it through to the quarter-final with Wigan when they were a third-tier side back in 2018. Had that very notable victory against Manchester City in that cup run, and were eliminated at the quarter-final stage by Southampton. Well, the Newcastle fans singing of Wembley. Their last away win in the FA Cup against the Premier League side was 20 years ago. January the 3rd, 2004.
I might have been there then.
I think you were injured that day. Kieran Dyer got a couple. Lauren Robert got the other.
Southampton.
3-0 win at Southampton.
I was there.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I think you were man of the match. Here's Murphy. Robinson getting it back on the Fulham left-hand side. So 20 years those Newcastle fans have waited. And let me tell you, having seen the TV pictures, there are a few that are wearing very little in that away end who weren't born 20 years ago. But they're enjoying the moment. Tim Ream gets it forward. Robinson. Back towards Dion. Dion getting it forward through the midfield for Willian. He's inside the Newcastle half of the centre circle as he spins it down towards the left. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2. Longstaff on 39, Burn on 61. Two Geordies doing the damage from set pieces. Longstaff's finish excellent. Dan Burn's finish rudimentary, but you had to be in the right place to get the opportunity just to whack it in from a yard. Here's Bobby Deckled over Reed. He's pulled it back for Harrison Reed. Ball inside the penalty area from him is cleared. Out as far as Lukic. Lukic trying to work it onto his left foot for a shot, couldn't. Then goes down towards Robinson. Robinson checks and plays it back. Lukic getting it back out towards Willian again. Willian coming in off the left-hand touchline here for Fulham. Lofted ball from him. Down towards Kenny Tete. Tete with a real high up and under a steepling cross. Muniz chased after it, then appeared to just lose the flight of the ball, maybe in the floodlights. Now Trippier lets it run over the line and out of play for a goal kick. Fulham are going to make a change. And Pereira is going to be coming off. Tom Cairney will come on to replace him.
Yeah, we've not seen the best of Pereira today, particularly at the set play delivery, as we've said. He's not been at his very, very best. But I think it has to be said, no matter how critical I have been of Newcastle's performance today, and I still do think they've not been great, particularly in the final third and the midfield third, they've done a number at the moment, 2 counter-attacks, 2 goals, and you know, whether I think they deserve it or not, Eddie Howe will be delighted with that.
3-0 win at Sunderland in round 3, a 2-0 lead at Fulham in round 4. Really good start to this FA Cup campaign. The last man that scored a winning goal in an FA Cup tie against Premier League opposition anywhere for Newcastle was Jonas Gutierrez, and that was a stoppage time goal against Blackburn back in 2012. It's been a decade of ignominious FA Cup exits. Eddie Howe hasn't been immune to that. Think of Sheffield Wednesday, think of Cambridge in the very early days of his reign, but he's got a smile on his face at the moment. Kenny Tete getting towards the byline, Burning with another really strong challenge. The ball goes out of play. Is it a corner or a throw? Hard to see from this vantage point that we've got. Mark Scholes, the assistant on the near touchline, just indicating it's going to be a throw. Bobby Deckled over Reed will leave it for Kenny Tete. 25 minutes then for Fulham to get themselves back into this, to avoid an 8th exit in 10 ties at this stage of the competition. Diop. Back for Reed. Inside the centre circle for Fulham. Straight through the middle, looking for Rodrigo Muniz, who's done well. Turns, gets away from Guimaraes. Reed lets the ball run past him. Just waiting for Tete to take responsibility. He didn't. The Dutchman peeled away, so Reed works it in. Deckled over Reed's got it now. Little trick from him, trying to get round Miley. Stands it up towards the far post. Muniz maybe given a shove. Referee thought not. And a shot comes in from distance, which is very easily claimed. Robinson's effort on his weaker right foot. And Dubravka can dive away to his left-hand side and gratefully gather.
Yeah, very, very theatrical there by Muniz. I think it was in hope more than anything. Kieran Trippier hardly touched him. And then Anthony Robinson, yeah, a weak, tame effort into the hands of Dubravka.
You're listening to Fulham against Newcastle in the FA Cup. It's live on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. On the day that Maidstone won 2-1 at Ipswich to make headlines around the football world. Victories as well for Luton, 2-1 at Everton. Corley Woodrow with the winner in stoppage time. Leicester comfortably seeing off Birmingham, at least comfortable in terms of the scoreline. And lucky to be on level terms at half-time, but ended up winning it 3-0. Brighton won 5-2 in a topsy-turvy game at Sheffield United, where they led 2-0, were pegged back to 2-2, but Joao Pedro got a hat-trick, and Brighton won it 5-2. They're through. Bournemouth already through from Thursday. Manchester City made it through last night. They've got 4 replays. Is it 4 or 5 replays already booked into the calendar, and you'll hear those on TalkSport in 10 days' time. Anthony Gordon now for Newcastle, making his way forward. Third goal, and it's all over. He starts his way around Tete. Rodak did well because he fired a cross in, and Rodak got enough on it to be able to punch it away from the onrushing cavalry, and it goes out of play for a throw.
Yeah, it's good play by Anthony Gordon. A great ball by Lewis Miley down the outside, and Tete looked a little bit tired, and not surprisingly all the runs he's been making going forward. But first and foremost, his job is to defend, and he couldn't defend that in and out by Anthony Gordon, but just over hit his cross. He'll be disappointed with the end part of that. Other than that, it was fantastic play.
Here's Declan who scored the winner for Fulham in round 3, which is only the second FA Cup goal of his career. Back for Diop. Now to Ream. Ream playing it for Ken. He stumbled, but was still able to flick the ball into the path of Robinson. Back for Tom Kearney again. The servant he's been to Fulham over the last decade. Willian chipping it forward. Muniz controlling it, coming back towards the edge of the penalty area. Kearney, Willian bringing it forward again, giving it away. And Newcastle on the break will be able to release Gordon. And it's 2 against 2. Gordon's got Isak up with him. He tries to take on Diop for pace. And Diop comes back and remedies the situation. It's nothing worse than a corner.
It's the wrong decision by Anthony Gordon. It's 2v2 and he's tried to take it the outside towards his left foot past Diop, and it's the wrong decision. If he attacks him on the right, he creates that kind of 2v1 attack in the Tim Ream it was, and Isak is telling him, just come my way and we can create this 2v1. Wrong decision, but as we said, great defending by Diop. I thought he had him for pace, Anthony Gordon, but he didn't. It was good defending, and he slid and he looked to be hurt, Gordon, but he's up and he's walking around.
Yeah, he took him on the outside, then checked back with his left foot, but in doing so he just smacked the ball straight into the groin of Diop, who Winston cleared. Corner to Newcastle, their 5th of the game. Have scored from 2 set pieces. In towards the near post, that one is easily clear. It was Kenny Tete that just ducked and was able to power a header away towards halfway. Back it will come again though from Gordon. High aerial ball out towards the right hand side of the box. Harrison Reed dealing with that. Fulham trying to get it forward with Kearney. Straight ball from him towards Willian. Sliding challenge puts it out of play. It is a Fulham throw midway inside Newcastle territory. They got 20 minutes here, Fulham, to get 2 goals to take this to extra time. They're going to bring on Tosin Adarabioyo for Issa Diop and Raul Jimenez, almost certainly for Rodrigo Muniz. We'll find out in a moment. But it is going to be Tosin and Jimenez coming on for the final 20 minutes.
Yeah, he has to try something. Marco Silva has to try and make a change to this Fulham side, particularly in the attacking third, because however impressed I have been with the tactics, with the certain styles and certain things that Fulham have done, they've not really caused Dubravka any problems at all, apart from perhaps the first half, Rodrigo Muniz, where he created that opportunity and the outstretched right arm kept them at bay. They've not really tested them, so Raul Jimenez will certainly be looking to do that.
Well, it ended up being a triple change as far as Fulham were concerned. It had to be, because they made one in playing time at the end of the first half, one earlier in this second period. Tete bringing it forward. Here's Lukic, right-footed ball in from him. Trippier able to knock it away relatively comfortably on the edge of his penalty area. And Miley will play down the left-hand side for Anthony Gordon. So it's Tosin, Jimenez and Palhinha are the 3 Fulham players that have come on. Bobby Decordova-Reid made way. Back from Byrne. Guimaraes. So they've got Muniz, they've got Jimenez actually sort of lurking in a kind of inside right position. But Muniz is still the man leading the line. Botman in possession here for Newcastle inside his own half. They lead by 2-0 with 18 minutes to go. Willian forced the backtrack, hooks the ball over his right shoulder. It's brought down there by Lukic, and he's fouled. It's a free kick which will be taken on the Fulham left-hand side. What are your thoughts on those changes?
Well, I'm pleased to see Muniz stay on the pitch and Raul Jimenez come on and play alongside him. Well, it looks to be, as you said, he's playing on the right with Muniz down the middle, because they need a goal. And to be able to score a goal, you need your goal scorers on the pitch. There was no point changing like for like. He's kept Muniz on. Raul Jimenez will, no doubt, get an opportunity, but he has to take it. Whoever gets an opportunity for Fulham has to take them, because they need to get a goal very soon to make a game of it.
2-0 Newcastle lead, 18 minutes to go. Fulham, who've lost 5 of their last 7 games against Premier League opposition, and might be going out of the second Cup competition in 72 hours. Here's Willian, high ball inside the penalty area. That would have been meat and drink for Jimenez if Dan Burn hadn't been there just to knock it away from him. First contribution for the Mexican since coming on the edge of the Newcastle box. Turning, forced wide by Gordon. He's able to find Kenny Tete. Tete goes back towards halfway here for Tosin Adarabioyo. He'll get it back again through the midfield. Down towards Palhinha. Palhinha venturing forward, checks and comes back again for Tosin. And towards Kenny Tete. Tete down the line for Jimenez, and Dan Burn just out-muscled him, able to get it away. Miley pokes it back towards the edge of his own penalty area. It's all got a little bit harum-scarum in there. Botman couldn't get it away. Fulham trying to win it back. And Palhinha leaning into Miley. He's won a throw. Fulham desperately trying to find the foundation for a comeback here.
Yeah, changes have made a difference already, particularly Raul Jimenez, and it's bodies in the box, bodies up top, creates chaos, and that's what they're looking to do while we're in the 75th minute, and they're going to get a chance. Newcastle making a substitution, but Fulham have made the changes. They've tried to get back into this game. They just need to take a chance very, very soon.
Well, this was the change that you were talking about earlier. Murphy coming off, and Livramento is going to come on to replace him.
Yeah, he's worked hard, Murphy, and he always does. No one can say he never works hard. He puts a shift in for his team. But Livramento's got that extra little bit of quality, a bit of freshness. He's going to definitely add some legs to this Newcastle side.
So that's the first Newcastle change. Fulham have made all 5 of theirs. Just to clear up that last triple change, incidentally. It was Tosin, Jimenez and Palhinha for Diop, Dickel over Reed and Reed. Robinson on the Fulham left. Kearney, another one of the Fulham substitutes in support. Long switch of play out towards Kenny Tete on the Fulham right. Well, it's easy for Burn, just steer it away. Fulham have struggled in front of goal recently. 6 goals in the last 9 league games, and when you've only kept 3 clean sheets in 22 matches as it is now, that's not a recipe for success. Ball from Tosin Adarabioyo. Kearney out towards Robinson. Robinson making his way down the Fulham left-hand side. Newcastle still standing firm, leading this by 2-0. Shots on target from the Fulham players have been a real rarity. They've only had 2 so far. Newcastle, for their part, have had 6 at the other end.
Yeah, it just shows the frailties at the moment, as you mentioned, in front of goal. They've got their big players on now. Raul Jimenez, Muniz up top. They need to change it. We've spoken, I'm repeating myself now, that they need to take an opportunity, because Newcastle don't. They can just sit with a bank of 4 or 5 midfielders and say, come and break us down. And at the moment, it's not happening.
Tete just launching it inside the penalty area, and it's over the bar. Flying header from Raul Jimenez as Dubravka got stuck in no man's land. I think he was expecting Botman to deal with it, and Jimenez made the most of the lack of communication, threw himself at it, and his head has gone over the bar by a foot.
Yeah, and it's Tete causing the problems again down the right-hand side, and that's why Livramento's been brought on to stop that. And I said Raul Jimenez would get an opportunity, but I also said he'd more than likely take it. It's a good chance. It's a good effort, good chance. Just the wrong side of the bar for him.
He was sent off the last time the 2 sides met. He's also a player that has scored a goal in an FA Cup semi-final in the past, back in his Wolves days 5 years ago. Willian getting it forward for him again here. Jimenez scampering after it and was beaten to it by the sliding Burn, who puts it behind. Just the other side of the corner flag. It's going to be a throw. There was a good battle for pace between those two. Neither breathtakingly quick, but very evenly matched. Here's Tete on the Fulham right, back for Palhinha. 13 minutes plus stoppage time separating Newcastle from a victory away from home to Premier League opposition in the FA Cup for the first time in 20 years. Tete's ball inside the penalty area. Jimenez took his eyes off it. Robinson then rifles it into the side netting from a tight angle from the other side of the box. But the first ball in was really dangerous. I don't know whether Jimenez wasn't expecting it to get as far as him. Just seemed to take his eyes off it, and it came off the top of his head.
Yeah, and it's Tete again, and Tete and Robinson both getting forward. Lovely cross into the box, and yeah, I don't think he was expecting. I think it might have been Fabian Schär to miss the ball as much as he did. He wasn't expecting it, tried to get his head on it and just got it all wrong, and then Robinson at the back post tried a half volley from a real tight angle, but the two fullbacks are causing all sorts.
3 more live FA Cup ties for you on TalkSport tomorrow. Starting at 11:45, our live sport coverage for you starts from Hyderabad tomorrow at 3:30 a.m. for day 4 of the first test. Tino Livramento bringing the ball forward inside the penalty area, scuffs across, Robinson gets it away. So the cricket back with Darren Gough and the team tomorrow, 3:30 on TalkSport, and every ball on TalkSport 2 from 3:30 tomorrow morning. Ollie Pope starting 148 not out after a magnificent innings today. It's left England 126 ahead with 4 wickets still in hand and dreaming of frankly implausible victory after the second day. You never know. 11 minutes to go. Newcastle leading 2-0, looking for goal number 3. Corner in towards the near post, not the best. Guimaraes couldn't get there. Lukic will bring it clear, ends up on the deck. Trippier then wins the throw off Robinson. That was a sliding challenge from Miley that curtailed Lukic's progress to start with. He goes out of play for a throw that will be taken on the Newcastle left-hand side. Dan Burn in no hurry to take it, Darren, understandably, with a 2-0 lead with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, of course, he just a bit of time wasting, just take the bit of the pressure off. I'm looking at the corners, and apart from the corner that Newcastle scored from, a lot of them have been poor, and I'm thinking, there's not much of a run-up? Kieran Trippier there just hit the front man. The set plays have been particularly poor, apart from the one that they scored.
There's been a recurring theme throughout the night. This Schär back to his goalkeeper. And Dubravka just expecting Raul Jimenez to come and put him under a little bit of pressure. And when he did, he just fired it past the Mexican. And Newcastle will build from the back. Long ball launched for from them. Isak chasing with Tosin. Ream with a beautiful turn, a drop of the shoulder inside his own penalty area, where there was a huge amount of risk involved in that, but he got it right.
That was lovely. Lovely play by Tim Ream. He was flying in at him, Anthony Gordon. He had to get it perfect or he would have nicked it and been on goal. It was brilliant. Composed, like a midfielder at the prime.
Like vintage Ambrose, that's what you're saying.
I didn't want to say that one.
Here's Lukic inside the centre circle. Now to Kearney. Kearney fires it out towards Willian on the Fulham left-hand side. 9 minutes to go. Willian with a little give and go. Didn't quite get the return. Trippier backpedaling, pokes it away. Gordon will work it further forward. Newcastle turn it forward towards halfway. Tosin didn't know whether to come and engage or not, so Isak got in there first. Now Miley down for Livramento. 2 Newcastle youngsters combining. Dan Burn making a lung-busting run on the overlap for a moment, and now gravitates into the centre as the ball's played towards Miley. Miley back for Livramento again, and Livramento works it away from Lukic. Jimenez gets a touch, almost ends up with a face full of hoarding as he lost his balance. It will be a Newcastle United throw, and it feels a pretty comfortable Newcastle lead at the moment.
Yeah, it does. It's quite easy for Newcastle to defend this. Although Tete and Anthony Robinson's causing some issues, they're playing balls into the box. Apart from the one that just caught Fabian Schär out, it's quite easy for the big defenders to just head it clear, because I played with Dan Burn at Birmingham. He loves to do that. He loves to defend, to slide around and get muddy, get his head onto everything. And it looks like Botman and Fabian Schär are exactly the same kind of player.
Longstaff's been sneezed to the ground there by Palhinha. Free kick which Newcastle will take inside their half of the centre circle. Well, there have been some really nice moments for Fulham, but they've kind of fizzled out. And as things stand at the moment, Newcastle going through relatively comfortably without ever having been at their best today.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Eddie Howe, though, you're probably saying to Dan Burns, you don't need to make that run that he made just then. he made a run from his left-back position. He underlapped Livramento to get in behind the defenders. He's left Raul Jimenez free on the right-hand side, and he looked shattered when he turned round. But fair play to him. He's enjoying his night.
You're listening to Fulham against Newcastle in the FA Cup live on TalkSport with Carling. The official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Palhinha for Fulham. 7 to go. Ball chipped down towards Kenny Tete. Teddy will take it on down towards the corner flag and win another corner off the retreating Tino Livramento, who's made a real impression on the Newcastle United supporters since he made his £40 million move from Southampton. Missed nearly all of last season, but has caught the eye this. Fulham's corner count into double figures. Will they get one to stick? 6 to go. So try and set up a grandstand finale. It's Willian with the delivery, and again it's an easy header away from Dan Burn. As you mentioned, Darren, every corner's been the same. Comes back out for Willian again. Willian to Kenny Tete. Willian will take over. Isak trying to stop the ball going outside for Kenny Tete. Couldn't do so. And Tete delivers, and Guimaraes will work it clear, but Robinson wins it back. Willian will take over. Isak left on the deck for a moment. Tom Cairney's got it now. 25 yards outside the box, finds Willian. Willian slows the ball down to a complete standstill, waving his legs over the top of the ball. Now he'll bring it forward again. Little lofted ball over the top. Lukic chasing after it, but in vain. And he goes out to play for a goal kick, and there are only 5 minutes left there.
The corners, go back to the corner point, Jim, it's just too easy. Every single one. We see Pereira in the first half and the second half, and the first time Willian has got onto the corner, outswinger from this side, and it's headed clear by one of the big defenders. From the other side, it's exactly the same in-swinger. It's too easy. It's either headed clear or it's caught by Dubravka. Sometimes, if it's not working, they've had numerous corners, 10 plus corners. You need to try something different, whether that's a lack of working on the training pitch, whether that's a different personnel and they don't understand what the corners are. But we see with the first goal for Newcastle, it was a short corner routine. Ended up with Kieran Trippier putting it into the box from a different angle, which causes issues to the defenders when you're defending from another angle. It's just been too easy for the Newcastle defenders to head clear the Fulham corners.
Trippier's been down receiving treatment, so you're not missing anything. In fact, Newcastle are going to make a change. No point at this stage of the game with 4 minutes to go and a 2-0 lead to do anything other than be very precautionary. Trippier coming off. Emil Kraft will come on. 20 months without a Premier League start, but he's had a smattering of substitute appearances this season. Kraft for Trippier is the change that is being made with 4 minutes to go. Well, we talked about the importance of this game. We talked about the importance of the FA Cup this season for Newcastle. Find themselves languishing in 10th, which I don't think too many would have anticipated necessarily. I mean, all the talk at the beginning of the season was that they would need another miracle to finish in the top 4. Alan Shearer's words, not mine. But nevertheless, I don't think many anticipated that they would be down in 10th at this stage with 17 games to go, and on the back of a 4-game losing streak in the Premier League. It makes nights like this all the more significant, that when you get through the 5th round stage and it's opening up as it is, you will start to believe that it could just be your year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think last year was an illusion, really. They were way ahead of schedule, and I think that's credit to what Eddie Howe brought to the football club and the players themselves. No one expects them to make Champions League football last year. They did. It was a disappointing campaign this year, and it would have, as you said, have been a miracle to get back to the top 4 this season with the teams that are currently up there. Their away form has been a big factor in that. They've been poor, I think second from bottom in the away table this season. Their home form hasn't been too bad, to be honest, but yeah, I've said before, this lot would take 17th place in the Premier League if they were to win the FA Cup for sure.
Well, a 4th win of the season in all competitions is only minutes away now. Had success at Sheffield United, in the League Cup at Man United, in the FA Cup at Sunderland, and seemingly in the FA Cup here at Craven Cottage as well. We're in the 88th minute of the game. What do you reckon? 5 to be added on, maybe? So probably about 7 minutes of playing time remains. The ball played by Emil Kraft off Willian, and out of play for a throw that will be taken over on the far side. Ball retrieved by Marco Silva, who won the Portuguese Cup very early in his managerial career with Sporting. Eddie Howe, on the other hand, who has not got a great record in the FA Cup, about to beat Premier League opposition in the competition for the first time ever as a player or a manager.
That's incredible. That's incredible. What a stat that is. And fair play, he's finally got there.
Botman playing it back for Kraft. Well, seemingly he's finally got there. Isak stumbles, ended up being a great dummy. Miley working it down the Newcastle left-hand side for Tino Livramento. He's on the left-hand side of the penalty area. Comes back inside. Sends it up for Bruno Guimaraes. Guimaraes goes square rather than going for goal. And Newcastle just stringing the passes together in an advanced area here. Kraft. Back for Botman. Botman trying to get the ball away from Lukic. They'll be brought down again by Bruno Guimaraes. It's all about retaining possession now for Newcastle, with the game about to tick into minute 90. They lead 2-0. Goals from Longstaff and Byrne, their passport to a place in the last 16 as things stand right now. Miley bringing it forward. Little reverse from him. Look for Isak, couldn't find him. Jimenez will try and bring it away. Might have been a different story had his head had crept under the bar rather than gone over it, and he would have set up a grandstand finale. But as it is, Fulham have just not been able to inflict anything like a killer blow upfield. After that one early Dubravka save, he hasn't been troubled. Miley on halfway, rolling it down towards Isak. Isak's inside the penalty area. Livramento's there for support. Back it goes for Isak again. Pirouettes beautifully to come away with possession. Miley then goes down, but no foul by Lukic. His clearance seized upon by Isak. Tries to waltz his way through once more and can't do so. Kenny gets it away, and we go to 6 added minutes, and Jimenez is in possession for Fulham, who've got it all to do in double quick time.
Yeah, but they've got to give him a lift. That 6 minutes. They get one early in the first couple of minutes here. It's game on. You can't give up until you keep going. I know I said, look, he's done it, Eddie Howe, but it's not over yet. 6 minutes to go. It's lifted what is remained of the crowd here. There are a few that's emptied out at the moment, but it's lifted them, so they need to get a goal really soon.
Here's a day that has seen late drama in the FA Cup already. We saw late drama last night in the Tottenham Man City game. A winner much later than this for Luton at Everton earlier. Here's Willian. Willian on the edge of the penalty area, and he just ran into a brick wall. He's looking for a free kick there. No foul. Play goes on. Jimenez. Lukic getting around the back of Livramento. Fires in the cross. Too high for Muniz. Robinson will pull it back. Straight to Longstaff, and he can easily knock it away and find Gordon. And the counter-attack is on again here. Anthony Gordon motoring forward. Isak is the only player he's got in support. Guimaraes is coming forward now, though. Isak steps over it. Guimaraes works the angle, and Rabayo blocks it. Newcastle working forward again. Livramento can't get there. It's a poor ball to try and find him. Fulham clear, it hits Miley and comes down for Jimenez on the Fulham right and goes out for a Cottagers throw with 4.5 minutes of stoppage time to go. 2-0 Newcastle.
Newcastle don't need to do this. They don't need to create some problems for themselves. They're giving it away too easily. Anthony Gordon, okay, he had a race down the right-hand side. Over. Guimaraes doesn't need to get forward that much. 2-0, but again, the forward play from Fulham is just too easy for Newcastle to defend.
Tino Livramento in the heart of the midfield for Newcastle. It's just about looking after the ball. Now that will nurse them over the line. 4 minutes to go. Bruno Guimaraes turning in the midfield. To Miley, to Isak. Back again for Guimaraes. Fulham just chasing shadows at the moment. And their need is desperate. 3.5 minutes left. Newcastle with a 2-goal lead. Anthony Gordon. Isak making a run, trying to get round the back of Kenny Tete. Can't do so. Sliding change from Lukic, wins it back. Fulham motor into the centre circle. Kenny down the line for Willian. Willian driving forward with pace and real intent. Newcastle have got bodies back, trying to make life difficult for him. He's got 3 green shirts between himself and the edge of the penalty area. He's pulled it back here for Palhinha. Lukic now takes over. Kenny square to his right-hand side, and that's the pass that's played. So Kenny looks up, surveys his options and doesn't like what he sees. Has to go back square the other way for Palhinha. Robinson back out towards Willian. They need to get the ball inside the penalty area and do so quickly. He comes into the box and straight back out again. Kenny for Robinson, now fired in. Easily headed away by Botman. Brought down on the edge of the penalty area by Jimenez. He does get a shot in, and Dubravka can watch it wide. And that's going to be that.
Yeah, that seems to be the last real opportunity. We're in the 94th minute, and what Newcastle do extremely well is they get back in position. They work extremely hard. In the 94th minute, Anthony Gordon looks to be really, really tired, but he's getting back. He's demanding the best from himself to work hard for the team. He's actually being substituted now, probably. He's worked really hard. But yeah, they get back in position extremely well, Newcastle, and limit the opportunities.
That's a Gordon off, and Matt Ritchie comes on for the last 3 minutes or so. Play restarts with the goal kick that's taken by Dubravka. Sent high down towards this near touchline. Byrne coming to meet it. Didn't get a touch, neither did Jimenez. It goes out of play for a Fulham throw. Sad eyes of Marco Silva on the TV cameras. He stares out, surveying another Craven Cottage night of frustration. His second of the week. Got to pick themselves up. They've got Everton next in the Premier League. Newcastle going to Villa in the midweek fixtures coming up. And we'll bring you all the news of everything that happens in week 23 of the Premier League season on TalkSport. Livramento looking for Isak, couldn't find him. Looks as though his goal-scoring runs going to falter tonight, having scored his last 4 now. Adebayo making a good run forward down the right-hand side of the penalty area. Works it inside the box, and Kenny slices wide. Well, it seemed easier to score. Think it would have been academic anyway. But Tom Kenny's missed the target from 12 yards out. It was a glorious chance.
Yeah, it was a 2 substitution. Tosin down the right-hand side, cuts it back. Great cutback, and Tom Kenny, you'd expect to score that, just to give the supporters in Craven Cottage something to cheer about. It'd have been a consolation, of course, in the 96th minute, but it was a poor effort, and it sums up Fulham's night in front of goal.
Dubravka with the goal kick. He's looking for the flick on. Ream's going to be there. Gets it back to his goalkeeper. Rodak will clear. I will just pump it long down the middle, where there was an unsubtle shove there from Botman on Muniz. Referee allows play to go on. Cher's got it at his feet. The last touch of the game is imminent. Newcastle leading it by 2-0. No, they're going through. Miley back for Guimaraes. Guimaraes having his shirt pulled there by Sasha Lukic, who then just gets calmed down by Jared Gillett, the referee. It is a free kick that Newcastle will take. 6 minutes are up. We have had a change of personnel during the 6 minutes, so a few extra seconds to be added on, but not many. And Newcastle, for only the second time in 18 years, make it through to round 5 of the FA Cup. Finally, their hoodoo against Premier League opposition in this competition comes to an end. First time they've beaten another top-flight side in the FA Cup for 12 years. And although Fulham were the better side in the first 45 minutes, a sucker punch set piece either side of half-time has got the job done. For Fulham, a second cup exit, a second painful night at the Cottage in 72 hours. For Newcastle, the dreams of success in the 23-24 season live on. Goals from Longstaff and Byrne. It's finished Fulham 0, Newcastle 2.
I'll tell you what, stats galore from Jim Proudfoot there. Great win for Newcastle on the road, 2-0 against Fulham. And Darren, we said at half-time you expected a little bit more quality in that final third from Fulham, and it just didn't come.
No, it didn't. They tried. They huffed and puffed. They brought on their main man, Raul Jimenez. He had an opportunity, put it over the bar, but yeah, it just didn't come, and that was their downfall today. And as I said in commentary, no matter how critical I was of some of Newcastle's play, they done a number over Fulham today, and they hit them twice on the counter-attack, 2 set plays, and scored 2 goals. And they're in the hat. That's all that matters.
From a Fulham point of view, out of 2 competitions in the same week, how does this affect them going forward, mate?
Well, they have to concentrate on the league now and try and finish the season. Like I said, I don't think they're going to be in a relegation battle. I think they're enough. Are they going to finish in a European slot? No. So they just need to go and try and get some momentum going forward. And, you know, being out both competitions, they're going to have rest when these competitions come around. Particularly the FA Cup, of course. It was a good campaign in the League Cup. Today was disappointing for them in front of goal, but yeah, they could just concentrate on the league now.
And in total contrast, the dismal recent form of Newcastle United could be all over. We actually spotted Alan Shearer in the away end there, mate. He was there as a fan today. I think he was there with his lads supporting the team, so he's going to have a little bit of a job on his hands trying to get away from Craven Cottage in one piece. I've no doubt the Newcastle fans will be all over him. But from them going forward, a win tonight, keeping the cup dream alive, the silverware dream alive, hopefully has an adverse effect as well, or a good effect, should I say, on their league form.
Yeah, of course. Look, they're not doing particularly well in the league, but only away from home. Like, I think his one win away from home, Sheffield United, the 8-0. Since then, they've not won away from home. Second from bottom in the league table with their away form. Their home form, they're not doing too badly whatsoever. But, you know, 10th in the league, it's a little bit disappointing. But I said this, and I'll say this all along. If they can go far in this competition and somehow pick up the trophy, something that Alan Shearer couldn't quite manage as well, along with many, many other legends at the football club, it will be unbelievable. They won't care about the league campaign. They'll just want to go far in this competition and see if they can pick up a trophy.
Gents, thank you very much. Darren, good luck getting out of there, mate. Obviously, if they spot you, you're going to get roped into going to a boozer or something like that, mate. No doubt about it. Listen, well done, pal. Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very much, Darren. Super stuff from Craven Cottage. It finished Fulham 0, Newcastle 2. Newcastle bouncing on into the 5th round.
We've just got time then. Dom has come back into the studio for some results of the day from Divisions 1 and 2 in the Northern League. We'll start in Division 1.
A couple of interesting. Whitley Bay winning 1-0 over Heaton Stallington. I wouldn't like to see the state of the pitch after today's game as well.
Given how
bad it looked
difficult
before the game.
It looked before the game, yeah.
But the game of the day in Division 1 has to go to West Allotment Celtic. A 3-1 win away to Burley Town. Burley Town, of course, 4th in the league. West Allotment Celtic down in 15th. So a good result for them away from home. In Division 2, a couple of results. Belton Terriers winning 1-0 away to Prudhoe. Good result for them, but it has to go to Blythe Town, who are just continue to win games at the top of the league. 1-0 at home to Easington Colliery. So yeah, it has to go to Blythe Town again.
Yes, and helped, Paul, because it's going to be a battle right to the wire, I suspect, at the top of Northern League Division 2. Blythe helped by Blue Star dropping points of Houghton to Esh winning, and it's going to be so tight that the 2-point gap from today might count come the end of the season.
It's going to go right to the wire, and it's exciting, and it's good for non-league football in the North East, and 2 teams like Blue Star and Blythe Town are really going for it.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Dom. I'm going to give the very quickest of shout-outs to Yarman Eagles Cliff, and I know it's a daft thing to do because they're not one of our teams, but they drew 2-2 at Billingham Synthonia last night, and they played without a recognised goalkeeper because their only goalkeeper in the matchday squad was injured in the warm-up. They played with an outfield player in goals for 90 minutes and drew 2-2 at Billingham Synthonia, which is not a bad result at all. So well done to everybody there. Thank you to Dom. Thank you to Paul. We will be back with our local football roundup at 5:45 next weekend. Even though Sunderland play on the Sunday, it's Newcastle's turn to play at 3 o'clock next Saturday afternoon against Luton in the Premier League. But of much more importance today is the FA Cup game at Fulham. It is a 7 o'clock kick-off. The build-up with Matthew Raisbeck and Steve Howie begins right now.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Now, over the last few days, you might have seen a video doing the rounds of a raccoon taken in Pennywell. Well, the man who filmed that video is Wesley, and he joins me on the phone.
It ran out in front of the road. I was thinking a badger at first, but I see its tail in there. My son says that's a raccoon.
Now, there is a warning not to go near them, because I think they're either proper hard or incredibly stupid, because they are the only living thing that has ever dared to wander around Sunderland in black and white stripes. So
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Back Monday morning
from 6.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Joelinton away down the left, Isak in the middle. Joelinton looks for Isak.
Oh, yes!
It might be an own goal. It's into the back of the net, and the Derby deadlock is broken by Newcastle United. Joelinton combined with Bruno down the left wing, put the cross into the 6-yard box, looked for Isak. It ended up in the net, and 6,000 black and whites go wild. 35 minutes. It's Sunderland 0, Newcastle United 1. And Almiron's pinched it, edge of the area, played it back to Isak, who's put it into the net. And Newcastle at the start of the second half have doubled their advantage after a Sunderland mistake trying to play it out short from the back. Almiron pinched it, played it to Isak, who finished. It could be a crucial goal in the derby. It's come 30 seconds into the second half. It's Sunderland 0, Newcastle United 2. Anthony Gordon left side into the penalty area. Almiron with him. Gordon down in the box. Penalty to Newcastle United. Gordon fouled by Ballard, who gets a yellow card. It's a penalty and a chance to wrap it all up.
Summed his afternoon up, scored an OG, he's given the penalty away.
Isak with the away fans behind the goal against Anthony Patterson from the penalty spot into the bottom corner and scores and finishes with such ease and composure. They are going through to the 4th round of the FA Cup. They are going to win a first derby since August 2011. No doubt about it. Isak from the penalty spot. Sunderland 0, Newcastle United 3. Derby delight at the Stadium of Light, and Eddie Howe's first FA Cup win as Newcastle manager. A competition that's both their last shot at winning a trophy this season and another route back into Europe. That's why it means so much.
It's huge for us. We're well aware of that, I think, with the Champions League and the Carabao Cup, those situations, and very quickly our minds then focused to the FA Cup, which it had to, and the Sunderland game was a big moment for us. What we don't want to do is waste all that work getting through that round, and that was difficult. Now we enter this game, and we want to continue that run going, so we're determined to do well. We know it's a difficult game, but I believe in the team.
Eddie Howe has made one change to his 11 tonight from the team that played against Manchester City a fortnight ago in Newcastle's last fixture. He has lost Miguel Almiron to illness, and there's also no Jamal Lascelles in the squad tonight either. We believe Lascelles has a knock, so a couple of changes to the squad, but with Almiron not playing, Newcastle welcome back Jacob Murphy into the starting 11 after almost 3 months out with a dislocated shoulder. The team is Dubravka in goal, Trippier, who'll captain the side, Cher, Botman and Byrne at the back. A midfield three, his only 3 fit central midfielders of Miley, Bruno and Longstaff. Murphy on the right hand side, Gordon on the left, Isak through the middle. There is also a place in the matchday squad for the 18-year-old Norwegian midfielder Travis Hearns, who joined Newcastle's academy in the summer from League One side Shrewsbury. He is named on the bench for the first time alongside Karius, Dummett, Ritchie, Kraft, Hall, Livramento, Alex Murphy and young striker Ben Parkinson. That is how Newcastle United look tonight in what is their first FA Cup 4th round tie for 4 years. It was 2020 when they played Oxford at this stage under the management of Steve Bruce, and they required a replay on that occasion to get through, and
reach the 5th round, the only time they've gone past this stage since 2006. Tonight, an all-Premier League match and a trip to Fulham, where they've had a good recent record, and they're also playing a team that they got the better of in the Premier League just before Christmas. That was their last league victory. We are joined tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle, we're really pleased to say, filling in for John Anderson for this one, by the former Newcastle and England defender Steve Howie. Steve, nice to see you.
Lovely to be here. It's a lovely night. It's got a little bit of a frost about it, but it's a great night to play football. Looking forward to this. Pitch looks amazing.
And Craven Cottage has changed in recent times. Fulham have opened a new stand on the far side. We're in the old stand.
Yeah, it hasn't changed where we are.
But it looks really good. We've got a great view.
Yeah, it's a lovely stand.
Of a beautiful stand with padded seats and hospitality areas. That's where the two benches are. The far side is where the television cameras are, so we have the opposite view. And we've also got some pillars holding the roof up as well, which do obscure your view of the action, but hopefully they won't get in the way too much. Newcastle's team tonight, with no Almiron, also no Lascelles in the squad, two players who've been linked with moves away, but we are reassured their absences are nothing to do with that. Jacob Murphy is back, and having not played for a while, he's straight in from the start, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, delighted for the young man to be back. I mean, obviously he had that injury. He came back a little bit too early, did it again. Obviously he had surgery for it. Let's just hope this is the start of many games to come. But, you know, he is a player that the team have missed, and certainly, you know, either starting or coming off the bench. So I'm really pleased for the lad. But I agree with you. I think, you know, yes, he's had a couple of weeks training, but normally managers and players, they like to sort of just ease in 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. But the manager must have thought he's ready. He's obviously spoke to the player. He feels as though he's ready. So let's hope he is ready.
It's a timely return to action, though, isn't it? With Almiron unavailable tonight, we don't know whether he's going to be back with Newcastle for Aston Villa away on Tuesday. A like-for-like change. Had they not had Murphy, you might have expected Lewis Hall or Matt Ritchie to start, Anthony Gordon to switch to the other side potentially, and then they really would have been looking to more academy players to fill the bench. So it's great to have Murphy back, although they need a few more to follow and return to action, with Wilson, Barnes and Willock not too far away, but not ready just yet, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the last three players that you mentioned there, you know, players that would possibly start. I think the other option the manager might have had would possibly Livramento could have pushed a little bit further forward. We've seen him, he loves to get in those areas anyway. So that would have been a possible option for the manager. But yeah, I mean, listen, if the manager says that it's illness and a knock for Almiron and Lascelles, then we'll believe that. I have to be honest, and the cynical side of me doesn't think that's the case, but you know, we'll wait and see.
So Newcastle with the one change from the Manchester City match, Jacob Murphy in for Miguel Almiron. Tino Livramento, who Steve just mentioned, was ill a couple of weeks ago, but he's back in the squad as a substitute tonight. The FA Cup is a competition. I mentioned a few statistics a moment or two ago, Steve, about their recent record. I say recent, talking almost 20 years where Newcastle haven't really had it particularly good in the FA Cup. But this season, as we're hearing from Eddie Howe not so long ago, it matters a heck of a lot, and there's an argument that it matters even more given where they've fallen to in the Premier League table. And I think most of us would say that we understand why that is the case, with the injury list and the pressure on the squad and the fixture congestion. But also they're out of Europe and they're out of the League Cup as well. So the FA Cup is kind of the last remaining opportunity in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't want the season to kind of peter out in a way as Premier League. As you've said there, the other cup competitions, the team's out. So this is a perfect opportunity that, you know, the team can fully focus on. And I think, to be fair to the manager, he's picked pretty much the strongest team he could pick. I think if you look at, you know, Willock coming in, Murphy coming in, I think that for me, it's a little surprise because I would have expected him maybe to come on the last half an hour or so, see how the game goes. But at the same time, it's a strong team. I look at Fulham's team, and the team that obviously they played against Liverpool. You look at Willian's on the bench, Paulina's on the bench, Raul Jimenez is on the bench, and these are three players again that are focal points for Fulham. So, you know, De Silva's obviously looking at that, and he must be thinking, well, you know, I think we've got enough to beat them. But I think with Newcastle's team, looking at it, I think it's a strong team that could come here and get a very positive result.
And it would be brilliant to continue a run in the FA Cup, because the way they went out of the Champions League, out of Europe, and also the League Cup was painful, wasn't it? In each case, the penalties at Chelsea and the late defeat by AC Milan at home, which ended their involvement in Europe this season. There are some big clubs, top teams in the Premier League who are no longer in the FA Cup. One of Chelsea or Aston Villa will go out as well. So Newcastle's chances of going deep into the FA Cup would probably be better than maybe they otherwise could be. You've also got non-league Maidstone in the next round as a possibility for any of the other teams who get through, and yeah, it could really set up the second part of the season, couldn't it?
Football for me is all about fine lines, fine margins. If you look at the two competitions that Newcastle have found themselves out of, you look at, first of all, the Champions League, that decision against Paris Saint-Germain was really a shocking decision, and that was right at the death as well. You know, it denied Newcastle a much deserved win. Yes, they had chances in that game, but ultimately you've got to put them away, but they didn't. And then you look at the Chelsea one, basically a minute away again from winning that. Maybe it's a little bit lapse in concentration from Trippier, capitalise on that, and then win on penalties. So yeah, I mean, look, it's a big game, as you said. You know, you get through this, you're into the fifth round, and now all of a sudden you're looking at it and thinking, I tell you what, you know, we've got half a chance here, because you look at the other teams, and you look at, for me, I look at Newcastle and the way that they played, certainly in the first half against Manchester City. Teams can't handle that. I mean, you have to do it for 90 minutes, which is difficult, and of course they're playing against, for me, the best team in the world. But I thought Newcastle on that first half completely and utterly put Manchester City to the sword. If they have anything like that, they'll win games. And I look at Fulham's team. I think whilst it's not a weakened team, I think the manager Silva obviously thinks that it's good enough to beat Newcastle. Me personally, I think he might have I'm just thinking, as he kind of looked at this and thought, I think we can beat them with this team. I would like to think that the Newcastle players look at that and go, oh, okay then, let's bring it on, and basically take them to the sword tonight.
Yeah, as you say, Newcastle can't really be, with the players available, much stronger than they are. Fulham have got some of their big boys on the bench, the likes of Willian, Raul Jimenez, who was sent off at St James's Park in the Premier League last month, and João Palhinha, the much admired central midfielder who is regularly linked with a move away from West London. Their team is Marek Rodak in goal. He is usually their second choice keeper, but comes in tonight as a Slovakian international, so knows Martin Dubravka well. Then right back, it's Kenny Tete with Issa Diop and the club captain Tim Ream playing at centre back. It's Ream's first appearance in almost 2 months, and Anthony Robinson, the American international, plays at left back in the Fulham defence. Then the two players in central midfield, Sasha Lukic, and Lukic will be alongside Harrison Reed, with then Bobby De Cordova-Reid, Andreas Pereira and Harry Wilson, who plays international football for Wales, the left-sided player. Eddie Howe had him at Bournemouth on loan during his final season as Bournemouth manager a few years ago. And then up front, Rodrigo Muniz, the young Brazilian striker, 21 years of age. He's got 1 goal this season. You may remember he had a spell on loan with Middlesbrough in the Championship last year. But the Fulham bench, Stephen Bender, the third choice goalkeeper, is on there. Tosin Adarabioyo, Raul Jimenez, Tom Kearney, Willian, Timothy Castagna, João Palhinha, Carlos Vinicius and Tyrese Francois. So I think I agree with you, Steve, the way that Fulham have changed the team. They're certainly using the squad, giving players who perhaps don't start every week an opportunity to play. There's still some good players in there, but there are some very good players for Marco Silva tonight in reserve on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's got them on the bench, but, you know, it could be a case of if Newcastle start brightly, he's thinking, I'll tell you what, might have to put these boys on quicker than I thought. But by that time, the game could be gone. I'm surprised at his team selection, I have to be brutally honest. I mean, I just thought, especially going out against Liverpool in the Carabao Cup to miss out on the final of that, I just thought he'd be thinking, I tell you what, we do not want to go out to 2 competitions in 1 week. And yet he's picked this team, so he's either very clever, very astute, or something else.
We'll see. We'll find out. We're live on BBC Radio Newcastle from Craven Cottage. The lights are on, and the 2 sets of goalkeepers and the goalkeeping coaches from Newcastle and Fulham are the only people out on the field at the moment. We are awaiting the outfield players and the 2 sets of substitutes. Newcastle going to be backed by 3,800 supporters tonight, as usual in the stand behind the goal to the left. As we look, it's a brilliant away following. They will always take supporters in large numbers wherever they are, and tonight, Steve, with massive inconvenience for those who are heading back to the northeast, those who aren't London based, because there are no trains to get them back to Newcastle, back up north really. After the game, the last one leaves King's Cross in the centre of London at 9 o'clock, which will be just a few minutes after the final whistle. There was no tea time match today. I don't see any reason why this fixture couldn't have been played earlier. The Newcastle United Supporters Trust, when the match was rescheduled and the date and kick-off time was confirmed, said they were appalled at the lack of thought for the away fans, and they urged the incoming football independent regulator to try to consider supporters when changes like this are being made. And you can understand why they responded in that way, because this is far from ideal for fans who just want to watch their team.
Yeah, I mean, I completely disagree with it. I mean, obviously the TV has a lot of say in what goes on, but you know, when you've got such a distance between the 2 teams, I mean, I can kind of semi-understand it if it's, you know, teams that's maybe it's an hour and a half away, something like that, maximum 2 hours away. I can kind of get that, but you know, putting on this fixture at this time when there was no fixture at 5:30 is baffling to me. You know, you've got fans that we all know it costs a lot of money to come to follow your team, no matter what team you follow. You know, ticket prices aren't cheap. Now, when you put on top of that, you know, possible hotel stays, which you normally wouldn't have to do, it just becomes a bit of a joke. And for me, it's basically not thinking about the fans at all. And I'm not just talking about Newcastle fans, because it's happened to other teams, and I just think it's pretty poor, really, because, you know, without the fans, we don't have anything.
Newcastle away to Fulham in the 4th round of the FA Cup, and one change to the team. Miguel Almiron is ill, say Newcastle. They also don't have Jamal Lascelles because of injury tonight. Jacob Murphy is back from a dislocated shoulder. He's missed 15 matches across all competitions, but he's in from the start tonight in place of Almiron. So it's Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Miley, Bruno, Longstaff in midfield, Murphy, Gordon and Isak, and the bench is Karius, Dummett, Ritchie, Kraft, Hall, Livramento, Parkinson, Alex Murphy and 18-year-old midfielder Travis Hearns. He played a handful of first team matches for Shrewsbury in the Football League and in other competitions, joined Newcastle's academy in the summer where he's been part of the under-18s team, but he gets the first taste of a senior matchday squad. Travis Hearns, who's from Norway, on the Newcastle United bench this evening. We are a few days away from the end of the January transfer window, and Eddie Howe yesterday, when he was talking to the media, addressed some of the speculation that has surrounded the future of a few of his key players. Let's hear from Eddie Howe on some of those now, because last week Newcastle turned down an offer from Bayern Munich for Kieran Trippier, someone they couldn't afford to lose.
It would have been a big blow for us because he's so important. He's such a big leader of the group. I think he inspires the other players. I think the other players gain confidence when he's with us. So yeah, he's a player that really affects the team, creates goals, is a big attacking player for us. Yeah, we would have missed him if he wasn't here, but thankfully he is, and he's hopefully going to be a big part of our future. Well, again, I want to make it clear, Kieran's head wasn't turned. You know, Kieran has only ever spoken so positively about his time here, about his experience here, about Newcastle as a club, about his relationship with the supporters, and I can say he was absolutely focused on the future, and his family are very happy here, so I think it's worked out well for him in the end.
Kieran Trippier then, Steve, looks like he'll be staying. Maybe it didn't feel that way a week ago, despite having a year and a half left on his contract. He's 33 years of age. He remains hugely important to Newcastle, and you can hear there how pleased Eddie Howe is that such an influential figure will be going nowhere unless something dramatic happens before the window closes.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at it in a couple of ways. I mean, a move like that for Kieran at this stage of his career, when he's 33, to Bayern Munich, which is, you know, let's be honest, one of the biggest names, biggest clubs in world football, it would have been a great move for him. But you've got to say it. Do you know what? I take my hat off to them. He didn't even push. Well, it comes across as though he's never pushed for the move. Even though he knew the interest, he still didn't push for the move. And it just goes to show the commitment that he's got for the club. You know, he was pretty much the first one, if not the first one, to come in to start this kind of, you know, transformation of the team, of the squad. He knows he's absolutely loved by the fans. He obviously feels that from the fans, and I think for me, I just think it's brilliant from him. I'm delighted he hasn't gone, because, you know, when you look at it, yes, it was just shy of 13 million. For me, what he offers, what he brings to the team on game day, and what he also brings to the dressing room, training ground, and in the dressing room before games, I think is priceless. So for me, that would have been absolute pittance, really, for what he is worth. So I, for one, am really, really happy that, you know, 99% he's going to be staying at the club.
And Kieran Trippier captains Newcastle tonight, staying at St James's Park this month, despite that interest from Bayern Munich. He is not in the Newcastle party tonight because of illness, Miguel Almiron, but it doesn't seem certain that he, like Trippier, will be staying.
There's been a lot of noise and a lot of speculation about his future, but certainly as his manager, I'm desperate to keep him. He's been an integral part since I've come to the club, and in a sense of his contribution's been immense, whether that's goal scoring last season, work rate and discipline and commitment and professionalism all throughout his time. But yeah, there has been a lot of noise, and that noise comes from somewhere, but you know, hopefully we can keep him when the window shuts quickly.
Now, Eddie Howe didn't appear to rule anything out with Almiron there, Steve, and I reiterate, you may have just joined us, missed the team news. Almiron's not in the 11 tonight. Newcastle say he is unwell. There will be some supporters, some observers who feel that his absence tonight is connected with a potential move away. There are clubs in Saudi Arabia who are interested in Miguel Almiron. He is someone that, if they were to sell, would definitely need to be replaced, but he could bring in some important funds for them to reinvest in the team.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be looking at least to get the money back that you paid for him, which was what, 21 million or something. I think out of the three players that's been mentioned, which was Trippier, Wilson and Almiron, in my opinion, and obviously some of the listeners might disagree, I think out of the three of them, if you had to let one go, he'd be the one I'd let go. And I know Wilson has had his injury problems, but for me, he still scores goals when he is fit. And Trippier, I've just spoke about him. So, listen, as I said, the manager, if he says that you know, he's unwell or he's got a slight knock or whatever it is, and that's why he's not today, well then, you know, that's the case. But it just does look as though, I mean, listen, we all like kind of look at things, and you know, 2 + 2 = 5. It's one of them ones, but you know, we just have to wait and see. You know, I think the main thing is the manager and the players concentrate on tonight, and then whatever happens, happens.
A little bit more from Eddie Howe now on BBC Radio Newcastle as we continue to work our way towards the FA Cup fourth round tie here against Fulham. Steve Howe's just mentioned him. Callum Wilson is not yet back from injury. Newcastle have been looking at the trip to Aston Villa next week as a potential return date for Wilson from his calf problem. He has also, in the last week or so, been the subject of transfer speculation.
That's been a strange one, really, because I think there's been a lot of speculation again regarding Callum, and I've seen some of it, probably not all of it, but a lot of it I think has been unfounded. You know, from our side, Callum is a huge part of what we're doing. We're desperate to get our two strikers fit at the same time, which we haven't had for a long time now, and that's hurt us in lots of different ways. But he's nearing fitness, nearing a return. He's looked good. He's not trained with us yet, but he's getting there. And there's no part of me that wants to lose Callum. In every conversation that I've had with Callum, very similar to Kieran, he's 100% committed to Newcastle. No part of him is looking elsewhere. He wants to come back and score goals. He's got big ambitions for the second half of the season, and we want to keep him here. But obviously some things are out of my control, and of course the club is acting within the long-term interest of the club, and it has to, and I understand that, and I'm fully supportive of it. So let's see what happens.
Another player, Callum Wilson there, who is north of 30 years of age, a year and a half left on his Newcastle deal. The biggest issue with Wilson, Steve, is always his fitness record, because when he is fit and he's getting a run in the team, he can be an elite striker. He was phenomenal at times last season. Reported interest from AC Milan, Atletico Madrid, West Ham have been linked. You can probably understand an argument for letting him go, but they only have Alexander Isak as a centre forward, so one of the arguments for keeping him is that there are no other striking options, and Eddie Howe needs them both fit and available.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, I've said for a long time, well actually I've said even when he was at Bournemouth, I like him. I think he's a good player. I think he's a goal scorer. You know, he has got that explosive pace. That tends to happen with, you know, people that have got that pace. This is why the pick-up calf injuries and hamstring injuries in particular, which he seems to do that. But I mean, you've just mentioned the teams that's interesting. Teams like that are not interested in, you know, players that's not kind of hitting the mark. Yeah, there's that, you know, double-edged sword with the fact that he does get injured, but as you said, goal scorers are very difficult to come by. Now, if you can just keep him fit, you know, maybe it's just, I don't know, probably they would have looked at all kinds of different things about why is it that he gets injured that much, you know. Is it something to do with his core strength? Is it something to do with his back, you know, his pelvis, whatever it is? But a fit Callum Wilson is a very, very good player. So I'm, again, you know, let's just try and hopefully get this transfer window out, but I would certainly keep him. As I said, out of the three of them, my choice would be let Almiron go, and I would definitely keep the other two.
We've got Steve Howe, the former Newcastle and England centre-back, with us on BBC Radio Newcastle tonight, filling in for John Anderson. Ando will be with us again on Tuesday at Aston Villa. It's a 7 o'clock kickoff at Craven Cottage here against Fulham. Let's hear a little bit more from Eddie Howe now on Joe Linton, who is going to be out with injury until May. There is a chance that he could play again this season, but it will be right at the end of the season. And he's someone that could be on the move in the summer. That, according to Eddie Howe, is if he doesn't agree terms over a new deal.
18 months is a sort of a vulnerable time left on your contract length. The club would need to either tie Joe down and sign a longer term contract, or there's an opportunity or a possibility that he will be maybe sold in the summer. That's just the reality of the situation. Again, as his manager, I'm determined for him to stay. I love him as a person and as a player, so that would be my wish, that he'd sign a long-term contract. Of course, there's more to it than that. There's Joe's wishes and what he wants, and before he signs a contract, he has to be entirely happy with everything, and we're not at that stage yet.
There won't be many people, Steve, of a black and white persuasion that will be happy if Joe Linton moves on. So Eddie Howe would like a contract agreed and signed. Pretty sure most supporters would. Hopefully they can get it all tied up for such an important player.
Yeah, I mean, the transformation for him, I think everybody would agree, is just 1,000,000%. I mean, he was gone from kind of ridiculed for some of the performances that he was putting in, to being pretty much one of the first names, if not the first name on the team sheet. Now, of course, he's looking at his contract, and his contract ends at the end of next season, but he knows his worth, and I think the club have to acknowledge that. As long as, you know, his representatives are not being silly and asking for astronomical, stupid money, I think hopefully something can be sorted out. He knows that he's, again, another player that's loved by the fans. He's got a great relationship with Guimaraes. The two of them seem as though they're kind of, you know, basically brothers, you know, off the pitch. I don't think he'd want to lose that as well. So that goes in Newcastle's favour, funny enough. But at the same time, I'm one of these where, listen, if a player performs, then, and his contract's coming up, look after him, because what you don't want him to do is see his contract out and then him leave for nothing.
Newcastle 11 tonight against Fulham in the FA Cup fourth round is Dubravka in goal, Trippier, who will captain the team, Cher, Botman and Byrne, Miley, Bruno, Longstaff across midfield, Jacob Murphy back from injury into the starting 11, Gordon and Isak, and on the bench Karius, Dummett, Ritchie, Kraft, Hall, Livramento, Parkinson, Alex Murphy, and 18-year-old midfielder in a matchday squad for the first time, Travis Hearns. More from Eddie Howe on the way here on BBC Radio Newcastle ahead of the 7 o'clock kick-off, but now we're going to head back to the studio and catch up on everything else that's been happening today in the FA Cup and the rest of the football and sport involving our North East teams. With all the details, here's Colin White.
Thank you very much indeed for the moment, Matthew Raisbeck and Steve Howie as well. This is the final one of 6 FA Cup fourth round ties today, but it was the first one of the day that provided the biggest shock of all.
Just waiting for the full-time whistle. It's all over! Maidstone United's players go racing towards their fans, ripping the amber shirts off. They have done the practically impossible this afternoon. 98 places below Ipswich Town in the football ladder. An Ipswich Town team flying this season, and they've beaten them by 2 goals to 1 to make it through to the last 16 of the FA Cup.
98 places between the two sides. Maidstone United of National League South knocking out second place in the Championship Ipswich Town by 2 goals to 1. Maidstone becoming in the process the lowest ranked non-league team to reach the last 16 of the FA Cup since the mighty Blythe Spartans did it all the way back in 1978. So congratulations to them. In the 3 o'clock games today, Luton left it very, very late, but they won 2-1 at Everton. Collie Woodrow with the winner in injury time. Leeds and Plymouth was an all-championship tie, and they'll have to do it all again because it finished 1 apiece today. 3 of the 4 games last night were finished in draws and went to derbies. Leeds-Plymouth again is the... not derbies, replays. And Leeds-Plymouth is the same again today. The other all-championship battle was a bit more straightforward though. Leicester beat Birmingham 3-0. Jamie Vardy, Yunus Akgun and Dennis Pratt with their 3 goals. And Brighton were 5-2 winners in the end away at Sheffield United. There was a João Pedro penalty times 2 in there, and he got a third later on as well. So a João Pedro hat-trick. And Danny Welbeck got one very, very late on just to make absolutely sure. There were 2 games in the Championship this afternoon. Millwall and Preston drew 1-0, but Sunderland got themselves back to winning ways in the other one by beating Stoke City 3-1 at the Stadium of Light to perhaps ease a little bit of the pressure on Michael Beale. The build-up to the game, though, dominated by the club's statement that midfielder Alex Pritchard refused to play and has asked to leave the club immediately, but they did do all right without him today. Here is Michael Beale on today's win.
Yeah, delighted with the players, delighted for them as well. Like lots of little individual things there, like Mason scoring his first goal, and you know the work effort of the boys and togetherness behind the scenes. I think it's been a difficult 2 weeks for him with the last 2 or 3 results, and today the effort they put in the game, but the effort they put in every day. As I say, I've been delighted with them, and it was a really good win today.
Yeah, and it takes them just outside the playoff places. They are only outside the Championship top 6 on goal difference. In non-league today, a terrific victory for Gateshead in the National League. 2-1 over Barnet. It ends the run of 5 games without a win. They've done the double over Barnet, who are third in the table as well. Luke Hannant with the equaliser 15 minutes into the second half, and then Kane Adam on his debut scoring the winner for Gateshead. Not such good news for our two sides in National League North, though, both beaten 2-1 at home. Blythe Spartans lost 2-1 to Warrington. Nicky Devericks with their goal from the penalty spot. And South Shields beaten by Boston United. Dylan Morse with what at the time was an equaliser after half an hour. But South Shields won Boston United 2. The full-time score, it was even worse for Morpeth in the NPL Premier Division because they lost 5-1 to Hyde United at Craig Park. 4 games in the East Division. Dunstan against Stockton Town on a difficult pitch finished goalless, but it's still unbeaten now in 8 matches for Dunstan. Concert are back into the playoff places. They won 3-1 at Cleethorpes, scored 3 in the space of 10 minutes in the first half, did Concert. Ashington, though, lost by the same scoreline, 3-1 at home to Sheffield. Hebburn beaten on the road away at North Ferriby. But there was a 4-0 win for Berwick Rangers in the Scottish Lowland League. Liam Buchanan scoring twice, 4 goals in 15 minutes actually in the second half. And in the Women's Championship as well, Sunderland have gone back top of the table. A terrific 2-0 win away at Blackburn today. Katie Kitching and Emily Scarr with their goals in the second half, and they will find out on Monday if they are in the quarter-finals of the Conti Cup as well, because there's still the investigation going on into the ineligible player that Aston Villa played in midweek. From football to rugby, there was no dream consecutive victory for the Newcastle Falcons today, but they were playing away at the Premiership leaders Northampton. The Saints winning by 38 points to 13. The only Falcons try scored by Adam Radwan, and their interim head coach Mickey Ward spoke to us afterwards.
The disappointing thing is 45 minutes in, there's 6 points in it, and even in that first half we've probably let a couple of tries away. We've made a couple of little mistakes and we've let them off the hook a few times in that first half, and I think we should have probably went in at half time ahead, in my opinion. We've came out after half time, first 5 or 6 minutes we've been right in it, sticking to task, and then they've just slightly got away from it. We've had a lot of entries into the 22. We've had one held up over the line. We've went off on our own agenda on another, and we haven't been clinical in there. Whereas they get a chance to score, and then the game's slightly different. It goes from being a 6-point game, then you're into a 13-point game, then they get ahead again, and it's we've got a different mindset there. We sometimes start chasing it a little bit. We go off script. We'll lose a couple of simple balls and stuff like that, and then it's hard to recover. I said that to a few people beforehand. Obviously, when you're here, once they get away and the crowd gets behind them and they start getting little offloads and stuff, it's a tough day. So that, as I say, that first 45 minutes, I was pretty pleased with what we done in that first 45 minutes. It's just that last 35 where we've got to make sure we don't go off script and we stick to task.
That is Mickey Ward there, the Falcons interim head coach. The Falcons now have 2 months without a competitive game, with a break for the Six Nations that starts next weekend, and Steve Diamond will take over as consultant director of rugby in the next few days as well. In Rugby League, it was a tough old afternoon for Newcastle Thunder in their opening competitive match of the season at home to York Knights in the 1895 Cup group stage. They were 6-0 up early on and then conceded 114 points. It finished Newcastle Thunder 6, York Knights 114. It was pretty relentless, if we're honest, this afternoon. In basketball's WBBL Championship, Durham Palatinate were taking on Leicester Riders at home at lunchtime today, but they lost by 75 points to 62. Harriet Otterwill Soulsby, their top point scorer, on 16. On the other side of the world, a century from Ollie Pope gave England's cricketers hope in the first test against India, and Hyderabad. He was unbeaten, still is, on 148. England closed day 3 on 316 for 6 in their second innings, so that's a lead of 126 runs. In horse racing, the 18-year-old jockey Freddie Gingell was riding the 22-1 outsider Elixir de Nuts and caused a huge upset on trials day at Cheltenham. They beat the hot favourite John Bond to win the rearranged Clarence House Chase. The race is normally run at Ascot, but it was rearranged because of the weather. Luke Littler has gained revenge on Luke Humphreys in the darts. He's beaten him by 6 legs to 5 in the Dutch Darts Masters quarter-finals. That's only finished in the last few minutes. Earlier on today, Arina Sabalenka successfully defended her Australian Open tennis women's singles title. She beat China's Zhengxin Wen 6-3, 6-2 to win back-to-back titles in Melbourne, and she's the first woman to do so since fellow Belarusian Victoria Azarenka did it back in 2013. It is the men's singles final tomorrow morning. Russia's Daniil Medvedev is appearing in his 3rd Melbourne final, and he's taking on Italy's Yannick Sinner, who is making his Grand Slam final debut. Live commentary from just before 8:30 tomorrow morning on BBC Radio 5 Live and on BBC Sounds. Our match tonight, that starts in just under 20 minutes, is also available on BBC Sounds if you live within the UK. So let's get back to Craven Cottage. Newcastle United at Fulham in the 4th round of the FA Cup. Matthew Racebeck and Steve Howie are back with the rest of the build-up after this.
My name is Annie McManus.
And my name is Nick Grimshaw.
How long have we known each other, babe?
Probably 20 years now.
And in that time, we've always worked in and around music, right?
We have.
So it kind of makes sense that we do a podcast about it.
It sounds like it's been 20 years in the making. It's not Avatar for podcasts, basically. But it is good.
So we put the world to rights with regards to music.
It's all the stuff that you'd want to chat to your mate about over a pint.
Brand new Sidetracked with us, Annie and Nick. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Doku, the Belgian keeps the ball. Miley with another challenge. Doku comes away with it again. Oh, and he's found Walker in lots of space on the near right-hand side. Kyle Walker's low cross is turned in. Bernardo Silva has scored at the near post, and Newcastle, unhappy that they didn't get a decision at the start of that move, now find themselves behind. Bruno in midfield. Now for Isak to chase. Played in behind by Bruno's ball. Isak into the penalty area.
Oh, what a goal!
What a finish! What a finish! Alexander Isak. That is top quality. The ball played over to Isak, who took it inside and has curled it and lifted it beyond Ortega and into the back of the net. It's Gordon away down the left wing into the penalty area. Gordon! Oh! Anthony Gordon! How about that? What a strike! Newcastle have tipped this one on its head in the matter of minutes. Burned down the line to free up Gordon, who cut inside and bent it away from Ortega. It's another brilliant finish, and it's Newcastle United 2, Manchester City 1. De Bruyne's got space, he's got plenty of it, edge of the area, drives it into the bottom corner. Dear, oh dear. De Bruyne into the area looking for Bob. Oscar Bob is there and has scored. He's taken it around Dubravka, having nipped in behind Trippier, and Newcastle United might just have lost this in added on time. Oh, it's so cruel. Manchester City have hit back from 2-1 down. They lead by 3 goals to 2.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
That was the last time they were in action 2 weeks ago. Really tough one to take against the champions, Manchester City. They're in a great position, Steve. I know you were at the match, weren't you, at St James's Park, with a quick turnaround, 2 great goals. But Kevin De Bruyne made such a difference for Manchester City. Newcastle didn't really have the options on the bench. City had one of the best players around, and they suffered another defeat because of it.
I mean, it was a little bit harsh, but if I'm being brutally honest, did Man City deserve it with their second half performance? Probably, yeah. I think you look at Man City really pegged Newcastle back in the second half, and it was pretty much one way. You know, you're looking towards the end, you're thinking, I tell you what will be a great point, because they've been hanging on. You know, good saves, good challenges, they missed some chances, but obviously just didn't get quite over the line. But the first half performance for me was absolutely superb. It's the first time I've seen really Man City rattled, and that's playing against any of the other top teams. You know, they got at them, wouldn't let them settle, were very dangerous on the break, and 2 excellent goals. So yeah, I mean, it was disappointing for them, but I think they can take heart from actually the performance, and they know when they perform like that, they've got, again, I've said it earlier in the show, the best team in the world, and they are the best team in the world. It's proven, and they had them on the back foot.
Newcastle have had 2 weeks of training, but a bit of time off as well for the players. Probably something that they needed after an intense period in preparation for this one here against Fulham. And Craven Cottage may not be as full as it otherwise would be for a big FA Cup tie, and there are lots of gaps in the home section, so we're still 15 minutes away from kickoff, Steve, but lots of empty black and white seats visible all around the ground. Some Fulham supporters are actually staying away tonight in protest against the price of the tickets for the game, that the cheapest adult ticket for a Fulham fan in the home section was £40, and there is a campaign, Affordable Fulham they call it, and those supporters who are part of that campaign, some of them are not turning up tonight because they don't feel that the ticket pricing is fair and represents good value, and they feel that it should be cheaper. So there could be some big sections of the Fulham ends of Craven Cottage that don't have as many supporters in as they would probably like for what is another huge cup tie for them. We talked earlier, didn't we, about Newcastle fans and the kick-off time and the fact they can't get a train back after the match tonight, and had the inconvenience. Well, Fulham supporters, some of them feel that the ticket prices are not fair.
Well, yeah, I mean, as a fan, it's really expensive to be a football fan, you know. And I think when you're coming down, if you've got children, or you and your partner, your wife, whatever it is, that want to come to the game, it's not a cheap thing to do. So of course the fans have got every right to voice their opinion. I mean, I'm going across to the brand new stadium. I mean, obviously where the posh seats are, if you want, like the director's bit and all around there, there's not one person sitting in the seat. Either side of that, it's intermittent with like kind of a person there, nobody, person there, nobody, two people there, nobody. That's on both sides, so it's a little bit sparse. But as you said, there's about 13-14 minutes to come. That might come in, but I agree. You know, if for me, fans are the most important people in football. You can talk about players, you can talk about managers and all that kind of thing, but for me it has to be the fans. You've got to treat them right and look after them, because otherwise you get sort of boycotts like this, which, as far as I'm concerned, they have every right to do.
Well, Fulham fans were trying to support their team towards Wembley the other night, but they lost the tie overall against Liverpool in the semi-finals of the League Cup. It was a 1-1 draw at Craven Cottage on Wednesday, but they went out after the damage done in the first leg at Anfield, a 2-1 defeat, so 3-2 on aggregate, and that followed a 1-0 defeat in the Premier League by their neighbours Chelsea away from home a fortnight ago. So Fulham with a couple of defeats in recent times, and actually their form over a longer period is probably slightly better than Newcastle's, but it's not great. It's 2 wins from 9, though they did beat Arsenal at home in the Premier League on New Year's Eve as part of that particular sequence. Their team is Marek Rodak in goal, Kenny Tete, Tim Ream, Issa Diop and Anthony Robinson in defence, Sasha Lukic and Harrison Reed in the middle of the park, Bobby Dick-Cordova-Reid, Andreas Pereira, Harry Wilson and then Rodrigo Muniz up front. They've made 7 changes from the team that was selected to play Liverpool. On the bench, the goalkeeper Stephen Bender, Tosin Adarabioyo, Raul Jimenez, Tom Kearney, Willian, Timothy Castagna, João Palhinha, Carlos Vinicius and Tyrese Francois. Their manager is Marco Silva, who is a big admirer of Newcastle, but he knows that United's form, a bit like Fulham's, hasn't been great over the last few weeks.
The run is not the best for them. I mentioned when we played against them last December at St James Park that even if they went through in the Champions League or even to play Europa League, their group stage started really well. They had very, very good moments too. Of course, the last 2 games they were not the best for them. That game in Paris that made a huge impact, in my opinion, in their run. But they started really well. They are really strong. The first moments in playing Champions League as well, and of course, in Premier League, this type of downs can happen as well. It's been tough for them the last 4 or 5 games in Premier League, but they are Newcastle. They have enough quality to change it quick. As we spoke before, they have had enough time to prepare this game, looking for all the details from the last games that they haven't achieved the good results, and we expect a really strong side. They have been taking very good decisions too, and you can see the players they have been signing the last 3-4 windows. They made a huge impact in that squad. Some of them with a straight impact, like Bruno and all that players, Isaac as well, and Gordon too, and these type of players they made a huge impact, of course, in a very good group of players with a great fan base behind them every time. And of course, when you have this type of support, it's always a big help, but you have to do the right things, and they have been doing.
Total Sport North East.
The FA Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
That's the Fulham view of Newcastle from their manager Marco Silva. United, Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, who used to play for Fulham, got a big move here from Darlington at the start of his career and had 5 years on the books of Fulham, couple of loan spells before moving on permanently. Miley, Bruno, Longstaff in midfield. Jacob Murphy back from injury and starts. Gordon and Isak are the other players in the front three. No Almiron because of illness, no Lascelles through injury. It's 2 weeks since Eddie Howe's players were last in action. Will they have come back from the Premier League's short winter break energised?
Yeah, well, I think you saw an energised performance against Manchester City, but you probably saw an energised performance for 60 minutes of the game, and we just couldn't carry that through. And again, I'm not making excuses, but I think it was the inability to maybe make attacking changes that we needed to, because if you look at the distance that some of those players covered and how hard we had to work to contain them, they were really high levels, and it was just probably that inability that cost us. But I hope, I can never guarantee it, but I hope, and from what I've seen in training, I think we will see a very energetic performance, and hopefully a really good technical one, because we've done a lot of work in that area.
FA Cup again this weekend, massive result for you in the last round, winning a derby and getting your cup run going. How important will this competition continue to be for you this season if you can stay in it?
Yes, it's a big moment in our season, as the Sunderland game was, and the lads really responded to that challenge. This is an important competition for us now. It takes on a new dynamic because of what's gone before. We are desperate to get our best form back. I think there's signs of that against Sunderland and Manchester City. So, we take this game very seriously.
Very finally, Fulham away, so it's an all Premier League match. I guess you'd rather have been at home, but you beat them only a few weeks ago. What do you make of the challenge that you'll face there?
Yeah, tough game. I think you look at the game against Liverpool that they had a couple of days ago, and that was a really good game, high quality game. And I thought Fulham were close. Created a number of chances, and I thought we were pretty good in the game, and Marco's done a brilliant job. I think they continue to improve and grow, which is always very difficult in the league that we're in, so we know it'll be a tough game.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and Steve Howie.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, he feels, Steve, that the break will probably have been beneficial, but his other point there, Eddie Howe, was that for 60 minutes against Manchester City they did have the energy and the intensity. I think it's understood that one of the reasons why it's not there across 90 minutes is that he hasn't been able to freshen up the team with changes in attacking areas, and that's probably the case tonight. But the 11 that he's picked has Murphy back in it from injury, and as we were saying earlier, it is a strong Newcastle side.
It is, yeah. I mean, I don't think I've known any team really to go at full tilt for the full 90 plus minutes. You know, obviously everybody puts the effort in, but I thought the first half performance was excellent. Yes, 10-15 minutes in the second half was okay, but you could always just see that Man City were getting on top. Now, I think if the team can have what they did against Manchester City in the first half against this Fulham team, I don't think there's no coming back from Fulham. But obviously they've got to take the chances if they can actually create them. As I said, I was a little bit surprised, as you said, what was it, 7 changes from the Liverpool game? Yeah. Which I think is a lot, you know, and some of the players that he has put on the bench are big players for Fulham. So I'm surprised at that from Silva. I think Newcastle could take advantage of them, but it's up to Newcastle to take advantage of it, because, you know, the longer the game goes on, Silva might look at it and obviously start bringing on these players that would normally start, they're bigger players, and then that could change the game. So listen, this is a great opportunity for the team to sort of get off to a flyer, you know, get all those fans that's come down, because that side, that's the only part of the ground that's packed. You know, the other side of the ground is not. So it would be brilliant if they could get the fans on that side that's come down, paid all that money. You know, it is a difficult fixture with it being 7 o'clock and not being able to get home unless you have that long drive, and it will be a brilliant payback if they can get them a great result tonight.
Here come the teams from the tunnel in the corner to our left side. Newcastle led out by Kieran Trippier. Tim Ream, the Fulham captain, directing his players onto the pitch, where they will line up across the halfway line towards the far side in front of the two benches, next to a couple of red and white FA Cup branding boards. Newcastle already made it further this season in the FA Cup than they have for 4 years, out in round 3, and the 3 campaigns prior to this one, losing at Arsenal, home defeat by Cambridge, and last year eliminated by Sheffield Wednesday. They've got a chance to continue their run in the FA Cup. It could be so important for them, out of the Champions League, eliminated from the League Cup just before Christmas, 10th in the Premier League, having slid down the table. So with the FA Cup still active and still alive for them, Eddie Howe, who also wants them to get back into the European places in the league, sees that in the second half of the season there is still so much to go for.
Yeah, there's different ways you can look at things. Of course, that's one way, and that's a very negative view. We've had some unbelievable experiences this year that hopefully we'll benefit for in the future. We're 10th in the league, but very little gap between us and the teams above us. Yes, we're still in the FA Cup and we're determined to try and go well in that competition. So I think we have to be very positive about the situation. We've got a group of players that I see every day that are very committed and very keen to do well in the second half of the season, so hopefully that can show.
That's Eddie Howe, who was responding to questions yesterday at his press conference that Newcastle's season would be in danger of fizzling out, especially if they got a bad result here tonight. They will be wearing their away kit, which is green, the green shirts, white shorts and socks. I don't know what you like with superstitions, Steve, in terms of kits and things like that, but in competitive action, I don't think they've won while wearing this. They drew at Wolves in green, lost away at Brighton, in Dortmund and at Bournemouth in this kit, so they need to get lucky in it tonight.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I wouldn't say it was a superstition, but I always used to put one ankle pad on before the other. Well, obviously before the other, but like one on my left. I always go to my left first. Yeah, I mean, I think some players can read a lot into it, and some players just take absolutely no notice. I think at the end of the day, it's a strip. It's the colour of a strip. I think if you go out, no matter, even if you've got a, whatever it is on, as long as you're committed into doing what you can do, I think, and you've just got to take your chances and be together as a team. And I think tonight, really, I feel actually very, very confident in tonight's performance. I just think, given the fact they've had a break, and obviously the performance against Manchester City, which, yes, they got beat, but I thought they could have taken a lot of heart from, I think it's a great opportunity for them here tonight just to sort of say, listen, this season is not petering out, it's not fizzling away, we're here to have a good cup run.
Newcastle United, one change to the team. Jacob Murphy in for Almiron. It's Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Miley, Bruno, Longstaff, Murphy, Gordon and Isak. We are underway in the FA Cup, live on BBC Radio Newcastle, and the green shirts of United kicking towards the goal to the right as we look. A long pass forward from Fabian Schär, one back at the edge of the area, then Newcastle get it back through Jacob Murphy, and Sean Longstaff goes down near the corner of the box outside the area, doesn't get a free kick. It looked like a trip, but the referee Jared Gillett, his second Newcastle match of the season after the League Cup defeat by Chelsea, didn't agree, and he's actually awarded Fulham a free kick.
Yeah, I thought it was a foul, and then there was a little bit of tussling. Miley was involved in that as well, and then he has given a free kick. But that long ball initially from Schär, it's a great ball, and I think it's unfortunate because it hits Isak on the back. You know, if it just runs through, I think either he's through or Murphy's through. So it was a good ball, good run, but as it happens, it's Fulham with a free kick.
And it's the goalkeeper, Marek Rodak, who sends it upfield. Rodak in goal, Tete, Ream, Diop and Robinson in defence. Lukic and Reed, the central midfield players. De Cordova-Reid on the left, Wilson on the right, Pereira in the hole behind Muniz up front. This is Harry Wilson away from goal, coming back into the centre as Fulham attack down the far side. It's the midfielder Harrison Reed, just rolling it short. And now it's played back by Wilson to Diop and Ream. Murphy putting a few sprints in as he closes down the goalkeeper. Another long ball forwards. Botman rises. It's gone backwards off his header, and big Dan Burn up into midfield. It bounces onto the chest of Sasha Lukic for Fulham, and it's carried back into the home team's half of the pitch and given to the goalkeeper, who's wearing all red tonight, black gloves and white boots. And the Fulham outfield players, white shirts with black across the shoulders and on the sleeves, black shorts and black socks. 0-0 in the 3rd minute. Harrison Reed with a cross from the right, taken into the area, and then a shot at the near side of the goal, which is lashed over the top by Rodrigo Muniz.
Yeah, it was a good break. Wilson looking dangerous on that far side. A good little ball into Muniz. When it would have been a wonder goal if he can hit it from there, because it is bouncing, so he's got to get on top of it, he's got to keep it down, he's got to have the direction. Gets none of them right, blazes it over the top. But there's that diagonal ball hitting for Wilson next to Burn.
Martin Dubravka with a ball which is chested down by Fulham's Tim Ream on halfway. And they've got it in midfield through Sasha Lukic, down the left wing to Andreas Pereira. Fabian Schär pushes the ball away. Kieran Trippier looking for Lewis Miley. He played it against Miley. It was all very tight. Then Newcastle through Bruno and Miley. A couple of challenges, and Fulham recover possession. It's competitive stuff there. It's played over to the far side, and Harry Wilson with the ball just ahead of the halfway line. Ream to Robinson, angled ball towards the edge of the area, cut out by Bruno, who read it, and he passes it to Schär. Trippier to Miley, gets closed down inside to Bruno, drags it away. Oh, and then under pressure from Pereira, has misplaced the pass. Fulham player down on the edge of the box. Jared Gillett gives nothing, and away go Newcastle United through Anthony Gordon, over halfway and into the final third. Isak wants it, might be offside. Isak, left side of the penalty area, still got it. Isak forced away from goal, looking for Murphy and Miley, and then cleared, and De Cordova-Reid passes it back to Robinson. They've given it away. And shot straight at the goalkeeper. An effort straight at the keeper from Jacob Murphy on his return from injury. He could have given them an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, he really doesn't do anything. He hits it. I don't think he can hit it any straighter, but you didn't want him to hit any straighter either side of the goalkeeper. Then it makes him parry, and then something can happen. But basically, if there was a target there, you wanted him to hit it, he hit it perfectly. Either side, you've got to go low or you've got to whip it across him. Doesn't do either. Easy save, really, for the goalkeeper.
Anthony Gordon's on the floor and has rolled around a couple of times, holding his right leg following a challenge that Jared Gillett has deemed an illegal one, and it's a Newcastle free kick, left side in Fulham's half, but a good 35 yards from the goal. 6th minute of the match, 0-0. Big chance for Murphy with that opportunity, right-footed from the back of the penalty box. Fabian Schär onto Murphy, tries to touch it down the line. He's played it against Robinson for Fulham, and Muniz holds off Trippier. Pereira now in the centre circle for the home side. A diagonal ball, trying to find Robinson with a run. towards the goal line into the corner, but the ball's beaten him and it's a Newcastle goal kick.
Yeah, I think when the ball comes into Murphy and he tries that just like the first time flick around the corner, listen, when it comes off it looks great, but for me what you do it 10 times it might come off twice. Just get a hold of it, get possession.
Steve Howie with us on BBC Radio Newcastle tonight. It's United ball in the right full-back position. Bruno makes a short run to Trippier, and then Miley gets close to Kieran Trippier, doesn't receive the ball. He needs something, with no options. It's on towards Isak, who flicks it forwards towards the halfway line. Diop back into the corner, and Trippier sees it out for another throw as the away fans increase the volume. Bruno caught on it, edge of the area. It's the second time there's been an error from Bruno in that sort of position, but he managed to recover this time, Steve, and play it back to Dubravka.
Yeah, the second one, just that one there, he's kind of dwelling on it a bit too long. The first one, he goes to look to pass it, changes his mind, and the ball just rolls away from him. Has to make a decision, and he has to make them quicker.
Dubravka along the goal line towards the corner on the left, forwards from Botman straight to Fulham, and it's running behind for a corner kick, first of the night. Newcastle tried to pass their way out from the back, only succeeded in returning the ball to Fulham, who can send up for the corner Tim Ream and the 6'4" Issa Diop, who is marching into the penalty area right now.
I like the idea of trying to pass it out, but sometimes you've just got to clear your lines because the other team sets traps.
It's rolled short to Wilson, back to Reed, and Pereira on the far side. Low ball into the box, Isak to Bruno and away, but it's gone out. It's Newcastle's ball. Fulham player got a touch to deflect it over the line, and out for this throw for Dan Burn. Short to Bruno, back again. Burn right-footed, lifts it towards halfway. Diop intercepts, on by Wilson. Botman volleys clear. Isak heads it to the left wing. Gordon can't get there. Kenny Tete for Fulham down the line. Back into midfield to Harry Wilson, who's started pretty well. He looks up for it this evening, the Welsh international. Andreas Pereira back to Issa Diop in the 9th minute, and Diop back to his goalkeeper Rodak. There's no goals Craven Cottage in this opening period. Muniz tries to flick on, it's put out on the near side. It's a Fulham throw close to the halfway line. And Lukic receives it from Robinson, the American with a bleached hair. Back to Ream, who's got his blonde hair in a ponytail. De Cordova-Reid to Lukic, carries it across midfield, right side of the centre circle. Now Diop puts his foot on the ball, inside to Lukic, who has it again, and then Lukic, the Serbia international, just exchanging passes with Diop, and it's out for a throw for Fulham in their half of the pitch on the far side. Still the Murphy opportunity, the best chance and the only real chance that either team has created so far.
A kind of a half chance for Fulham. I think it was at Nunez. That was a difficult one, but he took it on though. But yeah, it was a big chance for Murphy.
Miley competes for the ball near the centre spot. It's gone up in the air, and Trippier down to Miley. Some tidy play. Back to Murphy under pressure. Rolls it to Cher. On to Bruno. Turns away. Passes it back to Botman. Almost intercepted in the box by Rodrigo Muniz, the Fulham striker. Taking another risk, Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be sort of saying, just calm down, I knew what I was doing.
Sven Botman. Forwards he comes towards the middle of Newcastle's half. Thought about a pass to the right to Cher. It's instead with Byrne and now Gordon. Botman gets it back, edge of the area, Byrne down the line. Gordon is beyond. Longstaff looks for him with a pass. He's found Gordon, down under a challenge again, and another free kick for Fulham's attempts at tackling Newcastle's Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, it's a couple of times he's been caught.
Miley, good ball. Trippier in space, middle of the Fulham half, on towards Murphy, cut out by Ream and cleared. Share with it on halfway, 0-0. Miley stretching to control it, back to Share. Inside it comes to Botman in the centre circle. Byrne for Gordon just past halfway. His first touch takes him back, and then he tries to move infield. Kenny Tete with a sliding challenge to Fulham right back, and now they're off on the attack, but Gordon makes a tackle, and then Fulham play it forwards a second time. De Cordova-Reid in the corner on this near side, the Fulham left. Robinson back to Lukic. 4 on the edge of the area, goes into the box, straight into the hands of Dubravka.
Yeah, a little bit of decent possession for Fulham, but the ball in from Robinson. It's a poor one, lets Newcastle off. Comfortable save really for Dubravka, but just as I said a couple of times, Gordon gets the ball. They seem to have, the Fulham players just thinking, get on him as quick as we can and put in them challenges, and if we don't win the ball, then we don't win the ball, but he's certainly feeling it.
Share with a ball that's bending away into the right corner. Robinson there before Murphy, and clears it against Jacob Murphy. Behind it goes for a goal kick. He took a touch, Robinson, and then had to play it, otherwise it may have run for a corner, and in the end probably defended it pretty well. Roddick has got 2 defenders in the box next to him. He's gone long. It's an accurate ball up to Muniz, who takes it down, finds De Cordova-Reid. Share intercepts his forward pass. Trippier then with a header to Bruno, almost caught on it, but they found Longstaff with the ball, and this is Gordon. Isak with a run. Gordon holds it up and turns. Longstaff left side on the halfway line. Fulham 0, Newcastle 0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Isak, lovely skill, brilliant disguise on the ball. Then a pass on the outside, and big Dan Byrne has won a corner.
Yeah, decent little build-up play. Again, could Gordon have played in Isak? He made that good run. Maybe he just didn't feel as though he could squeeze that through, and possibly also thought, I don't want to lose possession. So they've recycled it. Eventually it has found Isak. It's played in Dan Byrne. Fortunately just can't get the ball in, but it is Newcastle corner.
Their first attacking set piece. It's played back to Gordon, and then Trippier in towards the near post, and Roddick had to get down low to make the block. Almost caught out the goalkeeper by Trippier's ball in. Now Gordon from outside the area, and it's driven wide at the near side from Anthony Gordon. A powerful shot, right-footed. And Fulham have a goal kick, but that's close from Newcastle, and Gordon in particular.
Yeah, well, the first one, the ball comes back out to Trippier and he whips it in. I think it's Shaw that's in front of the goalkeeper, but he's done nothing wrong, but the goalkeeper reacts very well, quickly. Just watching the replay here, his shirt's getting pulled. We'll talk about the directive. It's like the triangle on the shirt. That could be a penalty, but nothing's given.
I must remind you, there is VAR tonight, because this is a match played at a Premier League stadium. Fulham on the attack, sliding challenge from Newcastle through Sven Botman actually, and it's a throw close to the corner, but not a free kick. VAR tonight is Tony Harrington, who's from Hartlepool. Not only is there an assistant VAR as usual, there's also an extra official, a support VAR, a SPAR, as they are known for short. Something that the FA had for the third round ties. We may talk a bit more about that if there's an appropriate break in play. Fulham from the throw into the box. Botman tries to push it away. They're still on the attack on the far side. In comes the cross. It's a dangerous one. Trippier down, and then Miley clears into the Fulham half. Could have gone anywhere. Fortunately, Lewis Miley was in the right place.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good ball in. He's whipped it in. I think Trippier's got to give Shaw a shout. You know, I can get that, so leave it for Trippier, and he can clear it cleanly. As it is, Shaw's kind of backing off, and it just goes over his head. Could have caused a few problems, because it then hit Trippier, and it could have gone anywhere. luckily it didn't. They managed to clear the lines.
It's 0-0. Fulham crossfield ball's gone out of play on the far side. Extra VAR officials, Steve. It's something that has happened in European and in FIFA matches before, and in the third round of the FA Cup, but they've got another person in there to try and offer support. But could it confuse matters? Another voice?
Well, I think it just goes to show that a lot of mistakes have been made. So therefore, they probably need another sort of body in there, another head in there, just to have a look at it. But then you've got too many opinions.
Harry Wilson for Fulham into the penalty area. Rodrigo Muniz and Martin Dubravka down low to make a one-handed save and turn the ball behind.
Yeah, it's basically come from nothing. Newcastle kind of the loose possession. It goes out. I think it's Wilson that just pokes it through to Muniz. He doesn't really catch it. It looks as though he catches it with the middle of the foot and his heel, so he doesn't catch it properly. But actually, that helps him because it looks it's going right in the corner. Dubravka gets down very well, pushes it out.
Corner on the left side. Andreas Pereira's ball in. It's gone up and behind. Another corner. It's a Diop challenge for it, the giant defender. And Newcastle did enough to see it.
Yeah, he scored against Liverpool, but Botman did well there with the challenge, put him off.
Pereira, another ball in towards the near post area. It's gone back out for another corner. The ball went up and took an age to come down, and as it went behind, Jared Gillett signalled for a third corner in this particular attack from Fulham. Andreas Pereira to deliver it once again, and it's a near post header from Isak, the position Alan Shearer always used to occupy and head clear from.
Yeah.
This is Bruno as Newcastle get it into midfield, and Isak carrying. Gordon running up ahead. Isak's played it back to Bruno, and Fulham have regained possession. De Cordova-Reid. Bruno trying to win it back. They threatened to break and get him behind Newcastle, and then it just didn't quite come together. Now it's a ball over the top from Fulham that's run behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, you could say maybe slight misunderstanding, slightly sloppy from Isak. Bruno Guimaraes leaves him the ball. He goes, he drives forward. Excuse me, continued to drive forward. He wants to flick it back to Guimaraes. Lose possession.
0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Trippier down the line, Murphy inside on the half turn to guide it towards Isak, but it's straight back to Fulham, and Ream, the American, to his international teammate Anthony Robinson at left back, and now Diop from the middle of defence almost ran into traffic, had to turn and quickly play it back to his goalkeeper with green Newcastle shirts nearby. From the ball forwards, Lewis Miley's found a pass for Jacob Murphy, and then Bruno with a ball for Miley on the right wing, lifting it into the centre. Miley's cross headed out by Fulham, and that's gone for a Newcastle throw close to the corner flag.
Yeah, I think it's about time we kind of put a little bit more pressure on them, because just over the last 5-10 minutes you feel as though Fulham's just getting slightly the upper hand.
Trippier's taken the throw, looking for Murphy. Hit the floor as the ball went towards him. No free kick, and now Fabian Schär has taken down Rodrigo Muniz towards the corner. This will be a yellow card for Schär. The collision as Muniz was getting the better and in behind Schär, just lost sight, lost the flight of the ball, and their legs collided. Free kick and a caution.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. You could see him like a mile off what he was intending to do. I think he's just kind of took his eye off the ball slightly, and then by the time he's looked at the ball again, just for that split second, centre forward's away. He knows he's not going to catch him. So yes, he puts a tiny little hand on his arm. That's not enough. It's the legs when they make contact with each other. But without a doubt, he knows exactly what he's doing. It's one of them ones where, as you see it, take one for the team. But having said that, you know, it's in a dangerous position for Fulham. You know, they've got a great angle here to whip one in and cause some problems.
Harry Wilson left-footed. Andreas Pereira could go with the right foot. Jacob Murphy's the only Newcastle player behind the line of spray that's been applied to the pitch, and there are bodies in white shirts that they can hit from this free kick. Wilson, dangerous ball, and Cher stuck his leg out to try and clear. It beat him, and it's kept alive on the far side, aimed in towards Diop, and Botman volleys it out, and it'll come for a throw on this near side. What a free kick.
Yeah, we were right behind that. It's a great free kick. It's whipping away from the goalkeeper, but in that horrible area. None of the Fulham players take a gamble.
Almost at the midway point in the first half on BBC Radio Newcastle in the fourth round of the FA Cup. Harrison Reed's offside from a Fulham ball down the line. Newcastle, Dubravka, Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne, Miley, Bruno, Longstaff, Jacob Murphy back from injury, Gordon and Isak. Almiron is ill. Lascelles also missing through injury, but Livramento back in the squad as a substitute. It's Dubravka in the 6-yard box, has to play it square to Cher. On a yellow card now. A crossfield pass which is intercepted, didn't have the direction that he was looking for towards Gordon, and Fulham have possession again in Newcastle's half, closer to halfway than the box. Now a forward ball from Lukic, and work to the right wing. Tete's cross, but it seemed to miss kick it, and Bruno's passed it straight to Diop. Robinson lifts the ball in, Dubravka rises and catches and wants to play quickly, rolls it out to Bruno Guimaraes, onto Isak. First touch takes him backwards, then it's forwards to Gordon. Byrne going beyond, Gordon then inside to Bruno. On the left, behind halfway, Trippier's pulled out to the near right side to stretch the play, using the width Newcastle. Gordon for Bruno again, still in their half of the pitch, and back to Botman. Cher inside to Botman, midway through the first half. Steve Howie, 0-0. What have you made of it?
I thought Newcastle started off okay, but as time's gone on, Fulham's got stronger and stronger. Been certainly the team, even though Newcastle's had the better chance, Fulham's had better opportunities, like more opportunities, but they just seem to be getting a bit more of a foothold into the game as Fulham.
Isak taking the ball under control in the Fulham half, and still with Newcastle in their green away kit tonight, white shorts and white socks. Trippier involved now, Murphy down the line potentially, floats it into the area, Gordon coming in, but the goalkeeper coming out and off his line, catches.
Intentions there from Trippier. I can see what he's trying to do, just doesn't get the right connection on it. As you see, it was cherries for the goalkeeper, just picked that out very easily.
Ream inside to Lukic. He has a player on his shoulder, it's Bruno. He released the ball in time, and Fulham with possession at the back. It's Ream. He's having a look. It's over halfway to Robinson, closed down by Murphy. Ball goes back to Ream. It's played short to Lukic. Ream again on his left. He's gone for the diagonal ball to switch it. It's turned into a good pass for Wilson. Tete tries to link up with Wilson, who's on the floor in the box. Gordon made an attempt at a tackle, and then Newcastle couldn't get clear, and they've conceded a corner.
Yeah, if you look at the Fulham play, you can always gather by the reaction. Oh yeah, he's just dove. He's got no chance of getting it, so he's just dove. I mean, for me, them kind of things, I think the referee should stop that and boot the player, because that is 100% simulation.
Play continued, and now Andreas Pereira will take a corner from the far side, having delivered 3 in a very short space of time a few minutes ago from the near left side. Diop in there again, but it's to the back of the box towards De Cordova-Reid, and Cher with a header, and Robinson chasing for the ball with Fabian Cher. That was a good battle for it. They were both fully committed. Robinson made the tackle, and Newcastle have a throw. Both ended up off the pitch next to the advertising board. Fulham fans enjoyed.
It was a good challenge. Old school, proper challenge.
Throw's been taken. Cher's with it in the corner. Long ball into the Fulham half. 2 high and too long for Isak. Rodak from outside of his box clips it up into the United half. Share forward on the volley towards Miley, but it's Fulham with possession, and Pereira now in the centre circle. And Lukic has taken it out to the left, and Robinson back inside to Lukic. It's a rare start for him. They signed him from Torino in Italy last January. He's usually a sub in the Premier League, but has been given a bit more time in cup competitions. Sasha Lukic for Fulham in midfield. 0-0 at a ground where Newcastle got a good recent record. They've won their last 3 here. It was 4-1 in the league last season, 2-0 on the final day a couple of years ago, and Rafa Benitez's final match on the final day in 2019 they won quite emphatically by 4-0 in glorious sunshine. But tight tonight so far, Fulham having more of the ball, and there they've just wasted a pass towards Harrison Reed on the right side. Newcastle throw.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy from Fulham. As I said, they're just getting a little bit more every single as the minutes tick by. Newcastle just have to try and get a hold of it, try and keep possession, not give it away too cheaply.
They've lost it from the throw. It was Longstaff. Dan Byrne turns and has a go at Darren Cann, the assistant referee on the far side. He felt it should have been Newcastle's ball, but it's not. And we play on with the pass from Fulham back into their own half to Diop, the right-sided central defender. Lukic on the outside away from Gordon and trying to get it in behind the Newcastle defence, but Botman is able to bring it down with a pass for Byrne, and this is Longstaff who gets a throw near to the 2 dugouts far side of the field. 28 minutes have been played. Newcastle with Murphy a shot straight at the goalkeeper when he picked up the ball from a Fulham mistake, a back pass. Trippier with a cross that almost caught the keeper out at the near side, and as part of that passage of play after it was cleared, Gordon with a driven effort just wide. Those are their only goal scoring opportunities tonight so far. Byrne to Bruno. Diagonal ball. Murphy is not going to get there. Robinson seeing it behind, went for the crossfield pass, too high for Murphy, and Robinson did the defending. Eddie Howe making some notes. With Fulham playing it short from Ream, Newcastle apply the press. Murphy and Longstaff, and Scher makes a challenge from the ball down the line, but De Cordova-Reid's got it. Back to Ream. Fabian Scher then with a header. Isak trying to find the ball in the box. Ream with a big clearance. Isak was making a bit of a nuisance of himself there, and what a ball now from United forwards to find Gordon, but challenged by Diop. Great challenge, and the home team have it. They lift it over halfway. Botman comes across, sees it out for a throw, but he might have been fouled actually by Harrison Reed.
Yes, Darren Cann, the assistant, he's the one that flags for the foul. It is a foul. Just before that, Dan Byrne plays a great ball in. Anthony Gordon, good touch. If he gets away from Diop, he's in on goal. Oh, give it a Fulham defender credit. He times the challenge very well.
Newcastle with Trippier just past halfway, looked to play it in behind Robinson, but the Fulham left back got there, concedes a throw, but it's Newcastle's ball in the final third. Ream sharper than Isak there to clear the ball away. Bruno header on, looking for Gordon. Miley and Gordon. Still Anthony Gordon. He's caught his opponent late. Lukic close to the edge of the Fulham penalty box, and the home side have a free kick.
Referee Keelan is right in the right spot. Probably does a free kick. That's the first big goal, which is rightly so. The two of them pushing and shoving each other. So just let them get on with it.
Ream, oh, that's given away. Longstaff. Now Murphy, edge of the area. Went for the ball, threaded through for Isak. He played it straight against Ream. Fulham approach halfway. Now they go backwards with Pereira down the left. Final ball just needed to be right, and unfortunately from Murphy it wasn't. Then Bruno's won it for Isak. They've got it again, United. Isak beats his man. Alexander Isak around the keeper, but away and off the pitch, wide of goal. And it's Fulham's ball. It's exciting from Isak on the run. He does it so well. Newcastle forcing another Fulham error and capitalising. He skimmed Ream, just ran out of space.
Yeah, I mean, he's unlucky. I think when he goes past Ream, could he possibly just put it back, just as we're watching it, could he just pull it back then to Bruno? He decides to then go around the goalkeeper, but unfortunately the touch just takes him out of play.
Long Fulham ball forwards down the right wing. Rodrigo Muniz has made a run to that side of the pitch, and he's got there. Did very well to get there. Newcastle, Fabian Schär and Dan Burn are analysing what happened there, both a bit frustrated with each other. That Muniz had the chance to run into space. It's a throw 20 yards out. Kenny Tete, the right full-back, brought into the team tonight. One of 7 changes, takes it, volleyed away by Longstaff for Newcastle. It's been a tactical change with Longstaff and Miley switching sides in midfield. Longstaff's now to the right of Bruno, Miley to the left.
Yeah, not too sure what the manager's thinking about there. Think nothing wrong with it, but just wonder why it was.
Robinson onto De Cordova-Reid in the penalty area. Good cross, and Rodrigo Muniz deflected wide, just wide of Dubravka's left-hand post.
Tell you what, initially that touch, Muniz is a great touch. It's a good block. I think it's from Botman. Yeah, it is from Botman. It was going in as well. I don't think the goalkeeper's getting that because it was on target.
Newcastle under pressure in the 33rd minute. Here's the corner, out swinger, header from United at the near side. It's gone back out, and goal kick is the call from the referee, seemingly, rather than the assistant. There is a possibility that Kieran Trippier might need some treatment, caught by Muniz after they challenged for the ball from the corner, but Trippier is okay.
Yeah, it's, you know, I watched that Muniz when he was at Borough, and I'd seen him a couple of times. I have to be honest with you, I thought he was poor. And tonight, he looks a completely different player.
Steve, I was just about to ask you about him. He looks big and strong, and he's only 21 years of age, very much one for the future for Fulham. He's not yet a regular starter in their team, but he's been a handful so far for Newcastle.
He's been decent. That's why when you sort of said, I was like, Teamy, is that him? Because I wasn't impressed with him at all at Middlesbrough, but he's a handful.
Bruno with a ball that played Dan Burn into trouble, and he's caught a Fulham opponent, and a card could be coming out for Burn here. Wilson down over the top of Burn in the challenge. Did he get a yellow card there?
I didn't see. I'm just looking at. I don't think it did, because I don't think there's any intent. Plus, as well, because Wilson hits the ball, Wilson definitely gets the ball first, but he's never catching it. It's going out for a corner. I think it's going out for a goal kick. So I think the referees looked at the two of those and just thought, yeah, he's slightly late. There was no intention there. Yeah, I don't think he is booed, because you can see Silva moaning there at the fourth official. So I think that's why Gillett, and that's good refereeing for me, because there's no intent there. He's trying to help. Burn's trying to help his teammate out because it's a poor pass. Slightly late, but it's not as though the ball was under control when Wilson's nicked it.
Another chance for Fulham from a set piece. They've had a number of corners and a few free kicks close to the penalty area. This is another one, right side, 25 yards out. Maybe 10 yards, well, 5 to 10 yards in from the touchline. Gordon near the corner of the box, the only Newcastle player in a wall, if you can call it that. So here comes the ball into the penalty area.
Good header.
And it looks like Dan Burn got a touch on that. It's come out to the near side. Trippier plays it down the line, but it's gone out. De Cordova-Reid picks up the ball, and he's going to leave it for Robinson.
It's another quality delivery, one of those ones the goalkeeper cannot come. Dan Burn, great header, running back to his own goal.
Ream from halfway plays it back to goalkeeper Rodak. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. The free kick, Steve, came about because Bruno played a pass that didn't have enough on it to reach Dan Burn. Wilson read it. There have been a few moments tonight where Bruno hasn't quite hit his usual high standard. He's either been caught on it, there's been a slight mistake, it's a misplaced pass. He doesn't quite look at his usual level so far in some respects tonight.
6 times he's given the ball away unnecessarily, not being aware, not being quick enough, not having enough pace on it, and that was another situation. He's kind of sold Dan Burn a little bit short there. Dan Burn's kind of then on his heels, so he takes that step back to come forward, and then Wilson's read it and just nicks it, and it puts Newcastle again in a difficult position. So listen, I like Bruno, I really do. I think he's a very, very good player, but sometimes you kind of scratch your head, you're just thinking you need to sharpen up. Players aren't going to allow you to play at your pace, because if you want to play at your pace, we're going to shut you down, we're going to take it off you, and we're going to hurt you.
No play at the moment, 0-0 at Craven Cottage, with Fulham's Harry Wilson receiving more treatment. It's on his shoulder, and it looks like it was when he hit the floor from that challenge from Dan Burn. So he's off the pitch at the moment. They have 10, Newcastle temporarily with an extra man. Kieran Trippier was chatting to a few of his teammates during the break. Newcastle now playing it forwards through Cher. And Fulham on the edge of the penalty area. They've lost it again. Longstaff into the box. Do you want a corner? Yes, on the near right hand side. When they've had it, Steve, around their penalty box on the floor, Newcastle have applied the press, and Fulham have made some errors with some misplaced balls and under pressure from Newcastle, and that may be where they could get some joy tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, the best chance of the game was to Murphy from that kind of thing.
Short corner rolled back, Trippier with a cross, and a header from Byrne looking for Miley. Bruno involved, left-footed shot into the net from Sean Longstaff in the penalty area. Longstaff hammered it across Rodak and inside the goalkeeper's left-hand post, low down. Fulham have had the better of it inside the opening 40 minutes, but Sean Longstaff has given them a lead. It's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1.
Do you know, as you were saying, it is correct. They've struggled when they've been under pressure at the back, and just this goal, it's bobbling about. Stan Byrne at the back post, he heads it. 2 Fulham players go towards it. They don't get it away. The Fulham players are appealing that it's hit off Guimaraes' hand. For me, it's right next to his body. He's literally a foot away. He can't do anything about it. As I said, I think the Fulham players are complaining. I think they're looking at VAR.
We are yet to restart the match. Fulham players, Steve, as you say, are standing next to the referee, and they are making the point.
I'd be surprised if this is not given, because he can't move anywhere, and his arm's at his side. Yes, it is his arm, but where do you want him to put it?
It's not an intentional play from the hand or the arm towards the ball, and it did appear from the rerun of the action we've seen that the hand was in towards the body from Bruno. If it stands, Sean Longstaff's given Newcastle the lead, and that is the state of play. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1 in the 40th minute. Longstaff the scorer. He got one here in the Premier League last season, and he is the player to break the deadlock tonight. Fulham will feel frustrated, not just with the manner of the goal, but in the way that they've had opportunities from set pieces in particular around Newcastle's box, and a couple of really good chances, and they find themselves behind. Longstaff finishing left-footed away to our right-hand side.
Yeah, I think you have to say the goal's gone against, player really for Fulham, because they've been probably the better team. So the run of players been for Fulham, but just couldn't clear the lines. The only thing I was thinking of is, you hear there can't be a goal scored if it comes off somebody's arm that leads to the goal. I think it would have been so unjust if that was the case, because I just don't know where Bruno can put his arm.
Murphy with a ball inside, but a foul by Bruno. They were in the final third there, Newcastle. It's a free kick given by referee Jared Gillett. The ball was bobbling around a little bit and it was lifted up, and it did, as you've said, Steve, quite rightly, catch Bruno on the hand, on the arm, but it was against his body. Fulham playing it out from the back straight to a green Newcastle shirt again. They've made rather a habit of that in the first half.
Yeah, they've been poor at that, but the rest of the game has been quite good.
Miley and Botman either side of halfway on the far side. It's infield away from Bruno. Longstaff with it, crowded out, but he's turned away from three players and done very well to hold on to possession. Bruno just behind the centre circle to share. 5 yards to his right, forwards onto Bruno, now Isak, Murphy up ahead, Isak with good feet, as you'd expect, and then a pass towards the far side of the pitch. Gordon trying to keep it in, just unable to do so. And that means it's a Fulham free kick with the halfway line for Kenny Tete, a starting point for the throw, lobbed back into his own half, and then Fulham, misplaced pass, Newcastle have it once more. Miley looked for Gordon, intercepted, and then deflected out off Miley. Another Fulham throw on halfway. Sasha Lukic to Tim Ream, centre circle. Robinson on the near side. Newcastle lead 1-0. In the fourth round of the FA Cup. But Fulham trying to respond through Wilson, who seems to be okay after receiving treatment from the challenge earlier. Bruno's got it for United, knocks it away from one Fulham player, and then a ball looking for Isak through the middle. Played it off the outside of his right boot. Couldn't find the Swede who made the run.
Yeah, I mean, initially it's a great piece of skill. Hits at one side of the player, runs the other. He's just trying to use his right foot, using the outside of his foot. Can he clip and bend it? Just doesn't get it quite right.
Ream and Robinson, then back to Rodak. On the far side, headed down the line by Tete for Fulham. Byrne can't go forwards, he's having to go back. Wilson's on his shoulder. He's carried it a long way back, Dan Byrne. It's almost into his own corner, then clips it clear. He's done well. Under a lot of pressure, but Newcastle can't keep hold of the ball from Byrne's pass forwards. Nice layoff around the corner from Muniz to Harrison Reed. Wilson back to Tete. Now the cross comes in looking for Muniz. Heads it back across goal. Dubravka catches and runs with the ball to the far side of the box, then walks back into the centre. That was comfortable enough for the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, if you can see what Muniz is trying to do. He's trying to head it back where it came from. He just couldn't get any power because he's back pedalling and the ball's coming away from goal. He can't get enough on it.
Final minute of the first half on BBC Radio Newcastle. Sean Longstaff with the only goal. He's just played a crossfield ball, Isak, and now Jacob Murphy's been played in. Murphy in the penalty area. Jacob Murphy hits the back of the net, and the flag goes up on the near side from Mark Scholes, the assistant referee. Isak's ball for Murphy, who got away and with a driven shot across the keeper, put it in. He is offside.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, it is a clear offside. A shame on his return from injury that he couldn't double their lead and mark his inclusion in the team with a goal. But the assistant referee absolutely spot on. Murphy disallowed. Still Fulham 0, Newcastle 1.
I hate that law. I really do. I just think
flag.
The late flag. They're really good. The assistants are very, very good at their do. Just put it up. I mean, I've seen a couple of times this season where the flag hasn't gone up and you don't know why, because you can see it's a clear offside, but players are allowed to continue. Defenders are then rushing back as hard as they can, making last-ditch tackles, getting injured, goalkeepers getting injured, forwards getting injured. You're good enough. Just get your flag up.
That's the voice of Steve Howie on BBC Radio Newcastle. With us for our commentary at Craven Cottage tonight. Isak just for the pass to try and create that goal for Murphy. Dropped in, and Murphy went up ahead, but went too early, unfortunately. Fulham have made a change in the meantime, and they are attacking down the right-hand side, and Trippier's had to concede a corner. Willian, the substitute, the Brazilian, 35-year-old, formerly of Chelsea, who's been one of their best players this season, is on. He was on Trippier's shoulder as Tete rolled the ball across the 6-yard box. Trippier put it behind. Willian, lurking dangerously, came on for Harry Wilson, who obviously didn't recover from that knock to his shoulder from the Dan Burn challenge. So Fulham have made their first change just before the break.
Yeah, that comes from a stupid flick. Just get a hold of it. You're coming into added time and extra time. When the ball comes up to you, get a hold of it. Get a free kick, get a foul, get a throw in, play somebody in. Don't flick it and lose it, and then all of a sudden you're on the back foot, a possible goal at the back post, and then a corner, putting yourself under pressure. So somebody should be screaming at Gordon saying, for goodness sake, get a hold of the ball. Let's see out to half time.
Now Dan Burn has gone up for a header, and he's gone over the top of Rodrigo Muniz, and he's landed awkwardly on his back, and that was the type of incident that led to him having a spell out of the team a couple of months ago, but fortunately he's back up and seems to be okay. This is Andreas Pereira driving Fulham forwards to the edge of the Newcastle box. It's a great run. Oh, and the shot was pretty awful. He claps his hands together, grimacing as he watches the ball roll well wide of goal, but a great charge up the pitch. Dragged it well wide of the posts.
What you call a shank. I mean, the drive, the run itself was excellent. He drives in there, pushes forward with pace, with power, with purpose. But I'm looking, and I can understand Trippier in one way. You know, he can't really commit because there's a person just on his outside, so he has to hold his ground. But I think it could be Botman, because it's Shaw that's coming back. He has to step out and engage. He doesn't. He takes that shot from the 18-yard box, but as I said, scuffs it wide.
We're into first half additional time, 3 extra minutes. Fulham, tackle at the edge of the area by Botman, and then Trippier back to Dubravka. That really could have gone anywhere. Newcastle very pleased that Botman's challenge saw the ball rebound off a Fulham leg and into the path of Trippier, who found the safety of the goalkeeper. And that's the last bit of action, because the half-time whistle's gone. Sean Longstaff has scored the only goal. Left-footed, angled shot into the bottom corner of the goal. Newcastle lead after 45 minutes, Steve Howie, by a 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, just that last bit of action there. I'm not too sure whether Botman actually needs to go to ground. Can he just still run and just clear his lines, or even just knock it past the player and then keep hold of possession? But yeah, I mean, I think Fulham would be a little bit disappointed, because I think they've had the upper hand slightly. They've had more possession. I think they've been more comfortable. But having said that, Newcastle had the best chance with Murphy. As I said, he hit it straight at the goalkeeper when either side of the goalkeeper would have caused the goalkeeper problems. But they've gotten the goal. Newcastle, as I said, slightly against the run of play. Yeah, there was obviously the VAR check. I don't know whether, of course, VAR have to look at it, but I don't know where Guimaraes is supposed to put his arm, and the fact that he's literally a yard away from when the ball was trying to get cleared. Eddie Howe would be relatively pleased that his team hasn't played particularly well, but ultimately lead 1-0 at half-time.
And the second goal that they could have had from Jacob Murphy, when Isak on the spin played him in. They finished it well enough. Fired it into the bottom corner across the goalkeeper, but he was offside and the flag went up. Fulham have had a threat at one end. Newcastle with the Murphy disallowed goal, a couple of other chances at the other end in the first half, but it's the Sean Longstaff goal that separates the two teams here in the 4th round of the FA Cup. Steve and I will be back soon for the second half from Craven Cottage, live here on BBC Radio Newcastle after 45 minutes. It's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1.
Imagine
Discovering that your partner has been lying to you. They're actually an undercover police officer, and their job was to spy on you and your friends.
That level of infiltration is just completely beyond our imagination.
This is the disturbing true story of an officer who was undercover for 7 years.
It's just so shocking that there could be a policeman kind of living in my house, having sex with me.
Undercover, The Spy Cops. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
I lied because it was my job to lie.
Newcastle United lead 1-0 at Fulham at half-time in the fourth round of the FA Cup. Sean Longstaff just before the break will be back with Matthew and Steve very shortly. This is the sixth of all the FA Cup ties today. The first one was an absolute cracker, and it's the shock of the round. Maidstone United 2-1 winners away at Ipswich, 98 places between them in the pyramid. Ipswich second in the Championship, Maidstone fourth in National League South, but they are into the last 16. So too are Luton. They left it very late to win 2-1 at Everton. Collie Woodrow in the final minute of that game. Leeds United and Plymouth are going to a replay because they drew 1-1 today. Leicester City beat Birmingham City 3-0 in an all-championship affair. Jamie Vardy scored his first FA Cup goal for 6 years. He scored the first of those three. And Brighton were comfortable 5-2 winners away at Sheffield United. There was a João Pedro hat-trick in there. 2 of those 3 goals came from the penalty spot. In the Championship, Sunderland got themselves back to winning ways by beating Stoke City 3-1 at the Stadium of Light. Maybe that eases a little bit of the pressure on Michael Beale. The immediate build-up to the game, though, dominated by the club's statement at just before 2 o'clock that midfielder Alex Pritchard refused to play today and has asked to leave the club immediately. Well, here is the Black Cats head coach, Michael Beale, speaking to our Sunderland commentator, Nick Barnes.
Michael, that's a big win on a number of levels this afternoon.
Yeah, delighted with the players, delighted for them as well. Like lots of little individual things there, like Mason scoring his first goal, and you know the work effort of the boys and togetherness behind the scenes. I think it's been a difficult 2 weeks for him with the last 2 or 3 results, and today the effort they put in the game, but the effort they put in every day. As I say, I've been delighted with them, and it was a really good win today.
The build-up, it can't have been helped by the Alex Pritchard news. How difficult has that been over the last 24 hours?
Well, yeah, it's been ongoing, to be honest. It's not been the last 24 hours. Obviously, he's a boy that's been out of contract and he's been offered one, and I just think mentally, you know, it's got too much for him. But let's keep the focus on the boys that played today. I think that's really important. You know, it's a wonderful football club to play for. It's a lot of expectation, and the boys went out today and delivered a good result. So let's keep it there. The club made a statement, and I'm sure in the coming days, with the window coming to the end, there'll be more to be said on that.
Important that you got the first goal this afternoon.
Yeah, really important, because it was actually quite an open game. I thought both teams went for it. Both teams felt they could win the game. We had a couple of big chances with Jack and maybe Pierre or Abdullah early in the game where maybe we could have done better. It's fair to say they had 1 or 2 as well. As I say, I'm delighted for Mason. Like, he's a boy that I've only known obviously for a month, but it's been difficult for him, you know, first big loan, if you like, and the expectation. And although he played earlier in the season in a team that was winning games, for him personally as a striker, he's obviously felt the weight of that. But he stays out every day working on his finishing. He's been desperate for an opportunity, and I thought today his all-round work effort for the team was fantastic.
That is Michael Beale there talking to Nick Barnes. Sunderland now have 8 days before they face Middlesbrough at the Riverside next Sunday lunchtime. In non-league today, Gateshead came from behind to beat Barnet, third place Barnet in the National League for the second time this season. Luke Hannant with a terrific volley on the hour mark, and then Kane Adam on his debut for Gateshead, scoring the winner 10 minutes from the end. The Gateshead manager is the former Newcastle goalkeeper Rob Elliott, and I had a chat with him after the game about just how pleased he was.
I think the result probably was better than the performance in terms of the football, but I think the endeavour and the desire from the lads was the thing that I was most pleased with, considering the huge turnaround we've had and sort of what a tough 4 weeks it's been with the amount of players we've lost. So no, I'm really proud of the lads tonight.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that because it's still, the turnover is significant. And do you hope that's the end of the player turnover? As in, you don't want to lose anyone else, but also you're satisfied that you don't need to bring anyone else in? What kind of stage are you at with that?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the end of it, because unfortunately we've had to go over budget in terms of being able just to get a team out with the injuries and the players we've lost. So look, there's going to be movement, but let's just hope it's more within our control, to be brutally honest, that we're able to control the movement ourselves. And if there are players that can strengthen us, then great. But what was nice today is the three lads that come off the bench, impacted the game massively. And obviously with Kane getting the winner, Kane and Dom's going to be a fantastic player for us going forward. But it was just nice to see, to be honest, the mentality of the overall group and the new lads coming in.
Yeah, and a big 3 points for them this afternoon as well. No points for either Blyth Spartans or South Shields in National League North, though both lost 2-1 at home. Blyth lost to Warrington, Shields lost to Boston United. In the NPL Premier Division, Morpeth beaten heavily by a good Hyde United side, 5-1, the final score there. In the East Division, it was Dunstan 0, Stockton Town 0. That is now 8 unbeaten for Dunstan. It's a good point under the circumstances. Concert are back in the playoff places. They won 3-1 at Cleethorpes. Ashington, though, lost 3-1 at home to Sheffield. Wilson Neeshaw with their consolation. Hebburn beaten as well on the road at North Ferriby. In the Scottish Lowland League, Berwick Rangers 4-0 winners over Broom Hill. A couple in there for Liam Buchanan. They scored all 4 of their goals in the space of 15 minutes in the second half. And Sunderland women have gone back top of the championship table. Their 2-0 win at Blackburn Rovers today came virtue of goals from Katie Kitching and Emily Scarr in the second half. Durham women have announced a new signing this evening as well, who goes straight into their squad for tomorrow's game against Watford. Olivia Bramley joins from West Adelaide United in Australia, but she is originally from the Midlands. She is a defensive midfielder. Durham's game tomorrow kicks off at midday, and at 2 o'clock Newcastle United are in the National League Cup quarter-finals against Fylde at 2 o'clock. No dream consecutive victory. Second consecutive victory for the Newcastle Falcons today after their European Challenge Cup win at Perpignan last weekend. But admittedly, today they were playing away at the Premiership leaders Northampton. The Saints won by 38 points to 13. The only Falcons try was scored by Adam Radwan. Louis Johnson scored all their other points from the boot. And the interim head coach Mickey Ward spoke to our own rugby union commentator Dean Gray afterwards.
Mickey, that's a game that there's a lot of positives you can take from, but ultimately the scoreline doesn't lie.
Oh, you're right, it doesn't. I mean, the disappointing thing is 45 minutes in, there's 6 points in it. And even in that first half, we've probably let a couple of tries away. We've made a couple of little mistakes and we've let them off the hook a few times in that first half. And I think we should have probably went in at half time ahead, in my opinion. We've came out after half time, first 5 or 6 minutes, we've been right in it, sticking the task. And then they've just slightly got away from it. We've had a lot of entries into the 22. We've had one held up over the line. We've went off on our own agenda on another, and we haven't been clinical in there. Whereas they get a chance to score, and then the game's slightly different. It goes from being a 6-point game, then you're into a 13-point game, then they get ahead again, and it's we've got a different mindset there. We sometimes start chasing it a little bit. We go off script. We'll lose a couple of simple balls and stuff like that, and then it's hard to recover. I said that to a few people beforehand. Obviously, when you're here, once they get away and the crowd gets behind them and they start getting little offloads and stuff, it's a tough day. So that, as I say, that first 45 minutes, I was pretty pleased with what we done in that first 45 minutes. It's just that last 35 where we've got to make sure we don't go off script and we stick to task.
And Steve Diamond arriving, I think, on Monday, isn't he? So he's going to have, I would imagine, an immediate impact upon the club and the way that you look at things and what you do. What are you expecting Steve to bring?
Yeah, well, I think, everyone who knows Steve knows what he's all about. He doesn't mess about. He's not that elaborate in what he wants to do, especially not at the start. Anyway, I think he wants to get a nice simple game plan in place. Build a good foundation and just work through that. And then, as we start progressing, then things will no doubt become a little bit more elaborate and a little bit more expansive. But just get first things first. Build the foundations and just move on from there.
And a long break between this game and the next sort of meaningful game almost. I know there's the friendly against Sale. The Edinburgh game's been cancelled, which was going to happen because of injuries and call up to the Edinburgh squad. So that 5 weeks is pretty ideal preparation time for the next game at Exeter. So another big challenge there in terms of looking at what you do and the way you do it.
I think it couldn't have came at a better time for us. Obviously, good break, draw a line under the first bit of the season or the majority of the season. We've got a new guy coming in, obviously a new director who'll be coming in. Everything's fresh, and I've just said that to the players. I was like, look, get yourself away for a week, but this is a fresh start. It's been like first day back at work, isn't it? Really, first day in a new job. You've got a new guy there. We've got to impress. So I don't think it could have came at a better time.
And your last game as interim head coach, have you enjoyed it? 50-50 record. Have you enjoyed the 2 games you've been in charge, Mickey?
Well, I should have resigned before the game, shouldn't I, with a 100% record? But no, to be fair, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. The lads have been awesome. The lads have been spot on. They've bought in everything we've tried to do. I've had great support from Tom and Scotty from a coaching point of view, and obviously everybody behind the scenes has had a massive support. Dimes was on the phone this morning again, adding a bit of support, and it's been great. I've enjoyed it.
Good. Glad to hear it. Mickey Ward, a proper Newcastle Falcons legend, interim head coach there, talking to Dean Gray after their defeat at Northampton this afternoon. It was a tough afternoon for Newcastle Thunder as well. Their rugby league season got underway in the group stages of the 1895 Cup. They scored the first and the last tries of the match, but that is no consolation whatsoever when you lose by 114 points to 10, which is what happened against York Knights this afternoon. In basketball's WBBL, Durham Palatinate beaten 75-62 at home by Leicester Riders today. On the other side of the world, a century from Ollie Pope has given England's cricketers a chance in the first test against India in Hyderabad. He is still unbeaten on 148. England closed day 3 on 316 for 6 in their second innings and have a lead of 126. Luke Littler, darts sensation, has got an element of revenge over Luke Humphries, who beat him in the World Championship final earlier this month, because the 17-year-old won their Dutch Masters quarter-final by 6 legs to 5 earlier on this evening, and he will face the 2021 World Champion Gerwyn Price in their semi-final, which gets underway in about 10 minutes' time. And it's the men's singles final of the Australian Open tennis tomorrow morning. Russia's Daniil Medvedev against Italy's Yannick Sinner, who makes his Grand Slam final debut. There is live commentary from 8:25 tomorrow morning on Radio 5 Live and on BBC Sounds. Today, Aryna Sabalenka successfully defended her women's singles title. She beat Jung Shin-Wen 6-3, 6-2. And although Britain's Alfie Hewitt lost 6-2, 6-4 in the men's wheelchair final to Japan's Tokito Oda, he and his partner Gordon Reid did win their 5th Australian Open men's doubles title. But we are going back to Craven Cottage, second half commentary of Newcastle United at Fulham in the FA Cup 4th round. The Magpies lead by a 1-0. Steve Howie and Matthew Racebeck back in just a tick.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And a header from Byrne looking for Miley. Bruno involved. Left-footed shot into the net. Into the net from Sean Longstaff in the penalty area. Longstaff hammered it across Roddick and inside the goalkeeper's left-hand post, low down. Fulham have had the better of it inside the opening 40 minutes, but Sean Longstaff has given them a lead. It's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1.
Total Sport North East.
The FA Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
1-0 after 45 minutes in the FA Cup. The teams are in position, ready for the second half. Newcastle in the green away kit with white shorts and socks. Fulham, white shirts, black shorts and socks. And it's going to be the home team to get the match restarted. Newcastle shooting towards the left as we look, where the 3,800 away fans are being housed tonight on the banks of the River Thames in West London. And Jarrett Gillett's whistle blows us underway here on BBC Radio Newcastle and also on the BBC Sounds app. Sean Longstaff, the scorer of Newcastle's only goal. He's back out there with the other 10 players that began the match. No changes at half-time for either team. Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne, Miley, Bruno, Longstaff, Murphy, Gordon and Isak is the Magpies 11 on the bench. Karius, Dummett, Ritchie, Kraft, Hall, Livramento, Parkinson, Alex Murphy and teenage midfielder Travis Hearns. Harrison Reed for Fulham with a low cross from the right. Newcastle through Dan Byrne with a clearance up to halfway. Isak put his right leg up to try and take it down but couldn't reach it, and Fulham have it on the far side of the pitch. It's Marek Roddick in goal, Kenny Tete, Tim Ream, Issa Diop, Anthony Robinson in defence, Sasha Lukic and Harrison Reed in midfield, Andreas Pereira, Willian, Bobby De Cordova-Reid and Rodrigo Muniz, the home side. De Cordova-Reid's won a corner with a cross that was fired in hard against Anthony Gordon. and then smacked off the advertising board. It's on the near right-hand side for Andreas Pereira to deliver.
Fulham started quite brightly. They want to try and get something back, back into this game as early as they possibly can.
Pereira, outswinger towards the penalty spot, and a header from Bruno. As Newcastle tried to clear their lines, but it's back with Pereira on the right wing, close to the touchline. He will roll the ball towards Robinson, who's nearer to halfway than the box. Now De Cordova-Reid for Harrison Reed. And his pass across the pitch is controlled by Diop. Now Ream. Newcastle have been able to push right up and get everybody out of the penalty box and get their shape back, really, with everyone where they should be. So Fulham didn't make the most of that opportunity from the corner. Here's Willian, who came on for the injured Harry Wilson shortly before half-time. Newcastle 1-0 up in the 3rd minute of the second half. Robinson looking for De Cordova-Reid. Chance to deliver the cross, he's offside. But, what a hit from Willian anyway. When the ball reached the middle, Willian wrapped his right boot around it and bent it beyond Dubravka. Great technique, but Bobby De Cordova-Reid was offside.
Yeah, again, slightly offside. Good call by the referee, but wow, what a finish by Willian. Gives the goalkeeper absolutely no chance. That's a warning.
He's got some ability, hasn't he, Willian? Still playing, still so important to Fulham. He's got 5 goals this season, which is the most of anyone for Fulham, along with De Cordova-Reid and Raul Jimenez, who's on the bench. They all have 5 each. What do you think Eddie Howe will have given to his players, Steve, as a message at half-time?
Just try not to be as sloppy on the ball. Just try not to give it away so cheaply. So I thought they did that quite a few times, caused their own problems.
Bruno had the ball under pressure at halfway, played it back to Murphy on the touchline. Then Bruno's got involved again in a more central position. Share back to Dubravka, closed down by a couple of Fulham players. Share on the right touchline now from Dubravka's ball. It's Isak who, facing his own goal, passes it back to Fabian Schär, and with his yellow boots he rolls it across the pitch to Byrne, back to Botman. Fulham applying the pressure. Miley takes it. Byrne now to Bruno, then Miley trying to get away. Tete's made the challenge, and Fulham bring the ball into central midfield. Newcastle unable to keep the ball. Pereira, Robinson on the left, the ball into the box, intercepted by Longstaff and then cleared by Share. Might have tackled his own teammate there. It's a throw for Fulham.
Well, he possibly might have, but ultimately it's about getting the ball away, which he did do.
Sasha Lukic is down. Fulham may need to bring on a member of their medical team. Lukic looked like he was pointing towards his left knee. The match has been paused. 2 members of the Fulham staff from the bench on the far side come sprinting across to the near side of the pitch. Newcastle lead 1-0 in the 51st minute, and Fulham have already lost 1 player to injury, have a concern over another.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether he's getting a stone or a bit of a boot in his knee. Just close up there, doesn't look as though there's any marking on his knee. But just getting back to the actual start of the second half, certainly Fulham the brighter of the 2 teams. Probably not the start the manager wanted from his team, but at the same time would have possibly expected. He knows for a fact they'll be coming out.
It was as he made a challenge on Lewis Miley a few moments ago.
Lewis Miley stood on the like, he's lifting his toe off the ground, and as he does that, he actually slides into his stud. Yeah, they don't tickle them, but not too sure I'll be down for that long, like. But there you go.
Just having the wound treated. Sasha Lukic.
He's lost a tiny bit of skin.
A flesh wound from the contact from Lewis Miley's boot. He's still receiving treatment, but should be able to continue. I don't think they are getting anybody ready to come on. That could always could change depending on what the medical staff say to the bench as they communicate with Marco Silva and his team on the far side. Lukic is on his feet. He's gone over to the touchline. Referee is speaking to the medical staff, and Fulham have 10 players again. But it's going to be their throw-in on the left side, about level with the edge of Newcastle's box, to resume play. And Anthony Robinson with a white, blue and red ball gets us going again. Lukic still being treated pitch side, then a through ball which Bobby De Cordova-Reid has dummied. Kenny Tete into the area looking for Muniz in the middle. Fabian Schär across to clear the danger.
Yeah, Burn does well, slides, just takes the pace off the ball, and then Shaw comes across, reads it very well.
Whistle's gone from Jared Gillett, Steve, because he's coming over to the touchline. I think is he wanting the staff to move Lukic? Because
they have to move him a bit further back. They're right on the byline. Just obviously, if there's an attack either for Fulham or Newcastle, they're far too close to the touchline itself. It can be dangerous for Lukic and whichever player it is that's running towards him.
After Schär cleared the danger, Fulham have a throw, and it's Tete with pass down the line towards De Cordova-Reid on the goal line. Tete then away from a couple of challenges from a return ball, and he's won a corner, warmly applauded by the Fulham fans. I mentioned earlier that quite a few home supporters are staying away, and there are a lot of empty seats, particularly in the corner areas and on the stand on the far side, the new stand. Here's the corner kick, which is headed away by Newcastle, but a crowd of 18,960 in Craven Cottage tonight as Fabian Schär heads away. Another Fulham cross. Gordon on towards Murphy. Fulham have it back. Now Isak to Gordon. Too much on the ball and too far ahead of Murphy, and Robinson, the covering player, regains possession of the ball for the home team. And Newcastle, who've not really been in the Fulham half at all in the 9 minutes that we've had in the second half, Steve Howard.
Oh, not at all. I mean, again, it has pretty much been all Fulham, and then when Newcastle have had the ball, they give it away quickly and cheaply.
Tete's cross from the right. A lot of power on that and too much for Willian. Swung back around for a throw rather than goal kick. Trippier in the corner has the ball. Eddie Howe off the bench, standing alone in the technical area with his arms folded. Trippier, who is captaining Newcastle, and they have a 1-0 lead tonight through Sean Longstaff's first half goal down the line. Bruno with a challenge, then a forward pass which Fulham intercept, and then they try and switch it to the near side, but it's out of play. Dan Burns given the ball by one of the Fulham ball boys in a pink bib, pitch side. And now it's with Lewis Miley back into his penalty box to Schär, who can see it all, looking up the pitch. It's Trippier onto Murphy. Lovely take by Murphy, but then it just got away from him. He was side on, tried to just carry it into the space. Fulham have it through Tete. Loves to attack from fullback, Kenny Tete. Pushed up, pushed on a lot in the second half. Pereira, Lukic is back on the pitch and would appear to be all right after that treatment to his knee. The ball on the floor in the middle of midfield, moved forwards to De Cordova-Reid. Now Harrison Reid, Tete on the outside. That's where it goes from the goal line into the centre of the 6-yard box, straight to Dubravka. Fulham fans rather than players appealing for a handball.
Yeah, we're just looking at the replay here. Dan Burns coming to close him down. Oh my lord, I can't believe they're even asking for that. That's embarrassing.
It's hit him in the stomach, hasn't it?
His arm is across his body and it hits him on his arm across his body. There's absolutely no chance.
Forwards to Isak on the right side in the final third. Fulham have won it back, and then they play it to Decordova-Reid, driving forwards down the right wing, and then an overhit pass down the line for Tete, goal kick.
Yeah, the problem that Newcastle have got is, yes, they're under pressure, but when they are winning the ball back, they're either giving it away cheaply or they're looking up and they can't see anybody. Isak could be up there on his own. Sometimes he's already back defending. When the ball goes up, it's just coming straight back. It's biting pressure. It's a difficult one.
Murphy had the ball, tried to play it back. Fulham have won it again. When they've had it in the second half, Newcastle, they've barely been able to keep it for more than a couple of passes, and it's keeping the pressure on, really, with Fulham recovering possession and then trying to attack the United goal to the right-hand side. 58 minutes, though, and still the only goal scored by Sean Longstaff for Newcastle in the first half. Ream switches the play. Most of it's come down this near side, the Fulham right in the second period. Decordova-Reid to Pereira. Muniz playing it back, but he's given it away. And Murphy, Isak available. It's behind Isak, but he's got it on the left wing. Gordon for support, and Murphy on the far side. Isak cuts inside, might have a go. Oh, and the keeper got down low in the 6-yard box. Got plenty behind it, Isak. So did Rodak to make the save.
Yeah, he does well. I like Isak when he does that. You know, he can go either side, but this time on the left-hand side, he cuts in with his right foot, hits it really well. Again, just unfortunate. It's at the goalkeeper. It's moving, the ball. Goalkeeper does well. He doesn't let it spill, but it's a good effort.
First goal scoring opportunity Newcastle have had in the second half. Live on BBC Radio Newcastle tonight in the fourth round of the FA Cup. More defending to be done now as Fulham pressing for an equaliser. Roll it down the line from Tete to Decordova-Reid into the area. Harrison Reid tries to find Muniz in the middle. It's blocked by Sven Botman forwards towards Gordon on halfway, but won back by the home side, and their fans are believing. They really are having a decent spell as we approach the hour mark. Anthony Robinson on the outside of Trippier has to turn and come back towards Willian, 25 yards out. Rolls in Robinson again, a high cross. Harrison Reid pulls it down at the back of the area. Tete's tried to curl one, tried to sneak one in to the near top corner around Newcastle defenders, but it's too high.
Yeah, I mean, I can see what he's trying to do. It's a tough ask. It's a tough one to do, but just a chance before. I think it's Harrison Reid. When the ball comes, I'm thinking that the chance you've got is hit it first time. He doesn't, he takes a touch. That allows the defenders to come across to block him out. Slightly low opening there for Fulham, didn't take it.
Lewis Miley, the recipient of a ball into the centre of midfield. Great first touch from Miley to pull it down, and then the pass to Gordon. This is Bruno to the left of the centre circle. Aims the ball out towards Murphy, and Trippier with him in this attack. Newcastle in the Fulham penalty area. It's Longstaff, and it's behind for a corner. Their first of the second half. Sean Longstaff with the darting run into space in the penalty box, right side, and it's behind off a Fulham defender.
Yeah, good bit of play. First of all, ball into Miley, takes a really good touch, kills it dead, plays it out wide, which then comes into Pereira, who plays it out wide to Murphy, then into Longstaff. Now it's a corner with Trippier on it. Can he whip in a great ball?
Right-footed outswinger from Trippier. Yeah. Sven Botman spilled and put into the back of the net, and big Dan Burn has scored against his former club, and Newcastle have extended their lead in the FA Cup. Brilliant celebrations right in front of the away end. Botman's header down, pushed out by Rodak, straight to the big man, who has his fourth goal of the season. And in the 61st minute, it's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2.
Well, it's a great goal. It's a wonderful ball in from Trippier. Whips it in, it comes towards the goalkeeper and then away from him. Botman with a superb header. In all fairness, goalkeeper makes a great save. But there he's there, the poacher, Dan Burn, smashing it in. But you have to say again, Razor, problems against the run of play. Fulham's been all Fulham.
Dan Burn almost on the goal line. Gave it a proper whack into the back of the net, and for the second time this season he scores against Fulham, where he had 5 years at the start of his career. And Byrne gives Newcastle what is a comfortable looking lead, but Steve Howie was just saying the direction of play in the second half, Fulham are rather unfortunate to be 2 goals behind, but what a great position for Eddie Howe and his players to be in as they look to make progress in the FA Cup and win an FA Cup 4th round tie at the first time of asking, for the first time in 18 years.
As I said, I think Fulham, yes, they have had the vast majority of ball, and it has been against the run of play, but really have they created any clear-cut chances? No. So, you know, fair play at Newcastle. You know, they defended well, basically done a counter-attack, scored a very good goal.
Back it goes to Roddick. Robinson left wing, but in Fulham's half. Plenty of volume from the away end. It's looking good with 63 minutes on the clock. Fulham are going to bring on another substitute. Gordon wins the ball back for Newcastle. Bruno with a chance to play it towards Murphy, but it's won back by the home side. De Cordova-Reid now towards the corner on this near side of the pitch. Harrison Reed's cross is headed out by Botman to Sasha Lukic. He wanted to shoot but was closed down, so Newcastle will just reorganise, and Fulham keep possession wide on the left. So dry but chilly night here, 4 degrees. The ball is played in, it's pretty still though, and Newcastle are not having to deal with any particularly bad conditions as the ball was hung up into the box, went behind. Fulham are making another change, and it is Andreas Pereira replaced by Tom Cairn. He's been a big player for Fulham for a number of years.
Good player.
He comes on and looks like it's just going to be a straight swap, Steve, playing behind Rodrigo Muniz, who was dangerous in the first half. Muniz, we haven't seen much of him in the second.
No, not at all, but I like Kearney, been here a long time. He's captain, well, club captain really. See what he can do. We'll be hoping to change things for Fulham. As I said, they've had a lot of possession. Have they really had any major clear-cut chances? You'd have to see it. No, apart from the first half, when Dubravka pulled a very good save off Muniz. Apart from that, half chances.
Byrne to Gordon, tried to flick it onto Miley, it's stopped by Tete. And now Tete gets the ball from De Cordova-Reid. Byrne sliding in, has seen it out. I think it's is it a throw or a corner? It looks like it might be a throw. Right next to the corner flag.
Do you know what? If I'm Dan Byrne there, I am absolutely ripping in to Gordon. He's played him a nice ball in there. We're 2-0 up. Get a hold of it. Stop those stupid flicks that don't come off that often.
BBC Radio Newcastle with United 2-0 up through Longstaff and Byrne. Harrison Reed, Kenny Tete, wide on the right to the edge of the penalty area, and Bobby De Cordova-Reid is taking it on and away from Miley. Dangerous cross to the far post, away by Newcastle. Ream edge of the box, he's going to have a try, and it's a comfortable save low down for Dubravka, centre of the goal.
Yeah, I think Nunez does really well initially, takes a good touch, then protects it really well. plays it wide, gets in the box, he's jumping for the ball, kind of exaggerates being pushed. Oh, that's a good touch by Miley.
Now Gordon looking interested, Isak there as well. Fulham got to defend, and Tete, who's done most of his work in the second half at the other end, wins Fulham a throw in the right back position as Newcastle look to get in down this near side, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they're in good position, Newcastle, obviously, with Isak and Gordon. It's just the ball's not quite there. If it was, it would have caused more problems for Fulham. They could have capitalised and really put the game to bed.
They have the ball through Sven Botman, hooking it, helping it back to Cher. Muniz on his shoulder, the centre forward with short sleeves and gloves. Dubravka's ball out to Byrne, kept in with a header by Byrne on the line. Midway through the second half, they lead it 2-0. Longstaff and Bruno, nice passing in midfield. Now Miley away for Gordon to chase. Here is Anthony Gordon trying to break into the box. Couple of step overs on the outside of Tete. Gordon across the face of goal. Too high for anyone to get a touch. At one point it looked like that might just find its way into the top corner, but it bent back away from Rodak's goal, and it's a throw on the far side.
Yeah, I mean, Gordon does really well. He basically twists Tete inside and out. Just that final pass, a little bit composure. Fortunately not there.
Bobby De Cordova-Reid, who hasn't given up for Fulham, and he's one of perhaps the most likely sources of something in their team. Harrison Reed is currently in the wide right position. Tom Kearney slipped but managed to play a ball around the corner to Anthony Robinson when Newcastle were trying to steal it in midfield. It's going to be another Fulham change. Eddie Howe yet to look to the bench tonight for a substitution. Willian given away to Bruno Guimaraes, edge of the area. Now Gordon takes it past his man. It's 2-on-2. Isak to the right. Gordon might go it alone on the outside of Diop. Gordon tackled by Diop. Newcastle have a corner.
Do you know what? I'm not going to criticise him for that. In all fairness, yes, he did have the option of playing Isak in, but you've got to have faith in your own ability and your own pace. He goes to play to Isak, brings it around himself, plays it. I have to be honest, I think Diop, he's big, he's strong, he's quick, covers the ground really well, slides in, good challenge. No, I wouldn't have a go at Gordon for that. I mean, I have done a couple of times for his silly flicks, but yeah, sometimes you've just got to take responsibility and use your teammate as a decoy, which he did do. It's just unfortunate. It was good defended.
Kieran Trippier, corner from the Newcastle left towards the near post, away by the first Fulham defenders. Gordon retrieves it. Longstaff on the inside. They're close to halfway. Gordon's driven it at an angle towards the far side of the pitch. Fulham headed on, and Tom Kearney takes them up the pitch. But Longstaff slides in on Willian, and out it goes for a throw. Well defended by Longstaff. Didn't make the most of that, United. Now there's a player down in green for Newcastle in midfield. I think it's Longstaff. Got one of those beams, those pillars, keeping the stand up, keeping the roof up in the way. It is Longstaff, but he's on 2 feet. So Raul Jimenez for Fulham in a double change is on for Bobby De Cordova-Reid. The Mexican forward sent off at St James's Park in the Premier League last month after about 20 minutes, and it definitely helped to change the course of the match and turn it in Newcastle's favour. Jimenez on in attack, and Harrison Reed has been replaced by the very good and player wanted by a number of top clubs, reportedly, João Palhinha. Here are Fulham, and here's a cross from the far side, but Newcastle get it away, and Lewis Miley with Gordon up ahead into the Fulham half on the near side. Isak in the middle. Gordon drifts in off the left touchline, keeps possession just about, plays it off Lukic and back to Byrne. Miley gliding across the turf. Bruno has it and sweeps it across to Cher. 72nd minute. Fulham 0, Newcastle 2. Remember, Total Sport back on Monday with a reaction to this one. Sunderland's win, and chance to have your say on both clubs. North East Only Football phone in Monday to Friday 6 till 8. All the latest from Stadium of Light and St James's Park, and you can also listen anytime and catch up on any episodes you've missed on BBC Sound. Search for Total Sport North East. There is a ball that is going to be for a Fulham free kick just past the halfway line, as Jason Tyndall goes for a word with Eddie Howe in the technical area. Is there any reason, Steve Howe, to change and maybe freshen up? It looks like Tino Livramento could be coming on, and Jacob Murphy, just back from injury, might be the player who could come off perhaps.
Yeah, I think you could play him in his position. As I mentioned that just before the game. I think looking at this, I mean, you're looking at mental space as well, and how he likes to get forward. I think the longer the game goes on and the less time there is, you can see Fulham taking chances, leaving the back door open a little bit, and I think his pace could utilise that.
Well, good Fulham football down the left involving Anthony Robinson and now Willian, and a high cross to the back post. Dan Byrne gets his head to the ball, flicks it out towards the corner. Raul Jimenez bringing it back and away from the goal line and into a more central position at the edge of the box. It's out wide with Tete. Gordon forces him to play it back, and here are Fulham, who've also brought on Tosin Adarabioyo for Issa Diop. They've made a whole host of changes in the match. I mean, they made 7, Steve, at the start of the night, and they brought some of their big boys on, but they've done much of it. Willian came on in the first half because of an injury. Much of it when they are chasing the game, either 1 or 2-0 down.
Yeah, as I said, it could be a decision that bites the Fulham manager in the backside. Let's hope it does. But I'm pretty sure the Fulham fans, when they look at it, they'll be thinking, well, why haven't we played the big boys from the start? You know, we've just gone out of the Carabao Cup against Liverpool in the semi-final. We want a cup run. Of course, to go out, this is all really they've got, the Premier League. So I was pretty surprised.
Newcastle substitution is Jacob Murphy off and Tino Livramento on. 15 minutes to play. Murphy, who's had a goal disallowed tonight, applauds the away fans. Great to have him back. Livramento too, he was ill when they played Manchester City, and having lost Almiron to illness, no Lascelles tonight. It's 2 out and 2 back for them, but Murphy's going to continue to be an important player.
Yeah, I think the lad that's just come on as well, I think he is for many years. I do rate him very, very highly. Very impressed with him every time I've seen him play.
Well, Livramento has done well for Newcastle at left back, at right back. He's played right wing, and now he's playing left wing. They can seemingly put him everywhere. Tino Livramento. Gordon's gone to the right side of the attack. Isak remains in the middle. There are now 76 minutes on the clock, and Newcastle still have their 2-0 lead at Craven Cottage. Tom Kearney rolled into the path of Robinson. It's back to Kearney, wide on the Fulham left. Palinia would like it played into the centre. It doesn't come. It's back instead to Ream. And it's possession for Fulham, slow possession. Newcastle seemingly set defensively. Isak closing down Ream on the ball near to the halfway line. Wide to Willian. As well as his time at Chelsea, played for Arsenal in England, then went back to Brazil before he's moved to Fulham a year and a half ago. Tete lifts it into the middle of the 6-yard box and headed over Dubravka came up his line and Raul Jimenez got there but missed the target.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the goalkeeper. I'm going to watch the replay, but I think it is a case of he's coming, he's not coming. I think he should come, knock the defender out of the way, just clear everything. He doesn't. You can see Botman looking at him thinking, what are you doing? You know, I'm running towards the goal. It's easier for you to come and attack the ball.
That's a big chance for Fulham.
Yeah.
Burn down the line to Livramento. One back by Tete. Kearney, left side. In United's half, Willian with a through ball. Raul Jimenez in the area, running out of space and coming across on the slide was the scorer of Newcastle's second goal tonight, Dan Burn, to make sure Jimenez didn't get a shot away. It's a throw in, which is played back to Palhinha. Willian wide to Tete, forced back, and now Tosin, once of Manchester City. He's out of contract in the summer, Tosin, been linked with a lot of top clubs on a free. Tete across from the right side, another good ball in, and this time into the side netting on the follow-up from Robinson, but the cross just flashed across the box and Raul Jimenez seemingly a whisker away from connecting.
I think he thinks Botman's going to get it and he misses it, so he doesn't, obviously, unless he gets the slightest of touches. I think it just puts him off, and there's a shot from Robinson, great connection, just the wrong side of the post. If Fulham get a goal now, it'll certainly be interesting.
Newcastle throw, left full-back position from a ball down the line after a short pass out from the goal kick. They are 2-0 up, live on BBC Radio Newcastle, and the former Newcastle and England international Steve Howie is with us on BBC Radio Newcastle tonight. Burn, good ball, Longstaff, got space.
Oh, he was in.
Left side of midfield. Livramento took it, then a pass from Longstaff. Livramento might be away into the penalty area, closed down by Ream. Livramento with a pass into the centre towards Gordon, and Fulham scramble it clear out for a throw.
Yeah, initially it's Livramento who has the ball, and it's Isak that just is kind of trying to hold his line, but he's in. If he just plays it just in that space, he's in. He doesn't, because he thinks it might be offside, so he then passes the ball off, and he's the one that's actually getting played in. He's looking across because he's just been forced wide. The Fulham captain comes across. He's just thinking, I'll just get it into the box. Can I get it into the box? He does, but unfortunately Gordon's too far away from it to make it count.
It's a corner actually from the clearance. Trippier to the near post. Bruno tried to flick it. It's brought away by Lukic. Miley, terrific, and then Trippier keeps it in, wins a throw. That's really good Newcastle play.
Yeah, they're coming back. Doggie's coming back together as a team, hunting in packs, which the two of them did there, and won the ball back. Excellent play.
Referee is telling Dan Burn to wait. There might have been a shout for handball possibly from that corner. There were some appeals, or are they looking at a challenge maybe from Miley, were they?
Oh, he missed him.
Barely touched him.
The studs was up. I think the young lad's got to be careful.
They've taken the throw down the line by Burn, away by Fulham. Burn with a header on. João Palhinha with a forward pass. It was more of a clearance really, helped forwards. Cher and Trippier. Dubravka is in possession now. A couple of touches at the edge of the area. We're into the final 10 minutes. Fulham were FA Cup quarter-finalists last season. Newcastle have a 2-0 lead and might be sending them out tonight. Isak just couldn't take the long ball forwards at the edge of the area. Really good pick out. His touch just wasn't what it needed to be. And then Ream turns away from Gordon. Brings Fulham towards halfway. Passes it to Robinson. Newcastle half of the field. Dan Burn plants a header on the ball. Livramento takes a touch and then can't get a second one. Fulham have it back. Sasa Lukic sprinting into central midfield from the right wing, dropping it off at the feet of Tom Kearney, left side. Down the wing to Willian. Every Newcastle player bar Isak is back in a defensive position. Trippier with a back heel to clear it. Cher to Bruno, to Gordon in a wide position. Bruno forwards, Isak's got there, and now they can move with Miley and Livramento in the middle of the Fulham half. Byrne going beyond. Livramento gives it to Miley, can't go forwards, chased by Palhinha. It's Livramento on it again, back towards halfway. It's out of Jimenez. Botman with a throw. They won 1-0 at home against Rotherham in round 3. Fulham. Same weekend, Newcastle were successful at Sunderland in the derby. They actually haven't, Newcastle, beaten a Premier League team in the FA Cup for 12 years. And they've lost their last 7 FA Cup ties against other Premier League teams. And they are less than 10 minutes plus additional time, so a bit more than 10 minutes probably, away from triumphing in an all Premier League Cup encounter. BBC Radio Newcastle 2-0 up. They've had a free kick near halfway and now move forwards to Bruno. And
so what it's saying there, it's seen something maybe Zoom me and you haven't.
He's played the ball into the box, but it was into the hands of Rodák. It wasn't powerful enough to be a shot, but it was overhit if it was a pass. The ball from Bruno there.
I don't understand what he was trying to do, and he fired it in.
Tete, ball bounces onto his chest and he carries his run down the right wing, wins a corner off Livramento in the 84th minute. No further activity on the Newcastle bench. In the away end is a certain Alan Shearer, who is being serenaded. Seems to be there with his family, getting some of the classic chants from the away supporters as Fulham take the corner and Dan Byrne heads clear. I think Shearer, having been spotted, is probably going to have to
might have to move.
Well, he's going to enjoy having his name sung again for the remainder of the match. Tete with a low cross, stopped by Bruno. Down the line for Isak, won't get there. Robinson across. Isak makes an attempt at a tackle. Almost won it back. But Kearney in the centre of Newcastle's half to Willian, who's popped up on the right side, having been playing on the left. Still with Fulham and Willian involved. Taking it across the penalty box, lifting it in, but behind.
Yeah, I think there's one thing that is for sure. I know Shearer's here. He wouldn't have paid for his ticket. He'd have paid a freebie. You know what he's like.
You can't say things like that. Well, maybe you can. You know him.
Yeah, I think the lads that know what he's like.
There is an argument that a man of his eminence and stature shouldn't have to pay for the privilege of watching Newcastle.
Even worse.
There is a break in play. A few Newcastle boys are getting a water bottle on the side of the pitch. Kieran Trippier is getting treatment from the physio, Sean Beach.
Trying to think where the physio was looking at. Was it like, is it the calf or tightening up or the cramp?
A few of the players, smaller groups, having conversations. Byrne and Cher and Dubravka, Longstaff now with Livramento. They are going to make the change. Trippier is leaving the field. Emil Kraft is going to come on as a late replacement in the 86th minute, with Newcastle leading 2-0.
I know there's 4 minutes plus added. For me, whilst there has been some solid performances, if I was to pick a man of the match, I would say by a country mile Dan Byrne. I think he's been absolutely superb defensively with the challenges, brilliant defensive headers, bombing forward, trying to get involved as well, going that way. Ultimately did by getting the second goal.
Emil Kraft on for a 7th Newcastle appearance of the season after recovering from a serious knee ligament injury. A straight change with Trippier off, and he's taken a place on the bench. Apart from anything else, you'd have to walk across the pitch into the corner on the near side where the tunnel is.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be okay. Another match coming up in a couple of days away from home at Aston Villa. Another ridiculous kick-off time of 8:15 Villa Park midweek.
Mate, such long days, late nights. I mean, you've got to think about the Villa fans as well, you know, for that. You know, they've got to get back down to the Midlands.
Yeah, well, even if you are based in and around Birmingham, you're still going to get home late. So if you're trying to get back to Tyneside or the Northeast in general, a match that's going to finish after 10 o'clock, what sort of time are you going to get home?
Villa, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but again, well, that's twice, you know, for the Newcastle fans. You know, just shocking timings for them.
88 minutes at Craven Cottage, 2-0 up. Longstaff in the first half, Byrne in the second. Fulham had done well before either goal, initially at 0-0, and then a good start to the second half. Newcastle goals coming against the run of play, really.
Yeah, they've kind of just petered out a little bit, Fulham, to be fair. Newcastle have kind of read the storm. They got that second goal. It was looking a bit precarious initially when it was still 1-0. Fulham were having the possession, were having the pressure.
Sven Botman lets the ball come to him, edge of the area. Schär could go down the line to Kraft. He's got away from the attacker, looking for Isak, who's slipped, but Lewis Miley's got it, stretching the Fulham defence with a ball to Livramento. Isak's back up. Tino Livramento coming in off the left wing, and now Bruno has a touch, doesn't take the shot on. Isak's behind the ball. He's now going to get into the box. Newcastle still with it on the attack. Botman and Bruno dragging it back. Kraft available square on the touchline. Inside to Bruno, back from Kraft, on for Gordon to Bruno round the corner. Nice football. Still have possession. Longstaff flicks it inside for Gordon with the outside of his right boot. A pass for Lewis Miley, who's away. Miley looking to free Isak up at the edge of the area, but Fulham had two defenders and they intercepted. Then Dan Byrne got across his man and won the ball back.
Yeah, now the referee puts his hand up to sort of say play on.
Nothing risky. Botman back to Dubravka. Byrne into Longstaff, on for Miley. They could go and get a third here, Newcastle, and finish it all off. Miley running it through, and Isak in the penalty area. Back to Livramento. Towards Isak again. Dragged it back and turned away from defenders.
That's a foul.
Miley challenged. Fulham have lost it to Isak.
Oh, hit it.
He's tried to just bulldoze his way through. Fulham managed to stop him, and they bring the ball up to halfway through. Raul Jimenez as the fourth official. Oliver Langford displays a numbers board that has 6 on it, a minimum of 6 additional minutes on BBC Radio Newcastle in the FA Cup, but Newcastle have a 2-0 lead. Interception from Miley from Willian's ball, but it's come back to Fulham. Then Fabian Schär's pinched it and is on the charge. He's passed it towards Bruno, and João Palhinha has intercepted. Schär gets back into defence as Robinson for Willian, edge of the box. Willian's just run into Bruno, tried to buy the free kick. Fulham have still got the ball, so the referee can play on. Jimenez now for Lukic towards the back post. Too high there for Muniz, and Robinson's pass straight to a green shirt, and they're going to go again. Newcastle on the counter with Gordon down the right wing. Only Isak up there. Bruno making a late run.
Oh, he's in.
Isak's left it for Bruno in the D.
Skill.
Bruno Guimaraes, it's blocked. It's come back to Longstaff.
You don't have to do that.
Try to find Livramento. Miley then has to make a challenge, and Jimenez keeps it in. And Miley has conceded a throw just past halfway. Frustration there that didn't lead to a third goal, because they had a couple of moments where they were well set.
The ball comes out to Sean Longstaff, and he just take a touch. He tries to play it first time and gives the ball away. Just keep possession. Game's done.
There from your man of the match, Steve, in the box. Dan Burn defending. Livramento, good feet in midfield. He's passed it out to the far side. Newcastle still with the ball in their half of the pitch. Bruno to Miley. Fulham look like they're tiring and almost resigned to their defeat here. 2-0 up in the third of 6 additional minutes. There might be another change coming. I think that's Matt Ritchie who could be coming on. Gordon, who's got a runner down the right wing. It's Kraft. The ball doesn't go. It's instead back to Bruno. Tackled by Lukic. And Kearney for Fulham next to the centre spot. Willian, space to attack on the far side, but Newcastle get 3 bodies around him, and Willian back into the centre of midfield to João Palhinha. Lukic 10 yards outside Newcastle's box. Kearney, they're stopping Fulham from getting a shot away, aren't they? Closing off the space. Only Isak ahead of the ball. Willian 15 yards out, poked into the box to Kearney, pushed back out wide to Robinson. Cross is lifted in there, and Dan Burn with another header, yet another header away. Miley with a challenge, edge of the area. Raul Jimenez shot on the turn, goal kick.
Yeah, I mean, good defending from Newcastle. You know, they're basically sort of saying to the Fulham players, 20, 25, 30 yards out, well, go on then, have a shot. Fulham players don't want to do that because they don't want to therefore get the wrath of their own fans, because it might be a poor shot. And in all fairness, even if it's a good shot, it's got to be a very good one to hit the back of the net from that distance. So they're kind of trying to go from side to side without actually breaking Newcastle down. And Jimenez takes a shot on the turn, doesn't hit the target. After that, you could see a lot of Fulham fans starting to leave now.
Just 2 minutes left, Steve, of additional time. Matt Ritchie is on for Anthony Gordon. Fulham 0, Newcastle 2. The 5th round of the FA Cup beckons, and it's going to be a midweek tie, assuming nothing extraordinary happens in the next couple of minutes. Midweek tie at the end of next month for Eddie Howe and his players. Cry of Geordies from the away end. Another Fulham attack. 90 seconds to go. They've won it back, Newcastle. Isak on the move, up ahead of Bruno. The pass is to Livramento. He's got a man on, needs to release it. He's played it straight to Tete. Isak so frustrated.
I think it'd have been offside anyway.
Tosin, the Fulham centre forward, Fulham centre back is playing as a centre forward, cuts it back for Tom Kearney, who opened his body up and has guided it wide off the inside of the left boot from about 12 yards.
I always think it's a lot harder for that ball for you allowed to come across your body, because the timing has to be spot on. I always just think it's easier to hit it with your. See, if the ball's come from the right hand side and it's coming to you as it's crossed, I think it's easier to hit it with your right foot and then do the opposite from the other side, so you can get across it. You can basically get your body over it, get it down and hit across it and get it in the corners. So hard that one though, letting it run across your body.
If Fulham had scored there, they would have had, well, possibly about a minute to try and take the match to a replay, but Newcastle very pleased that with Matt Ritchie standing in front of Kearney in the goal, the ball went away and wide and behind. One last opportunity maybe to go and make it 3-0. Bruno pulled back, clear tug in central midfield. had many decisions to make, has he, in the second half, Jared Gillett?
Not really. To be fair, the players have just getting on with it. You know, there hasn't been any silly, reckless challenges. I think there was one looked at by Lewis Marley, but yeah.
It's all over. Newcastle United are into the 5th round of the FA Cup. A 2-0 victory at Fulham in West London, watched by around 4,000 noisy away supporters who saw Sean Longstaff score in the first half. A left-footed drive into the bottom corner of the goal from inside the box, and Dan Burn smashed one in on the rebound from close range after Sven Botman's downward header was pushed out by goalkeeper Marek Rodak. They have won an all-Premier League tie in the FA Cup for the first time in 12 years, Newcastle, and they are going somewhere where they've only been once in the last 18 years, and that's the 5th round of the FA Cup, Steve Howie, and the run continues.
Yeah, I mean, and I think, if I'm being brutally honest, I think both goals came when Fulham really have had a front in the game, you know, possibly against the run of play. Yeah, Fulham did have a bit more possession. They had a few more threats, but really they didn't have anything what you would call clear cut. Newcastle had the best chance in the first half, and that was Murphy. And then obviously they get the goal, and then again the second half, when again Fulham were on the front foot. So listen, you look at it and go 2-0, professional performance. I thought some of the players played really well, but I have to give special praise to Dan Burn. I thought he was absolutely magnificent, colossus.
The players and staff have gone to the away end, and brilliant scenes. They always try to enjoy it together after a victory, a win like this away from home. Twice in consecutive rounds of the FA Cup have they done that, and each time without conceding. Jacob Murphy back from injury tonight as well. Steve had a goal disallowed. That's important, with Almiron missing through illness, and just for the fact that Newcastle still have so many important members of their squad unavailable, to get Murphy back.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he has a great chance. Unfortunately, doesn't make the goalkeeper work, so basically fires it at him. But delighted for the lad that he's back. You know, he's gone through a bit of hell really with the fact of surgery and missing football. I know what it's like to miss football, and it's lovely to be back. And for him to be back on the pitch, he would have enjoyed that. And hopefully it's the start of a good long run where he's fit and healthy.
Newcastle will earn £120,000 from the FA's prize fund for winning tonight, on top of the £105,000 they won for the victory at Sunderland. And they are into tomorrow's draw for the 5th round. It's going to be made ahead of Liverpool against Norwich, which is a 2 o'clock kickoff. So sometime before that match, there'll be ball 16 in the draw, and they'll play in the 5th round in the midweek, the final week of next month. Steve Howie, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Goals from Sean Longstaff and Dan Burn sent Newcastle into the next round of the FA Cup with a 2-0 win at Fulham. And a header from Burn looking for Miley. Bruno involved, left-footed shot into the net. Into the net from Sean Longstaff in the penalty area. Longstaff hammered it across Rodak and inside the goalkeeper's left-hand post, low down. Fulham have had the better of it inside the opening 40 minutes, but Sean Longstaff has given them a lead. It's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1. Right-footed outswinger from Trippier.
Yeah.
Sven Botman spilled and put into the back of the net. And big Dan Burn has scored against his former club. And Newcastle have extended their lead in the FA Cup. Brilliant celebrations right in front of the away end. Botman's header down, pushed out by Rodak, straight to the big man, who has his 4th goal of the season. And in the 61st minute, it's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So it's another away trip, probably at an antisocial time for Newcastle United fans in the 5th round of the FA Cup. They will travel to Blackburn or Wrexham. Those two sides meet tonight. Here is how the Magpies booked their place in the 5th round.
passes it back to Robinson. They've given it away. And shot straight at the goalkeeper. An effort straight at the keeper from Jacob Murphy on his return from injury. He could have given them an early lead. The first attacking set piece. It's played back to Gordon, and then Trippier in towards the near post, and Roddick had to get down low to make the block. Almost caught out the goalkeeper by Trippier's ball in. Now Gordon from outside the area, and it's driven wide at the near side from Anthony Gordon. A powerful shot, right-footed. Harry Wilson for Fulham into the penalty area. Rodrigo Muniz and Martin Dubravka down low to make a one-handed save and turn the ball behind. Bruno's won it for Isak. They've got it again, United. Isak beats his man. Alexander Isak around the keeper, but away and off the pitch. Robinson onto Decordova-Reid in the penalty area. Good cross, and Rodrigo Muniz deflected wide. The header from Byrne looking for Miley. Bruno involved, left-footed shot into the net. Into the net from Sean Longstaff in the penalty area. Longstaff hammered it across Roddick and inside the goalkeeper's left-hand post, low down. Fulham have had the better of it inside the opening 40 minutes, but Sean Longstaff has given them a lead. It's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1. Isak cuts inside, might have a go. And the keeper got down low in the 6-yard box. Got plenty behind it, Isak. So did Roddick to make the save. Right-footed outswinger from Trippier. Yeah. Sven Botman spilled and put into the back of the net. And big Dan Byrne has scored against his former club. And Newcastle have extended their lead in the FA Cup. Brilliant celebrations right in front of the away end. Botman's header down, pushed out by Roddick, straight to the big man who has his 4th goal of the season. And in the 61st minute, it's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2. Here is Anthony Gordon trying to break into the box. Couple of step overs on the outside of Tete. Gordon across the face of goal. Tete lifts it into the middle of the 6-yard box and headed over. Dubravka came up his line and Raul Jimenez got there but missed the target. Tosin, the Fulham centre-forward, Fulham centre-back, is playing as a centre-forward, cuts it back for Tom Kearney, who opened his body up and has guided it wide off the inside of the left boot from about 12 yards.
So Newcastle United into the next round then. How did you rate the performance, Steve Howie?
Well, just before we get into that, I'm just smiling at myself because obviously you could listen, you could hear obviously Reza doing his commentary,
yes,
but you could still hear the woman next to him. My Lord, she was loud.
But you could hear her, yes, she was commentating on another radio station, presumably, Reza.
Yeah.
That was from our colleagues at Radio London. We were all quite squashed in at Fulham because there was probably a larger media presence generally than you might have for like a regular league game, with it being the only match at that time, cup tie. So we couldn't move. There was some things to get excited about. So you probably heard us on Radio London as well.
Yeah, you should have leant over into her microphone when Newcastle scored.
Someone did that to me once. It was a fan after a game. It was Grimsby Gateshead Conference Playoff semi-final, first leg, 1-1.
Yeah.
And the Grimsby fans were really agitated because they expected to win. And they lost the second leg, so they'll have been even worse after that. And they were telling us that we were biased and they didn't like our commentary. One of them leant over and grabbed one of our microphones and was screaming into it at the end. So no, I would never do that to anybody after what happened to me at Grimsby.
No, okay, that's clearly still haunts you, yes, that day at Grimsby.
Yes.
Who stood out for you, Steve, and who played well?
I think there was a couple of decent performances, but for me personally, I thought Dan Byrne was exceptional. I thought he was a colossus, not only defensive-wise, obviously he got the goal. He won so many headers because they weren't frightened at all about putting the ball in the box. I thought defensively, they played well. I was just disappointed at times because, listen, while the man management of the game, I thought they did that very well. Basically, they scored the 2 goals when they were good periods for Fulham. Newcastle broke away and obviously got the 2 goals. But there was just a couple of times that annoyed me because when the team was under pressure, you sort of say under cosh, the ball would go up to like Anthony Gordon or would go up to Murphy. And I get the fact that they want to try and flick it around the corner type thing.
But in all fairness, if you try that 10 times, it might come off twice. And when it comes off, it's great. But when it doesn't, it's infuriating, especially when you're under pressure, because the ball goes up to them. Just get a hold of it, get a free kick, get a throw in, get something. Just take the pressure off a little bit. But I think apart from that, and me being a little bit picky, ultimately, I thought that they did a good job. I think what I was surprised at, and I did say it to Razor before the game, and I think I mentioned it in commentaries as well before the game, I was very, very surprised that Silva had kind of put Jimenez on the bench, Willian, Paulinho, three of their best players. So I was like, I basically sort of said, he's either very clever and very astute, the manager, or something else. And as it turned out, probably something else.
Something else, yeah. Steve mentioned Dan Burn there. I think he got the man of the match on TV as well, Razor, and was singled out for praise by quite a few people, I think.
Yeah, he seemed to enjoy himself. He was good at left back for Newcastle in the back four that performed so well together last season. Scored that goal, couldn't miss, slammed the ball in from just a couple of yards out, but great for him. He's now got 4 goals this season and 6 for Newcastle in about a year, so he's actually chipped in at the other end, the attacking end, with some important moments as well. But the goal, a good overall performance, man of the match, Pridey, as you say, and Eddie Howe was impressed as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's epitomises our spirit really and our resilience that we needed to show tonight to win the game, and I think last year he's absolutely magnificent for us. He had his back injury, and we really missed him. He just brings a different dynamic from that side of the pitch, and aerially he had to defend the back post, and he did it really well today. He's in a score of important goals. He did that in our Carabao Cup run last year, and today's another big goal, albeit from quite a short distance, but hopefully it's symbolic really with a cup run, and hopefully he can inspire us again.
And so Dan, good performance from Dan Burn. Jacob Murphy, good to see him back in the side after injury as well, Razor.
Yeah, it had been a little while for Jacob Murphy with that dislocated shoulder. He suffered the injury, you'll remember, and then came back in another match as a substitute, but then it went again and he had to have surgery. So 3 months out for Murphy. He'd missed quite a bit of football, some important games, but on Saturday he was straight back into Newcastle starting 11.
I think he did really well today to start the game. He's had the period that we had off, the 2-week break, he trained, and he trained fully. But obviously he's had no game time, so he's been thrust straight back in. Ideally, I would have preferred not to have started him tonight and ease him in gently, but needs must with our current situation with attacking players. And I thought he did really well, and then I was very keen to try and protect him towards the end.
Yeah, good to have him back, Steve. And so we're starting to see competition for different positions again now, aren't we? Because there was a period when basically it was the 11 fit players who were fit could play. But now, the squad's just building up again a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, which is brilliant. I mean, as I said, I'm being a little bit picky with sometimes when I'm just trying to flick it the first time around the corner. But I think ultimately, given the fact of the length of time he's been out for him to start, I thought he did very well. He had a good chance early on in the first half, which I think he can do a little bit better from. You can say, well, it's maybe it's just a bit of game rust. Okay, I kind of get that, but I don't. At the same time, but yeah, I mean, you listen to the manager and the interviews that he's done, and you listen to different social media and stuff like that. To get him back's a bonus. Hopefully, we'll be looking to get Wilson back and Barnes back. Who's been a big signing for Newcastle, but haven't really seen him because of the injury.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's absolutely brilliant that these players are starting to come back, which they're going to need for that push towards the end of the season.
Now, there was a big baldy fella who's pals with Steve in the away end, wasn't there? There might have been a few, but there was one in particular.
Well, he had his head covered, didn't he? He was probably trying to keep a low profile.
Yes.
Alan Shearer, but the television cameras spotted him, as did a few of the supporters. There were nearly 4,000 in the away end, and when they realised it was Shearer, Steve, they started singing his name, didn't they? He got a lot of love.
Did they not spot Steve then? Did they not spot you?
No, they didn't. But yeah, I mean, I'd seen. I think he was doing a BBC thing on Match of the Day, and Gary Lineker mentioned it. And he's right. I mean, he loves it too, wouldn't? I mean, they absolutely adore him, and rightly so. But I did say it to Razor, but he didn't pay for his ticket.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Greedy man.
A few fans have joked, I've seen on social media, about Shearer. How's he got all the away points to qualify for an away match? You might say all of his 206 Newcastle goals or whatever it was is enough to guarantee you a ticket whenever you want to go. But Alan Shearer, watching in the away end, and Eddie Howe was told about it after the match.
Well, it's great of Alan. I had no idea he was in the stand. I thought he must be in a nice TV box somewhere summarising. And that's why the supporters were chanting his name, but he was in the stands, and that's great, and we really value that and really value our support today. Incredible when you consider that a lot of the people that came today won't be able to get home to Newcastle via public transport. What an effort, and to see everybody in their numbers is hugely appreciated.
Well, he's got another trip away from home in the next round, Mr. Shearer, if he chooses to go and support the team again. It'll be moved to TV, or it'll be on TV. I mean, the midweek games, aren't they, the fifth round games?
Fifth round
ties. 2 links of them clubs as well, though, isn't there? With Newcastle, because obviously you've got Rob Lee's lad that plays for Wrexham, and obviously the manager of Blackburn is John Giles Thomason.
Yes, very good.
So, you're right, black and white links. Wrexham also have Ben Tozer. He's their captain. He was at Newcastle early in his career.
You missed that one, Steve.
He only played once.
Doing the main ones, shall we say? But I'm not calling them not a main one,
but he's not.
Obviously, no.
Those two are playing tonight. It's a 7:30 kickoff. So Rob Lee's son, Elliot Lee, is playing for Wrexham against Blackburn. It's at Blackburn's Ewood Park. The match, had it been at Wrexham, then you might have fancied an upset a bit more, but they could potentially do it, and that would be an interesting tie in the next round. Or if it's Blackburn, Newcastle played them before on the way to Wembley, haven't they, in the FA Cup in the Premier League era. And obviously Thomason being the manager, Alan Shearer's former club, it's probably a pretty favourable draw whoever they get. And at least it's ended the run, well, Fulham did as well, didn't it, of really tough, tricky ties, either a derby or playing some of the giants. So they'll have a good chance of getting through to the quarterfinals. But as you've said, Pride, it's midweek for the FA Cup fifth round, scheduled for the very last couple of days of next month, right at the end of February. Wednesday the 28th is the date that it's been put aside for the fifth round. Might get moved, maybe a day either side for TV. No replays in the fifth round either.
Just before we move on, Bruno in Anetsford has sent a message. Razor, as a lifelong Lincoln City fan, nothing surprises me about the poor behaviour of the Haddock Heads. You know who they are, don't you?
He's referring to another team in black and white.
Yes,
Grimsby,
who you talked about earlier, yes, whose fans misbehaved when you were commentating on Gateshead against them. And he adds, after all, Boris Johnson wears their hat. Remember, there was a famous picture of Boris Johnson in a Grimsby hat.
I do remember that.
Yes, so, thank you, Bruno. He says he's not surprised at all by what you reported there.
Well, most Grimsby fans that I've met have all been fine, but one in particular, and a few of that person's pals, this was 10 years ago, took exception to our coverage, and they let us know about it in a physical and verbal way.
They always sing a song, don't they, Grimsby fans, about what they allegedly do on the fish that they then go on to sell us. You know the song I mean?
No. I'm not sure I've heard that
it's
one.
It's not a very nice thing that they do on the fish, they claim in the song. So I'm not going to repeat it now. Anyway.
We got good fish and chips in Grimsby. Cleethorpes, where the ground is, because Ando likes his fish and chips.
But you don't know what was on them.
Maybe
that.
It tastes a bit funny.
Here, Razor. You've given someone from Grimsby stick, and then you're doing your very best to make it up to the rest of the people from Grimsby. I think you're really bad now.
He's just reporting on his experiences, isn't he?
Stick to your guns.
Providing a bit of balance as well, Marco.
Exactly.
Trying to. So I'm glad it's not Grimsby in the next round anyway. End of next month, quarterfinal will await the winners. Look, they're 2 wins away from Wembley, because that's where the semi-finals in the FA Cup are played. And we looked at the draw. It's disappointing for Maidstone, isn't it? Getting not a huge name in the modern game. They've got 2 big clubs that they could go to. Who've got a lot of history. But if Newcastle were to get the winner of that tie in the quarterfinals, imagine that. Then that would be a really good route towards Wembley, potentially. Nothing sorted yet, but the draw was good yesterday.
couple more things to address with you, Razor. Firstly, well, you spoke to Kieran Trippier after the Fulham match, and you talked about the recent speculation about his future.
Well, it's not often that a footballer comes to the media area after the game and asks to do an interview, but that's what happened with Kieran Trippier on Saturday. He wanted to get a message out to the Newcastle fans after all the speculation about his future and after the club turned down a bid last week from Bayern Munich.
There's been a lot of obviously speculation about me recently, but as always, I'm committed here. I'm 100% committed, as I have been since I first signed, and there's no place where I'd rather be. It's over. Obviously, as I said before, I'm committed. I had a nice break with my family, and it's not worried about anything. I've always been committed to the club. They've done a lot for me, and I want to give back. And like I said, I've been quiet, but I've got nothing to, throw my toys out of the pram or anything. I'm happy here, as I've always said, and want to give everything for the club.
Yeah, interesting that he was very keen, Steve, obviously, to get that message out there. He's that sort of character, I guess, wants to just demonstrate, wants to just make sure everyone knows that he is committed, because sometimes when there's speculation surrounding a player, there's a little bit of concern over whether he wants to be there or not.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd spoke to Razor after the game, because I was waiting in the media lounge, and when Razor came out, he sort of said what had happened. And I think for the player to come and, basically on his own back sort of say, listen, I want to make a statement, because obviously he hasn't said anything because of all this speculation. Absolutely fair play. Let's just hope that it stays that way. I mean, apparently it will do, because Bayern Munich apparently just sort of said, that's it for us. And I think they've identified somebody else. But for me, as I said even last week on the show, that I think he's irreplaceable. And I think the amount of money that you get from him is nowhere near the value you get from him on and off the pitch.
0800 234 6565 to the phone lines shortly. You have actually been chatting to Eddie Howe again today, Razor, of course, with that game tomorrow night against Aston Villa away.
Yeah, injury news ahead of the trip to Villa Pride. Miguel Almiron, he missed the match at Fulham through illness. Eddie Howe insists Almiron was genuinely unwell and his absence was nothing to do with the speculation about his future. Well, he could return tomorrow to the Newcastle squad. Jamal Lascelles, though, was injured and didn't play at the weekend, and he's likely to be missing again. News on Callum Wilson isn't as good as they were hoping for. He's not ready to return just yet. It's a calf problem, but Eddie Howe says he isn't too far away. This was the match they were targeting for Wilson's comeback, but it might well be another week or possibly at the weekend when Newcastle play Luton. This game's also going to come too soon for Harvey Barnes, but he's close to being fit. Barnes is ahead of both Joe Willock and Elliot Anderson in their respective rehabilitation periods, so hopefully it won't be too long before Harvey Barnes can come back from what has been a 4-month absence with his toe problem.
Any more news on transfers at all?
No, not really. Eddie Howe says nothing has changed since last week. That was as of this morning. Newcastle still open to doing something if they can, but they need to sell before they can buy or put together anything significant for an incoming deal. Eddie Howe was asked directly about a report that said they'd made an approach for the Aston Villa midfielder Jacob Ramsey, who hasn't been first choice for them as much this season, but Eddie Howe said that report was incorrect. He also said he's surprised by all the speculation surrounding Callum Wilson and added that there's nothing in it and Newcastle only have 2 strikers and they need to keep Wilson.
Yes.
There's also a rumour about Matt Targett, who's injured, said that he could be going to Celtic on loan, but Eddie Howe says that's not happening either.
Who starts these silly rumours?
Yeah. Well, so it could well be a quiet final few days of the window, but it's always a case of this is how it stands right now, and there's still time for things to change.
I would imagine that if anyone is leaving Newcastle, it won't be Lewis Miley. He's just signed a new contract, hasn't he?
Well, we hope not. Lewis Miley is now tied down on a new deal with Newcastle. They haven't said how long the contract is for, but they're calling it a long-term one. And Eddie Howe says that Miley, who's still just 17, is an exceptional young talent. Few would disagree. And Newcastle, he added, are very excited about what's to come as he continues to develop his game.
That's excellent news. I mean, obviously, Steve, that have been something that they've been working on for a while with Lewis Miley making the impact that he has at such a tender age. They clearly want to make sure that they tie him down.
Yeah, and I think rightly so. And to be fair, the lad definitely deserves it. I mean, he's been, thrust in there I mean, let's be honest, he's a Champions League player now. And he performed very well in the Champions League. So, listen, he thoroughly deserves it. I think it's good news all round for him, but also for the club as well, because potentially he's got a great career ahead of him.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Razor. You'll be... What are you looking at?
I was just looking at you because you were addressing me.
Surprised, yes.
No.
Well, no, I do tend to address you when you're,
Eye contact, that was all.
Okay, fair enough.
That was all. Oh, by the way, when I spoke to Eddie Howe this morning, we'll discuss this in more detail tomorrow at Villa. The kick-off time, 8:15 tomorrow night, which is not to the liking of most people associated with Newcastle. He was quite strong on that as well, especially after a 7 o'clock at Fulham on Saturday, twice in a few days. The fans who are travelling have had some tough journeys and some bad kick-off times. There's a match at 7:30 tomorrow, and then you've got Newcastle at 8:15.
So that's the thinking behind it, so people can watch all of one match and then the second half of the other.
Probably, but it's yet another away match that's been rescheduled, and it's not fair on the fans, and Eddie Howe felt quite strongly about that. So, we'll probably talk more about that tomorrow night, but it's going to be a late one.
Okay, thank you, Razor. Razor will, of course, be at Villa Park tomorrow evening, so he can't look at me funny like he was just doing then, and we will bring you all the build-up and commentary of that game. Ando's back for that game tomorrow, isn't he, Steve? You haven't been asked to do that one, have you? Ando doing it? Is he returning for everything?
No.
Has anybody seen Ando? Does anyone know where Ando's been? No, I didn't think so.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We'll chat to Joe in a minute, Newcastle fan. This message is from a Newcastle supporter on text, no name on it, but it says another terrible away performance from Newcastle, Steve. Absolutely nicked the result. Ask Steve how many points Newcastle will get in their next few tough games. Can't keep blaming injuries. No more anymore for poor performances, as they are almost full strength now. So despite the result, that fan not particularly happy.
Well, first of all, I don't think they're at full strength. I don't think they nicked the result. Have they played better? Yeah, absolutely. Fulham had chances. They had probably the majority of play. I thought keeping the ball was a bit of a problem in areas, but ultimately the aim was to go down there and get a result, which they did. I mean, there's been times, not just Sunderland, but any football team, you've played really well and not got anything. So, did the team play fantastically well? No, but they got the result.
Joe, good evening. What did you think?
Evening, Brady. Evening, lads.
Evening.
I'm glad we won, but I agree with Steve. It wasn't a good performance. Our passing's terrible. Really, really terrible. It's really poor compared to with the start of the season, even last season. I don't know what's happened there. I'm just glad. It's nice to see Jacob Murphy back. I thought he had scored, but obviously he was offside. And the Fulham manager complained about Longstaff School with handball. That was never a handball. Never ever.
With straws, haven't he?
He was about a foot and a half away from when the lad struck the ball. What's he supposed to do?
Well, his hand was like kind of against his chest and his abdomen as well. So I don't know where he's supposed to. If his arm's flailing and it hits his hand, then I can kind of get it. But even then, he was so close as well. But yeah, I mean, I didn't think that was handball. I listened to his. I was in the press room when he did his conference, and I was just thought, really, you've lost that game because you made a bad managerial choice by leaving three of your best players on the bench.
Mm-hmm. He stormed out, didn't he?
Yeah, well, Hope he then start. Greg Hope can, in all fairness, he could manage to fight somebody in an empty house or cause an argument. You know what he's like with these questions, and I don't think he was happy with his line of questioning. So, he made a quick exit.
Pretty hard game tomorrow, I mean. Very hard game tomorrow.
It will be. I mean, their home record has been exceptional. I think the job Unai Emery has done has been exceptional. It'll be a tough one. I think I can't remember. Did Aston Villa draw at home last week?
Against Sheffield United.
Sheffield United, yeah. So I mean, listen, they're beatable, absolutely, but it will be tough. They have to play better than what they did on Saturday. because as I said, even in commentary with Razor, and which you've just sort of said when you've just come on there, I think retention of the ball and the passing of the ball wasn't great.
The Villa remind me of us last season.
Oh, they're in fourth place now, aren't they? They're about 14 points ahead of Newcastle currently.
I mean, last season we lost once at home, didn't we? Liverpool, was it once at home last season, Liverpool? Well, a really good record. But it's going to be difficult. I mean, I'd take a point now. If someone offers us a point now, I'd take it. You know, there's any more news on Wilson and Barnes and that? Injuries? Steve, you heard anything?
Well, just what the manager's been saying. I think what he'd said, I think Keith Downey was asking him some questions today, and he was basically sort of saying it's cut and paste. It's the same as what I've said as well with signings. But I think them two are getting closer. Certainly more so than who was the other one that's out?
Anderson.
There's Anderson. There was somebody else. So hopefully, Willock, that was him. So hopefully it'll only be a matter of maximum a couple of weeks before you get them two back, which will be a major boost.
I don't think there'll be anyone coming in this window this week. I just hope there's no one leaves.
Looking less and less likely. Well, there'll only be somebody coming in if somebody leaves. Eddie Howe has said that, but it does.
That's what I think the question was asked about the lad. Is it Jacob Ramsey? Is it Ramsey?
Yeah.
At Villa.
Villa.
I mean, I think he's a decent player, but again, he just sort of said, "Look, you're miles off the mark." So, me personally, I think it's if we can get through this window with keeping all the players, I'd take that rather than getting somebody in.
Joe, thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you.
Cheers, lads.
Few of your Newcastle messages before we then have a chat to Keith, who's waiting to talk to us and is a Newcastle fan. Frank's in Wallsend. He says, I just hope our new fans don't get carried away with beating a weakened Fulham side. We are bang average at best. Wembley is but a remote possibility, says Frank. Raymond says, I disagree with Steve. We were poor and Fulham were woeful up front. Brian says, great to get through with goals from our two local lads, but we didn't play that well, especially in the first half when we were sloppy, constantly giving the ball away. Much better second half. Fulham were very poor up front, but we won't get away with playing like that at Villa, Steve. We desperately need a midfielder with physical presence.
I think if you give the ball away as much as what the team did on Saturday, you will get punished because you played against a better team, a team that's full of confidence. I think it would have been a different result had Silva played his full strength team. As I said, I was kind of perplexed why he didn't. But you can only play what's in front of you. They didn't play particularly well, but ultimately the job was to go down there and get a result. They did. Sometimes you've got to take the positives, which is the fact that they won. Probably didn't play the best, played a lot better, but they won the game.
Keith, good evening. Welcome to the programme.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
How impressed or otherwise were you, Keith?
Well, I'm not a new fan, but I've got to say I'm clinging to any positives I can get. And whilst it was a hard watch, it was a 2-0 win and in the FA Cup, and we haven't had a lot of those over the years. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's game. I know we got an absolute drubbing last year, but I understand it was Aston Villa's best performance of the season and certainly wasn't one of our better ones. So put those two things together and that's why we came on the wrong end of that scoreline. But despite the fact that, if we look back to the beginning of December, Aston Villa had their two great home wins, albeit only 1-0, but against Man City and Arsenal. Since then, they haven't really been pulling up trees. And I don't think we need to go too worried. Certainly I agree with Steve. If we give the ball away like we did against Fulham, we're likely to get punished rather more than Fulham did. But I'm not in the same sort of trough of depression as many people seem to be on social media.
Yes, and indeed messaging this show as well, Steve. It has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, that's just I don't know what it's one of them ones you just can't please everybody all the time, can you? As I said, it wasn't the best of performances, but ultimately the aim was to get in the next round. They have. There's been plenty of times this season Newcastle have played really well and they haven't gotten anything. You look at Manchester City, for instance. I thought the first half performance was absolutely superb. Second half, obviously, come under a lot of pressure, but lost the game. Was it a little bit harsh on them? Yes, but as I said, it's just one of these where probably wasn't the best performance, but they got the job done. Now, will they have to play better against Aston Villa? Yeah, I think they do, because Fulham created some chances. I know Dubravka certainly pulled off one very good save in the first half? I think Kearney should have scored in the second half. Goal was wide open. And it is going to be a tough ask. But, you've got to, I know it sounds ridiculous, but, well, not ridiculous, but it is a case of just you've got to take every game as it comes. And Aston Villa is going to be a tough opponent. It'll be an excellent atmosphere there. Their home record's very good. Have they gone slightly off the boil than what they were beginning of the season? Yeah, they have. But it's a game which, in my opinion, I think if Newcastle can play to the standards that they can play to, I can't see why they can't win. But it is going to be a tough game if they don't.
Yeah, I quite agree with that, Steve. And still, the fact is we don't have a lot on the bench to be able to bring on if we want to just add a little bit of impetus for the last 20 minutes or so, whereas Villa still have got a good bench they can call on. That might be crucial at the end.
It could be, yeah. Probably not the strongest of benches, and that's not being disrespectful to the players that's on there. But, Newcastle's just in a situation where I know I think Pridey's just read something out there about you can't always blame the injuries. Well, I'm sorry, but you can, because these people aren't available, and these players would probably be starters. So, of course, you can look at that. I mean, I know every team has injuries, but I think it has to be stressed that Newcastle's has been pretty horrendous.
Yeah, without wanting to pull on that excuse that Eddie likes to avoid, but yeah, I'm sure nobody can disagree that we haven't been really ravaged by the number of and length of injuries that we've had. And the light's only a faint glimmer at the end of the tunnel at the moment, but hopefully by the end of February, I like to think we can do a Manchester City. Come the end of February, we'll just go unbeaten for the rest of the season as all these players come back.
That would be nice.
Well, yeah, doing a Manchester City tends to be quite a positive thing to do in most footballing respects, doesn't it? Keith, Thank you very much indeed. Good to speak to you. 0800 234 6565 is the number to dial. 21 minutes past 7 now.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
The brilliant TV show The Traitors wrapped up on Friday night, and this morning I got to speak to one of the finalists, Evie. When you're actually in the castle and stuff, do you have producers in there telling you to go in a room and chat, or is it all natural?
It's completely non-scripted. That's what makes it so good, is that we get it wrong so many times.
Are you still speaking to any of them, and are you still speaking to Harry?
Everybody's still best pals. I think everybody just knew it was a game. Harry deserved it, he did.
Evie, I love the way you say, Harry deserved it, he really did.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Simon Pride, Steve Howie and Marco Gabbiadini. Kev's been on. Hello, Kev. He's in Corbridge. He says, it was great to see Alan Shearer in among the Toon fans at the Fulham game. The qualification for a ticket was season ticket holders with 90 and above away points. Who knew, Steve, that he did attend so many away games to get that many points, that many loyalty points to be able to get a ticket?
I don't know the ins and outs.
I'm sure he scored. He probably got special dispensation for scoring more than 90 goals away from home.
Yeah, probably. So, I mean, listen, if anybody deserves a ticket with an ex-player and stuff like that and get in there and watch his team play, I think it's him. Joking apart.
Dan says those fans constantly complaining about Miggy Almiron should take note of the performance without him. Murphy, well, no pressing and little tracking. He wasn't fit, but he's not in Almiron's league, says Dan.
I don't think you can question Almiron's work rate. I mean, he does fantastically well when it comes to that. Do I think Murphy has slightly the better quality on the ball? Yeah, I do. Again, I just, I think Almiron had a period where he was absolutely excellent. But he can be frustrating because he gets into good positions and it's his final ball that lets him down. And that was with Murphy as well. But at the same time, I think Murphy's final pass is slightly better than Almiron's. And let's be honest, again, the lad's just come back. He's been out a good few months, so you've got to give him a little bit of slack.
Rob is in Hexham. Can Marco and Steve answer me a question, please? Did either of you ever play in gloves or with those underlayers on?
No.
Wear a long-sleeved shirt, man. It's driving me mad. Leotards and gloves, when it's not even that cold, they all need hoying in the river, says Rob. I'll put that on the list. What's your verdict on that?
I'd have played. There were some games I probably would have played in gloves because I used to get that Raynaud's thing in my fingers and toes, so I used to struggle, and I always wore a vest, but like a proper old-fashioned Italian style vest.
Why didn't you wear gloves then? Was it because nobody did?
Well, it just wasn't the thing, was it? So, you wouldn't have done it. Especially with someone like Dennis Smith, he would have,
Yes.
Not taken too kindly to that. But we didn't even really wear them in training, really. It wasn't until... the gear we used to wear was so inappropriate for training, really. Just used to soak up the welter and...
the Umbro stuff was really, just thick.
Yeah.
And if it got wet, it was just like carrying an extra person on your back. But I was one of these where if I had the choice, because initially at the very start you didn't have a choice, you would just get what you're given. But for me, I always wore short sleeves, no gloves, no tights. No. But listen, if that tells people, then fair enough. It's not my thing, but there you go.
I think some of the you see it every game. Players wear it every game. We had a day at the weekend, it was probably about 11 degrees, 12 degrees at the stadium. That you don't need gloves in that temperature, I don't think. But if it's getting down, 3-4 degrees, it's cold. I can see an excuse for it. But what used to happen, when we used to wear them in training, quite often you start off with all this gear, then after 10 to 15 minutes of running around, you end up peeling everything off and everything's just thrown off behind the pitch. But yeah, it's... there are a few that are a bit dubious.
Well, it's on the list anyway to be hoyed in the river, wearing gloves and, leotards was the word he used. I don't know, that's quite right.
I think he's talking about skins, isn't he? The under armour sort of, protection.
Michael is a Newcastle fan. He's next on the line. Good evening, Michael. Welcome to the programme.
Hi, Friday. Good evening, lads. All the very best. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you.
Happy Monday. My thoughts today, fantastic news about Lewis Miley signing a long-term contract. My first thoughts to stop the player drain from down south. To me, he's living the dream. I was always waiting for Arthur Cox to give me a call. I would have been up there like a shot.
Of course you would.
Of course I would. But yesterday I watched the match Liverpool-Norwich, and James McConnell, Morpeth lad, ex-Sunderland, he was playing for them, and he had a kind of game. He was substituted. Lee Clarkson plays for Liverpool.
Yes,
There's somebody
Bobby.
called Shola. Somebody called Shola plays for Manchester United. He must be a Newcastle lad here. Must be. With a name like Shola. Must be.
Possibly.
So I just think Lewis Miley, long-term contract. There must be something, he's having a fantastic season. He's playing well. I just think it's a good message to bring out the young lads, the North East talent, stay local. We're on the up. So it's just great news. I'm sure Steve thinks the same because of him being a local lad, staying in the northeast. It's a good thing. Steve, what's your opinion?
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier on about him signing the contract. He is a local lad. He's a Newcastle fan. I think he'd be delighted to sign the contract to be at the club for another number of years. But it's a contract which is well deserved because he's come into the team. Probably he'd be thinking ahead of schedule, but at the same time, I'm a believer that if you're good enough, you're old enough. He's 17-year-old. He's scored for his hometown team. He's played in the Premiership. He's played in cup games. He's played in the Champions League. There's not many 17-year-olds have done that.
He's a cool character, and he's cool on the ball. So you wouldn't think he's ahead of his time for sure.
Yeah,
ahead of his time for sure.
One of those players, that I think when he gets older, it'll be even more obvious. Just people always say, Steve, don't they, that players that that are a different class, they just look like they have more time, even though they don't. Obviously, they're being closed down as quickly as anyone else. But there's something about their first touch that just seems to buy them that extra bit of time. And it seems like, as raw as he is, he's got that.
Yeah, he's got that awareness, hasn't he?
I was thinking another comment that Marco made before about a player wearing undergarments and the leggings. Was there not a famous Leicester player? I remember being on Match of the Day. I remember in one of my local matches, the famous Darren Dapper Smith from Hudson wearing leggings, and I still tease him now. I was the referee and I was taking the mick out of him, and I still do 20 years later.
Yeah, his name.
So, but there was a famous Leicester player.
It was he wore white tights, didn't he?
Yeah. I remember the cameraman couldn't believe it.
Gosh.
Zoomed in.
Isn't it the guy who does? He still does the pitch side, or he did for years. The pitch side.
That's a question for Guess with Graham, isn't it?
Well, if I type into a search engine Leicester City white tights, will it come up? Do you think? I'll do that while you carry on.
Alan. Oh gosh.
My other thoughts about the cup final, when Newcastle potentially play Wrexham, I had shuddered at the thought of Dixie McNeil. Remember him? He scored a late equaliser. And he's the one who tortured Blythe years ago, 41,000 James's Park. There was a dodgy corner flag taken. Was it or wasn't it? You know, and Dixie McNeil was the goal machine. But that was my first ever match when it was 1-1 at St James's Park. But many years ago.
What a first match.
Dixie McNeil.
I'm going to interrupt you. Keith Weller.
Keith
Weller. Still come
well
up
done.
When I've put, it's not me. It was the search engine that I used that came straight up with that.
But it was on Match of the Day. But that was a famous person who wore dodgy leggings in the cold weather.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh well, thanks, gents. That's all from me.
To be fair, my legs used to look as white as them leggings did. To be honest, when I was freezing cold. But,
Michael, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for contributing tonight. Good to speak to you. 0800 234 6565 is the number if you want to get in touch tonight. Ken says, we hardly got out of first gear against Fulham, Stephen. We still got the job done. We will be a lot better against Villa. He is confident.
Well, as I said, I think you've got to take the results when you can get them. It wasn't a brilliant performance, but I mean, Fulham weren't great. Let's be honest. But as I said, I was surprised that they omitted 3 of their better players. But you come away. The task was get into the next round. They did that. Move on.
What do you make of topless supporters in cold weather? Bert's been on. He says, Does anybody else die a little inside when the cameras focus on our "look at me, I'm topless" fans? It makes me cringe. We are becoming notorious for this.
Isn't there?
It's small-time behaviour, says Bert. It's not impressive. It's embarrassing.
There's a Newcastle fan, isn't there? And I think he's, shall we say, probably a beer belly.
Yeah.
And he's got the big tattoo around his stomach. I mean, if you want to go topless, go topless. You know, some people want to do that.
Hoy the topless fans in the river, says Bird, metaphorically, of course.
They're not doing any harm, are they?
They're not really, are they? I mean, no. But it makes Bert cringe, so they are doing.
But why?
I don't know. He doesn't like
it.
He doesn't. Well, why do they do it, or why is Bert cringing?
No, why do they do it?
And they're not the only ones, but they do have a. Yeah, I think Newcastle fans have a bit of a reputation.
Big reputation. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, are you ever tempted, Steve?
Why would I want to be tempted to that? I'm getting older. Well, yeah, but I'm not. Just because somebody else doesn't mean that I'm going to do it. I mean, I've just bought a heated gilet, so I'm hardly going to be taking my top off.
You're not going to remove your heated gilet, are you? How does that work? Battery-powered heated gilet. Very nice. Different settings?
Yes.
Can you make it vibrate as well to give you a bit of a massage?
No, that would be slightly wrong.
That would be over the top, would it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a step up from Ando's lucky cardigan, Steve's heated gilet. Put it that way.
Yeah, I've got a heated gilet and a heated scarf, and I wore them to great effect on Saturday.
Yeah, so they were both lucky, clearly. Will you lend them to Ando then in future?
That would be far too much technology for Ando, that.
Yeah, he wouldn't know where the button was